All right, we're back, Cody.
Oh, yeah.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of SBC Fest. We had so much fun yesterday chatting along with all of you and being inspired and learning from all of those instructors. And it's not even over yet.
Oh yeah, no, we're just halfway done.
Yes, today is going to be amazing and I can't wait to get started.
Oh yeah, it's going to be packed with more inspiration, tutorials, and of course giveaways.
Yes.
But let's explain, if you weren't here yesterday, how SBC Fest works.
Okay.
We have a group of instructors who have pre-filmed their classes, but they'll be here chatting in the live chat. So if you have any questions, ask along.
Yes.
They'll be happy to answer and chat with you and talk with you. But if you have any questions, you can also head over to the scrapbook.com/SBCFest page, where we have FAQs over there. And of course, the supplies are there as well.
Yeah.
There's a supplies page. So go check that out if you have any questions about any supplies that instructors are using today.
Yeah, and like Cody said, I mean, the most exciting part about this SBC Fest is that the instructors are in the chat live with you during their classes. That's amazing one-on-one time with them. So if you have any questions and you want to chat with them and with us, we are all going to be there. So be sure to be watching live and chatting along. And if you do walk away and you come back because you need to get a snack or a treat, I know I do, or a drink, whatever you need, just make... I said drink, I mean like a soda.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's what I thought. I didn't even think anything else.
Sorry.
I was like, Diet Dr. Pepper, you're a Mountain Dew. Like, yeah.
Censor.
Yeah.
She meant cocktails.
Yeah. Maybe
Whatever
mocktails.
your pleasure is, just know that when you come back, you can refresh your screen and it will go back to where we are live. So excited about how this works.
Oh, yeah. And if you are shopping during the event.
Did you get your free shaker die yesterday? This is free again today. Only for these 2 days, you get the house shaker die for free. This is part of SBC Fest. We wanted to give this to you, so be sure you grab yours for free.
Yeah,
All right.
You just have to add it to your cart.
Yep.
And that's it, really.
And that's it. And check out. And maybe if you see some other stuff that you need, be sure to throw that in the cart as well, because there are so many fun things that everybody's using in their classes. I know I picked up a bunch of new stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And like you saw at the beginning yesterday, we are here at the warehouse. So it is so exciting. Such a fun place with all the eye candy. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
We're so excited that we got to show that to everybody.
Yeah. And if you missed yesterday, be sure to go check that out. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was fun.
It's so fun because we get to be here every day, and I'm just so excited that we're sharing with you what we get to be a part of every day. It is so amazing to work here at Scrapbook.com, and everyone is phenomenal. The bar is set high here, and we wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Truly.
This is it, and especially during SBC Fest. So we hope you are enjoying this free event and taking part of it and sitting down and actually relaxing and crafting along with us. That is what we wanted, and we hope that you're inspired and feel like you want to come back again and again to watch these fun instructors. All right.
Okay.
What's next?
So let's talk about social media.
Okay, let's talk about social media.
If you are, sorry. Let's talk about social media. If you are tagging.
This is live.
Yeah, it's live. What can you do?
We can mess up.
If you are creating with us, be sure to use the hashtag SBC Fest and tag Scrapbook.com. Also, if you upload to our Scrapbook.com gallery, also use the hashtag SBC Fest in the category section.
Yes, we want to see what you're creating and what you're posting, and be sure to tag us. Yes, we cannot wait to see all of your beautiful handmade creations. So please, please, please do it, because we love seeing what you create. Yes. Okay, and then what else? Now, should we talk about, again, what we said yesterday? Yes. This is the fun part. Let's all stay positive and make positive comments. We want everyone to be in here with us together, but if there are any negative comments, we have to delete them and boot you out. So be sure to be positive, because we want to have fun together. And everyone's worked so hard to put this together for you. So let's keep it positive and happy and enjoy our time together.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, speaking of that, let's talk now about the giveaways that we're going to be doing.
Yes.
So we talked yesterday. It's going to be the same thing today. We're going to be popping in, Cody and I, and sharing with you what the giveaways will be. And then when you're in the classes, while you're watching the classes, a banner will pop up on your screen right here. And what you'll need to do is you'll need to comment, and then we will choose a winner and pin that at the top, and that winner will win whatever Cody and I are going to show you right before the class.
Yes.
Yes. Let us know if you have any questions about that, but it should be fairly amazing and awesome. We have some fun stuff to give away.
Oh, yeah. Yes. We sure do.
Should we show them?
Yeah.
Okay, let's show them. Today's giveaway is going to be, we're actually going to do an exclusive giveaway.
Let's bring it out. There's a lot to bring out, so.
And remember, more giveaways coming.
Yes.
This is one of the many. Okay, oh my goodness, look at how fun. Ooh, 2 magic mats.
There we go.
All right, so you're getting 2 magic mats in this giveaway. This slimline floral stamp. It has the sentiment and this floral. This floral is gorgeous, by the way. I love it so much. Look at these fun, cute cursive stamps, alpha. And then 2 stencils. This is the confetti stencil. If you saw Lauren's class, she used that. And then the fun, which is a great thing to use on lots of different things. We have some fun pops of color. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different pops of color. Ooh, some fun dies. We've got our spring border dies. These are fun because they have the embellished design inside. So you get to cut this whole border and then this fun embellished. I'm not embellished. I'm saying the wrong. Embossed. You knew what I meant.
Yes.
I meant embossed. I'm so sorry. So embossed design inside. And then our spring floral slimline die as well. This is gorgeous with all the sprigs and the butterflies and the florals. And then Feel Better sentiments. These are awesome and can be used again with so many things. I love that font. And then what's this, Cody? We have our fabulous
brand new boho pattern paper pad, 6x8.
It's so pretty. So many fun designs in this. You're going to want that. Oh, I opened it. I promise you'll get a fresh, brand new one.
Never been used.
And then our neutrals slimline. This is great. It has all the neutral colors in it. You can use it for so many things. I know I keep saying that, but you know, when you're creating and crafting with paper, the ideas are running crazy with this SBC Fest. You can do so much with all of these products, but somebody is winning all of this. So be sure to watch for that banner.
Yes.
And comment.
Yes,
right?
because that'll be appearing during the next 2 classes. You'll have to pay attention to both classes and see where the banner pops up. Yeah. But also, I did want to mention that if you missed day 1 of SBC Fest, you can always go back and rewatch it on our YouTube channel currently.
Yes.
So go check it out. There's also, what are those things called?
What
Not
are you saying?
links. Like, Donald, help me out here. The things, chapters. But like the chapters, so you can click the link and go to each individual class.
Oh, yes, I see what you're saying. For each class, you'll be able to go to each class after this is over, yes.
Yes. So on yesterday's and today's, once this ends.
Yes. But we'd love for you to watch it all because there's so much in each one, which is amazing. Okay.
Totally.
So who's up for today's first lineup, Cody?
The one and only Vicki Boutin.
We love Vicki, and we're so excited for her class. You are going to love this. I got a little sneak. You got a little sneak.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing.
I watched it.
All right, everybody put your seatbelts on. We're going into Vicki. Are y'all ready?
Yes, and then following Vicki's class will be a class from Mary Polanco.
Yes, I love Mary too. It's so good. So good. I can't wait for you all to see it.
Well, let's go.
Here we go.
Hello, my friends. It's Vicki Boutin here in my craft creating space. Very excited to be teaching this class for SBC Fest. How exciting is that? We are going to be playing with one of my favorite products from Scrapbook.com. Are you ready? Pops of color. You've seen me use them before. I'm going to show you a different way to use them in this class where we use them with distress ink to create some resist techniques. So look at, are you ready? Look at the little butterflies. We're going to make these with some dies, some stencils, some pops of color, a couple of simple techniques, and of course, lots of fun. And here's a little peek at the layout we're going to be making. We're going to have a great time. So I'm going to talk to you about the tools that we're going to need, and we're going to get right into it. I hope you're playing along. We're going to have so much fun. So let's go. Okay, let's get started. I have everything gathered here that I'm going to be using. I have my butterfly 1 dies from Scrapbook.com, my color pop in lemon chiffon and in the satin pearl colors. I have a spreading tool, my stencils. I'm going to be using some distress ink in picked raspberry, hickory smoke, fossilized amber, and seedless preserves. I have a mister bottle. And I have paper towels, baby wipes, my different stamping ink for later, and then my photo and my scrapbooking supplies. But for the technique to get started, we need right now your stencils, the color pops, and once these dry, we'll be using the distress ink with some ink blending tools. So grab your supplies and let's get started. The technique we're going to be doing is going to be actually a resist using the pops of color. And I call these the wrong name all the time. So pops of color. And I find the medium or base that I like to use is my foundations paper with American Crafts because it will hold a lot of wet medium really well. So we're going to be using, or I'm going to be using, and you can use whatever you have, 3 sheets of foundations paper, 1 for the base of the layout, and then 2 sheets for the technique. And then if you want to make a card from your leftovers, I also am going to use a piece of this for my card base. So I have it all set up and ready to go. Like I said, we are going to create the pattern using the stencils first. And then once that's dry, I'll grab my stencils. Once that's dry, we're going to go in with our distress ink, and it's going to be awesome. You're going to love this technique. I already actually created one of the backgrounds because there is some drying time. So even if you're crafting with me live, right now you will have to put aside some time for the medium to dry. But what I love about the pops of color is it dries really nice and hard. Isn't that beautiful? So that's the pearl one. So this is going to be the base of the layout, and I use the cheetah stencil on here, but I'm going to run through some techniques using the resist right now. You're going to love. I have some stuff that I've made ahead of time as well, so we can just kind of keep the party going. But let's get started. One of the things I want to talk about is the stencil choices that I picked. I have cheetah, which is a nice kind of medium size pattern. I have floral sprig, which I love. Look at that kind of silhouette. Floral is beautiful. I hope that you guys can see that. And this one is called Teardrop. So it is a really nice collection of patterns that will layer beautifully together. So this is going to be for our base of our layout, so I don't need that right yet, but I am going to do some techniques with these two. And I suggest that you start with this stencil if you're newer to mixed media, because it's nice and stable and it's a good place to start. So grab, to start, one sheet of your foundations paper, your mini mister or whatever you're using for water, have paper towels handy, have your spreading tool, if that be this Scrapbook.com spreader, a palette knife, an old gift card, whatever you're using will be perfect. And then have your, oops, throwing stuff around, your pops of color ready. Okay, so now I'm all set up to get the first step done. We're going to do two things. We're going to do a positive and negative application with the stencil. So the first thing I'm going to do is put my stencil down, and I am going to stencil the pops of color right through the stencil. And then I'm going to take it, mist it, and kiss it. So you will have a negative and a positive application. And what this is going to do is when it dries, it actually, are you ready for it? The golden nugget will resist the distress ink. It is a super simple technique with lots of wow factor. So let's get it started. I'm going to do the same thing with both stencils, this exact same technique. I'm going to start with the pops of color in the just pearl color. And then I'm also going to do an application of it in the lemon chiffon. So I'm going to do one pattern on one page. So I'm going to do two applications here, clean my stencil, and then do it again with the other color, and then set it aside to dry. So super simple. You don't need a ton of product. Just put some on your stencil, have your scraper tool ready, and all I want you to do is just kind of carry that through. Open spaces are awesome in here. You do not have to have a whole block of pattern. So I'm going to put that down again. A little bit more. Less is more. You can always add, but you can't take away. So don't go in here with tons of product to start. Just kind of get your medium in, moving it around. Have your wipe ready so you can clean that up. If you want to check to see how much you have down, just kind of lift it and you can see. I think that's good. I feel very happy with that. So I'm going to grab my baby wipe. I'm going to clean my scraper off. And now what we're going to do is take that exact same stencil and I'm going to take it. And there's medium still on here. What we're going to do is mist it with water, which I'm going to do off screen. Just, well, here, we'll do this. I'll just move this out of the way. And all I'm doing is putting about, I don't know, what was that, about 3 blasts of water. I'm just gonna wipe my background off. We're gonna take this now, and it doesn't matter what order or what direction you have it in, but you wanna put that down like that, and take a paper towel, and you're just going to press it into the background. If you have a brayer, you could brayer over there, but your hands will work just fine. And what we're doing is, instead of wiping all of that yummy pops of color satin off, we're putting it on the background and creating a different pattern with our stencil. So we have the negative application there and the positive off the stencil, and we're going to just let that dry. But I'm going to actually do the other color too. So I'll have one background of all of this. Now, let me move this. I do recommend taking a little paper towel sandwich and cleaning your stencil. The stencil's a little big, so my sandwich might be too small, but right, if you don't have access to the sink really quickly, just go in there and wipe that off. Once I get most of my medium up, I can then also give it a good wipe with my baby wipe, and then it's ready to go. I like to keep these clean so the stencil will retain the integrity of the pattern, that I don't have a lot of medium built up on here. It's not as important with inks, but when you're using a texture medium, you do want to clean it off your stencils. Well, I like to clean off my stencils. You can do whatever makes you happy, right? I'm gonna go in here now and I'm gonna put some of the yellow down because I think it'll be fun to show a contrast that is just kind of this pearl finish, and then one that will be in a yellow. So I think it'll work well with my color palette. So I'm gonna do the exact same thing and put this down. And then this one you'll see a lot better too, I think, because there's more pigment in it. So I'm not going for perfection here. I just kind of want a really fun pattern. Put a little bit more down. So I'm kind of lifting it and moving it around. Some perfect little teardrops in here, and some are half teardrops. It's perfect, right? That's all we want. It's kind of a broken pattern that we can ink around. And then we are going to use these to die cut the butterflies. So it'll be lots of fun. Clean my scraper off. Do the same thing. You're gonna take this, mist it. See how pretty? Mist it with some water. And we're gonna do the same thing and just kind of stamp that down. Take our paper towel and wipe. I'm gonna do this with both stencils, so I have two different patterns to choose from. And we are going to let that dry. So we again have the positive and the negative pattern there. And this takes about 30 minutes to dry. Again, depends where you are and what your humidity levels are like. But when I did the background one, it took about 30 minutes. But you're gonna need to do this and let it dry before we can do the inking. Okay, I'm gonna set that aside, clean my stencil in my paper towel sandwich. Pretty good, jiggle in the camera. I know not everyone cleans their stencils. You do whatever makes you happy, right? I think it is my perfectionist qualities come out. I never have that expectation from anyone else, but hard on myself, right? Love it. Okay, done. I'm done with that stencil. I'm going to do the exact same thing with another sheet of foundations paper. And if you notice, I always keep the little piece on top, because if you run your finger on here, you can tell what the front of this is and the back by the perforation. It's smooth on the front side and it's perforated on the back. And why that matters is foundations paper has a vellum finish. So your mediums will sit on top of it. Your ink sits on top of it. So it works beautifully when we go to blend our inks, when we go to use any kind of wet medium. It all kind of sits on top of this really thick paper. So you will find if your results don't look exactly like mine, it could be the paper you're using, okay? So this stencil is a little trickier because it has more open space. So just watch when you pull your medium, you aren't going back and forth with it, because you will catch the stencil. So again, we have more space to fill on this. I'm gonna go down with the satin pearl, put that on here and pull that through my stencil. Oh, this is so beautiful. I absolutely love this stencil. So make sure you kind of pull your medium around. I'm going to fill a little bit more space on this one. If you drag it out of the stencil, totally okay as well, because when we ink, that will create some fun patterns. Just know I need a little bit more of this one because there's more space to fill in this stencil. Okay. Make sure you are happy with the pattern that you have created. And then we're going to do the stencil kissing with the water again. The other reason I don't pull my stencil or my palette knife or the tool I'm using back and forth is you can push it underneath your stencil and you lose kind of the pattern. Do the same thing here. Mist with some water. And I'm going to go in here and stamp that down. Need another paper towel. Press that in. Don't leave it on here either because this will act like a glue. So don't go away. Oh, I got to let the dog out or I have to answer the phone. Lift your stencil up or you will glue it to the background that you pressed it down on. Okay. So you don't want to leave that. There is tackiness to the pops of color. So if you leave it on there, you are going to glue it to your background. So this is pretty much what we're going to do. I'm going to do it again with the yellow. And I also need to create my background with the cheetah print. I've lost my wipe. And then we need to let this completely dry. So even though you're working along with me, you can't really heat set this because it is an acrylic base material. With an acrylic, it needs to cure. So you can't really heat it to dry it. It has to dry naturally. Otherwise, have you ever tried to do that with a medium that has like an acrylic base? And what ends up happening is it will bubble on you, right? So you got to be careful cleaning this one too. Probably better to use like a soft brush instead of your baby wipe because you will catch it in all of the little intricate bits. So like I said, I'm going to go in now with the yellow and lemon chiffon. I'm going to do the same thing with that pattern. And then the other thing that you need to do is the background with the cheetah print because we need to let it all dry, right? So I want to do it all live exactly with you, but drying time is going to take up time. So what I did with this one is I put the stencil down, I put the just satin finish, and then pulled it through the stencil. I did that here again and a little bit on the bottom so that I could create, hopefully you can see it, this beautiful pattern for my background page, the base of the page. So this needs to be done so it can completely dry. And what's nice is because mine is ready, I'll just go right into this for the next step. And then by the time we're done inking this, our next piece should be dry and ready to go. So I'm just going to leave you for a second. I'm going to finish the other side in yellow, set this aside to dry, and then we can come back and start our inking. Okay, see you in a minute. I'm actually going to go ahead and do the background with you as well for the base. So you need the cheetah stencil, the pearl satin, and your scraper. And I also have a slimline 3.5 by 8.5 card base ready to do the stencil kissing right onto the base of this card. So again, instead of us just cleaning this off on a paper towel, we're going to use it for another mixed media technique. So for this background, just go ahead and do the same thing we just did. Put your medium down, your pops of color, and just create kind of a random cheetah background. This will be the base of our layout that I'm going to do in a more neutral color, and our butterflies will pop on here. It's going to be beautiful. So again, I put my first application down. I'm going to move my stencil over and just kind of put another loose application down. I love this. So these mediums, because they dry nice and hard, will totally resist the distress ink when we put it down. It is the quickest kind of way to create a mixed media background. I always say, right, take any of your mediums and practice and play and see what kind of results you can get out of them. So I'm going to hold this partially so I don't lay it on top of the wet. If this makes you nervous, let that dry and do the third one last after your medium is dry, if you're afraid that you're going to lay your stencil in it. But I'm just going to go for it and kind of lay this down like this. I'm okay if part of it comes off, because I can make kind of these funky drag marks as well. So see, background, you still have some stuff on your stencil or your palette. What is this called? So if you want to add some of that on there, you totally can. And then when you go over with your ink, it will resist that. And we're going to do the same thing. We're going to move this out of the way and let it dry. And then we're going to take our card base. I'm going to mist this. And I am going to lay it just on here to create a funky background that we can do the resist technique. Again, just kind of rub it. I put the paper towel down so I don't rub the medium into the card. It gets picked up by the paper towel. Lift it right off so it doesn't glue to your background. And when this dries, it will resist the ink. So we'll set that aside to dry. Again, I'm using the foundations card as the base because it will hold the wet medium better than, say, just plain cardstock. And the ink also will react differently on top of that. So now set everything aside to dry. If you do want to give it a try, let's look. Sometimes we can cheat a little with a heat gun. So let me just throw some water on here so it doesn't completely dry on my stencil. I don't need to clean it perfectly, but just get most of the medium off. And then I'm going to show you that you can, usually if I'm going to try to heat an acrylic medium, I will let it set up a little bit, right? Don't go in when it's completely wet. Let your medium dry a little bit so it kind of has that skim coat on top of it. You know, if you touch it, it's not immediately wet, but it is if you press into it, like it has like kind of a skim on top of it, or a skin. So imagine that the background does have that, but I'm going to cheat because I like to push the envelope a little bit. And you can take your heat gun if you like to speed this process up. And what I will do is I'm not going to bake it like a cookie. I can go in and all I'm trying to do is get some of the moisture out of the medium and out of the paper so it will dry a little bit faster. So you can take a minute to do that. See, I'm not putting it too close. I'm not leaving it in one spot for a long time. If you see it start to bubble, move this away. Our intention is not to completely dry it, just to speed it up a little bit. So I'm going to heat a little bit on the front of my backgrounds, a little bit on the back, because all I'm trying to do is maybe dry the paper. So the medium moisture that was in the medium that's sitting in the paper, I can take that out, and then that can speed the process a little bit for the drying. So just do that and then grab your inks. I'm going to show you the ink colors that I'm using, and we're going to move on to the next step. So in about 30 minutes and maybe even faster, like 15 with a little bit of heat gun, my bases are dry. So what I'm going to do now is use distress ink and regular distress, not oxide, because this is more translucent and you get a really fun effect with the distress ink colors. I just matched my photo. So I went with some colors that I think will work really beautifully together. Fossilized amber, picked raspberry, and seedless preserves. And then for the background, I'm going to use hickory smoke, which is a beautiful gray, and it's going to look gorgeous on the cheetah print. So we're going to start that by inking all of these, do a little watermarking, and then when they're dry, we're going to die cut some shapes out of these 2 sheets and then have the base for our layout. So let's get started. So again, what's magic about Distress ink is it's water reactive, so it can do some pretty beautiful things. So let's go in. I think this is a good place to start because we're not going to do too much with this. Going to be the base for our layout. So what I love is I can create my own custom-made pattern paper with mediums that I have on hand and stencils. So stamps, stencils, and mediums and inks are really all you need in your creative toolbox to get started making some beautiful mixed media. So this is completely dry, and you're going to see now the magic that the color pops of color resist the distress ink. So I'm going to go in with my tool, my blending tool, moving before I go into my background so I don't get a big polka dot of gray on here. So I'm going to start now blending this in and creating my background. And I thought the gray color with the hickory smoke would work beautifully on this background. So what you're going to find is you need to build your depth, and when you're doing that with distress ink, it needs to dry a little bit. You can't just keep blending to get it darker because it's wet, especially on top of foundations paper that has that vellum coating. So the ink is just sitting on top of it. So what you need to do is let that layer dry, and then you can go in and put some more ink on to kind of build the depth of the color. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to put some pigment down. And once this dries a little bit, I can go in and build up some more of that gray color. Now that this first layer of ink is dry, I'm going to go in and build some depth in there by just going in and adding a little bit more hickory smoke and make that a little bit darker. So again, not all the areas are going to be the same level of darkness, but I want to go in here and build some depth. So when we go to add our butterflies on top, they will pop. Now we could go and do some watermarking on here, which one of the things I like to do is kind of put some of the watermarking on my base and then put ink on top of it again. So we can go in and do that again too, or not again, but for the first time. So just build in some sections. Like I said, the ink needs to be dry for you to actually build the depth. Otherwise you're just moving the same pigment around. So let's try that. A little bit of watermarking. I don't want to go crazy, but I can soften the edges a bit by just going in and kind of putting some water, not everywhere, but add some interest. Now, this is the magic with distress ink, right? Is it is water reactive and the pigment will wick. So what I want to do is take a paper towel now and lift that water off, dry it with my heat gun a little bit, and then I'm going to put ink on top of it rather than putting or leaving it just white. I want to build some of the depth there. So I'm going to go in and dry it. Now my paper towel has lots of texture on it, so you can see some of the detail on that from the paper towel. We can go in, I'm going to blend that out a little bit. But where we did the watermarking now, the ink will actually make even darker little sections. So you can put it on while it's wet, just not pooled on your page, or you could go in and dry it a little bit, which I think I'm going to do, and then finish this up, and then we're going to add the pigment onto the colored bits for the butterflies. So I think that looks nice. I don't think we need much more going on here. You can see where it's resisted, where I dragged it with the blending, or pardon me, dragged extra medium on there. It will totally resist the ink as well. So I'm kind of digging that. I think it's time to leave that alone, let it dry. And then if we do want to add any more ink, we can with once we start building the layout. So I'm going to leave this, but look how pretty that is. You can see where when you watermark, it can either lift the pigment like it did here, leaving that white background. But when you add pigment on top of the watermarking, you get like some darker flecks. I'm hoping you guys can see that. Now let's grab our other two backgrounds. And I'm going to add color now. So I put my hickory smoke away and get my blending tools out that I have for each color. And I'm gonna start lightest to darkest. So I'm gonna go in here and with the fossilized amber, just start creating some yellow, and then we will put some pink, and then I'm gonna put some purple. And we could also make secondary and tertiary colors, meaning go in and blend some of the yellow and the pink. So picked raspberry and fossilized amber together. And then we could also go in and blend some of the seedless preserves. So let's go in here now. But I do want some true representations of the picked raspberry. And I also want full color of the fossilized amber and of the seedless preserves. And then we can also come in and, like I said, blend a section to get another color. Kind of an orangey color will come, like a salmony color when I blend the two. So we'll do that, but just kind of true representation of the pigment. And then down here, look at, that's where we did the stencil stamping. Look how fun this is. So see, now you have like a really fun pattern where the pops of color were on the stencil when we stamped it down, and then you have just the open spaces through the stencil, and then we have the full textury paste kind of dealio here. So let's go in now with a little bit of seedless preserves, and then we'll come back again with each color. So I like to start light to dark, and then I will go in and still blend in some of each of the color. So pretty, right? And come back in with the picked raspberry, blend that in with the seedless preserves, and we get another color. And go in with my fossilized amber into that bottom corner. And then what's nice is when I go through with my die cuts, with the butterfly shapes, I can get all different kinds of pattern, right? Just make sure you're using your each blending tool, right? With its proper ink pad or coordinating ink pad. So I'm just gonna lay this color down. So I have some pink. Let's go back in, oops, with our picked raspberry. I just want a little bit more of that on the yellow side. I might put a little bit of that seedless preserves, and we don't have any of the fossilized amber. Let's get that in there on the yellow. Okay. What else do we want to do here? Maybe I'm going to blend that as well to make that kind of new color. And go back in just till you're happy, because I'm going to show you now the watermarking on here will be beautiful. So let's build again, build the depth. You would let each color dry and you could come back in, but I really want some of that pink. So watch too that if your blending tool starts to pick up the seedless preserves, you won't have a true representation of the picked raspberry. So I just give my blending tool a wipe and then go in. It's because the pigment is still wet and it's sitting on top of the pattern that is resisting it. So I'm going to give with this paper towel a little buff. I'm taking the pigment off of the areas with the pops of color, and now we can go in if we would like, or if you'd like, and still do some watermarking. Again, don't overdo it, but that will be fun. I'm going to do this on the other pattern as well, and then let's die cut some shapes. So go in, and when this one's done, and you can do the same with the floral pattern. Oh, look at that, so pretty. I will hold that up closer to the camera. And if you don't want that pure white, remember, you could dry it and go in with the pigment again. But look how pretty that is. Let me pick it up. We don't rub it around, right? Or you won't have those really clear, kind of broken, watery marks. Look how pretty is that? With your resist, I love this one here. I love that pattern. I want to build a little bit of the picked raspberry again in here. And then we'll move in. You got to watch too that depending on what paper you're using, that you dry it, because you could pill the paper if you start rubbing on the wet areas again. So give it a little bit of blast of heat before you start to maybe add friction with your blending tool, because anywhere the paper is still a little bit wet, you could definitely start to tear it. Kind of sunset-like colors, right? Or sunrise. Look very pretty though. I just want to break that up a little bit. Nice. So see the depth? When you put pigment down and you do the watermarking, you won't have that pure whiteness. So I kind of like that because it's not as contrast. There's not as much contrast in it. It's a little softer. We'll just kind of blend some of that out. I can never just walk away. Do you ever feel like that when you're doing kind of mixed media techniques, right? It's hard to leave it alone, but sometimes you got to be like, okay, done with that one. Let's move on to the next. So very fun. We can die cut out of this. I might go in with these ones and not mix the colors as much. Like really just kind of have just a tone on tone with the fossilized amber on this yellow. Because if you make all of it look the same, when you go to build your layout, you're not going to have the contrast. Your pieces will just kind of blend in, right? So look, you could do a little bit of that. Go down here with the picked raspberry, because I think that will work really nicely with the yellow. I might do a little bit of watermarking on this one, but not a lot. And then you're going to find when we go to die cut it anyway, you're going to have like a really beautiful effect. Okay. Look how pretty is that? So see the watermarking here, just to break it up a little bit, because it is kind of a tone on tone effect. Pick that up. Just kind of gives it this kind of little bit of distressy. Look. Again, just watch with your paper towel. Has a lot of texture in it, so I don't necessarily want all of that on my background. Blend that out a little bit if you want to. Okay, And then let's go in with a little bit of the seedless preserves. And then we're gonna grab the die cutting machine. Oh my goodness, look at that one. You can really see that pop. Isn't that pretty? Look at that. Oh, I love it. And then break it up with a little bit of watermarking. I should have more paper towel over here, but I'm just using my mucky paper towel. Look at the mess I just made there. Soften that up. Just kind of drag the pigment around, right? Very nice, friends. Buff that out a little bit to really reveal, excuse me, the ooh, dropping stuff over here. Okay, a little bit more of the gold, and then grab your die cut machine and your magic mat and your butterflies. We're gonna cut this out. I'm gonna leave it now. Enough, Vicki. It's good. Okay? So give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab my die cut machine and the dies, and now we're gonna cut them out, and you're gonna see the magic when we contain the funk. So next step, die cutting machine, your butterfly dies, and then we're gonna get a chance to assemble the page. So I can't wait. Let's do it. Have my die cutting machine with my magic mat, which I love from Scrapbook.com. And then I love this set of dies, Butterflies 1. So I'm just going to use, for this layout, the full size or the open space dies. And we're going to cut this paper down so it'll fit. You might want to take into consideration some of the color areas you like. So just kind of be aware. I might cut it into kind of a square and get some pieces out of here and here. Let's just do it. Let's just do the thing. So I'm going to strategically cut, I think, here, this part, and get some pieces out of it, because it has to fit into the die cutting machine, right? I like that. I kind of like here. Cut some pieces out of that, and then will this fit? I'll take the edge off of this so that it will fit into the die cutting machine. So let's go for it, and we're gonna cut. So you wanna lay down your dies in the areas that you like. You can kind of see what you're gonna get to, right? So decide what you wanna cut. I have to remove the plate. I want some areas that kind of have the white in it too. And pure kind of yellow. So let's get it ready. Here and here. And now what we're gonna do is just cut a whole bunch of the butterfly shapes out. Maybe one there, okay? Put those on there. I'm going to sandwich it with my cutting platform and the magic mat. And we're gonna just go through. Ooh, I should have laid that maybe a little bit more in the center. I might have just moved the whole camera. We'll see what Vicki's up to. But it's awesome. Oh, see, that one I knew was too far down. And I might need a little shim. So that did not work out perfectly, but look at, this is an opportunity to show you that I need a little bit of a shim with my die cutting, with the platform that I'm using. So all I'm gonna do is throw a piece of foundations paper underneath it. So let me just grab that, and that will work perfectly for just that little bit of extra piece that I need. See, look it, just because it's a live class. And don't throw those strips away. Like, that's perfect for a card. I'm just going to create a little extra oomph for my cutting. I grabbed a different die cut machine than I normally use. So sometimes you should test it before you're going to do it with your friends. But I know I can get some of those out, but let's just cut a couple different ones out of here. I really like these two shapes the best. Kind of in that orange bit. Okay, see if that works better. If it gives us just that little extra bit that we need. Oh, I can feel it. So we're good. So what's nice with the Magic Mat is your die cut pieces will release beautifully. Perfect. Now see, look at that contained funk. Look how beautiful that is. It almost looks like old wallpaper. So let's just go through and cut out a whole whack of butterflies. So you want some that look like they have lots of pattern going on. You want some that look like they're pretty simple. Look at out of that one. Oh, it's so pretty. Get that orangey color up there. So I want, I don't know, a bunch of butterflies. Cut out as many as you can get, because what we're going to do with this is we're going to layer them all upside the layout. And I'm going to also put the extras on a card. So we're just going to cut, cut, cut. And that's what I'm going to be doing. I don't know if you guys want to watch that, because it's not where we need to speed it up. It's just, I'm just going to cut a whole whack of butterflies. Look how pretty. Love it. Love it. And we're going to see how beautifully they will work on that background. I have, ooh, look at that purple. Love that with the seedless preserves. And we can do, I'm going to, I think, work just with these two shapes. I kind of like these. But I want that. I'll do there. And I'm going to come in really tight there. Ooh, I might want a lot of those purpley ones. I think that they are going to work beautifully on the hickory smoke background. Love it. Oh, look at how beautiful those are. There's something to be said, right, with the where we did the stencil stamping background, really has this beautiful effect. So just go through and cut out as many as your heart desires. I'll do one out of that kind of orangey color there. I want more of the purple. I'm really digging the purple. Or seedless preserves. Oh. And I am lazy, so I don't want to have to attach these down, but we will have to position them again because I moved it around when I put the top on it. Okay, ooh, there we go. So there's something to be said for your manual die cutting machine and the steel dies, because you can really position exactly where you want to cut from. So I'm just making a whole stack of these. Let's get a pink one out. I want some of maybe the white in there too. Some pink, and then we can move on, oops, to the other pattern. So that's your whole thing, is you're just gonna cut and cut and cut. And you could use the leftover as well. Like, it's kind of fun where the images have cut out. So I'm just going to continue that. So I don't know, maybe 10, 15, 20 of the butterflies. You want to make sure that when you're doing them, you get like lots with the yellows, because it'll kind of be an ombre effect when we go down the page building our layout. So I'm going to cut some more now. I love it. Look at with the lemon chiffon. Oh, so beautiful. And then I have lots left over, right? I can do more with this after. I'm going to go in here. Let's cut. I'm going to cut the section here and then do the same. Where's my paper trimmer? Vicki, you're so excited. I'm losing all my stuff. So I think I want to make sure I get lots of that pink in there too. Do you ever find you run out of space too, right? Oh, but it doesn't have to be perfect because this is just for die cutting. Oh, this is going to be beautiful. I'm going to go in that solid purple section. Let's get one cut out of there. And where else? Maybe out of this full-on pink. Oh, love it. Now, look at, that's off the plate. So I was so excited that I don't know if that's going to cut right through. There was too much space on there because my the plate underneath the magic mat is a short one. So even if I can't fully get it, I can just, that one can go off the page. It doesn't have to be a full butterfly. Love it. Need to make sure I get some pinks though. All right. So I'm just going to cut a bunch more butterflies and then I'll be back with you in just a minute. So I cut out a ton of butterflies. Look how beautiful these are. So if you've ever been looking at mixed media and you're like, okay, I like the idea, but what do I do with it? This is what I call contained funk. You make these beautiful backgrounds, take a die cut, cut file, stamp and cut it out, but just contain it in a shape, and then look at, you've now just customized your own shapes and die cuts and butterflies and whatever your heart desires. It's an absolute beautiful way to make massive impact with something that I find just a process of making is fabulous, right? It's I don't know. If you've met me before, you know I love the mixed media. You can't talk me out of it. It is just completely fills my soul. I love creating with mediums and texture products and inks to create really interesting backgrounds, and the whole process of making it is just the best. So look at this now that it's all dry. The background, this is going to be the base, the layout. I have my photo, which is a 4x6, and I matted it on this beautiful purple that will tie in with the ink color. So the mat's a 4 1/4 by 6 1/4. Look at that. It's going to pop on there. This pictures of me in Notting Hill. My friend Adam took it. And then I tore a piece of book paper out because I thought, wouldn't that be fun on here? And then I thought tying the blue in with my jean jacket and the tiles is really pretty, right? Put that on here. My title's gonna go on, but I thought what would be fun, let's tear the edge of this and then back like a hint of purple over here. So I'm gonna just go in and I'm gonna tear away from me. Let's see, is that what I wanna do? Yes. So I'm gonna just do this torn edge right here, like this. I just think tearing it towards me will add this kind of interesting finish there. And then I'm going to attach that. If we want to, we can decide if we want to put a punch of blue too. I'm kind of digging that. I don't think it needs any more. So what I will do is take my ruler and just make sure when we're done this that the finished size, move all of our butterflies out of the way, is a 12 by 12. Hopefully you guys can see that. Yes, you can. And I am going to measure the base and make sure that the finished size is 12 inches. And I will tack that in place, and I will have to trim. There will be a little bit of overhang, but we'll deal with that in a minute. So I know I'm going to tack that there. And the paper I'm using is Color Study, but whatever you want. The only reason I grabbed it is because it matches what I'm doing here. And then let's make sure, these are the butterflies I'm going to use, that the top is 12 inches. And then I can trim off any overhang. Perfect. I'm going to take a little bit more of this white away now that I can see what's going on. I just want a little bit more of that purple popping in. Look at us pulling our old school paper tearing, right? I've done that in a while, but I just thought it would be a fun way to tie in still our cheetah print. Really fun. Okay, so let's adhere. I don't want this to move on me. So, okay. Of course, I put the tape out too far, so fix that a little bit. And then let's just confirm before I fully commit that the finished size is still 12 by 12. It is lovely. Can fold up the edges a little bit. Having my fingernails done do not make for easy crafting. And then what I want to do here is that book paper is going to go here, and then I want some of that blue there, and then my purple popping. I'm not going to commit anything just yet, and we'll start putting our butterflies on. And my idea was to start kind of with the yellow to pink, so yellow, purple, and pink. So I'm just going to start kind of positioning, and then I can decide what I want to commit. How I want to commit these. The purple, pop one up with a pop dot. Oh, I like this guy. I think we'll go maybe like that. And then, oh, look at that nice white one. And then we have our pinks. So we are just going to start kind of deciding, right? Fiddle around. Decide I like my open space. I'll bring my blue over a little bit more like that. Some I want to kind of, maybe this one, oh, that might be fun. Oh, I like that, right? And we're just going to fiddle around till we're happy with our placement, and we will commit. And I do like that guy popping. Here, behind, there, and our pinks. This is whenever you're placing like pieces that are kind of floating up your page, you just want to make sure that it doesn't look like they need to make sense, if that makes sense. They need to kind of make sense on how they're going on the page. So I always kind of lay it out before I commit anything with glue. Maybe I want this guy to come in a little bit more down here so they don't look too forced. This guy can come down a bit. That. This one out a little bit. Turn him a little bit more. I love it. So let's commit. I don't think I need that one. So I am going to just start adhering some of the butterflies and my base now. Right, let's get that guy on here. And this is where it gets tricky, right? So I'm going to kind of hold things down And I am going to commit this. And I am going to, now I know that's tacked, commit that guy here. This guy can totally get glued at the back. Flat, right, like that. How do we have that? Yep, that works for me. This guy can be committed. Pop dot, right? Pop dot's your friend. But I don't want him off the page. Maybe straight on. Yeah, love it. There we go. This guy I'm going to commit onto the blue, and then I'm going to pop the blue up. And I might bend that leaf. That leaf. It's not a leaf, Vicki. It's a butterfly. And I might just pop the top of the purple one up because I really love this one. This is where we kissed the Floral Frenzy. Is that what that stencil's called? I could be making stuff up. Floral Sprig. Floral Frenzy. What are you talking about, lady? Where we did the stencil kissing with that one. So it is a beautiful effect. Okay, now we got to tape our book paper down. I can do these in a minute. I'm going to tape my book paper down. And now I'm going to pop up corners because I will not put everything flat. Right? I don't know. How do you guys do this? Like, do you... I always kind of fart around with all of it till I'm happy with where everything is placed, and then I'll come in and pop up bits. Right? Get the corner popped up because I don't like everything super flat. That corner popped up. This one I actually might double pop. Double pop this corner because it still will lay nicely in your page protector, right? But adds a little bit of interest. We'll pop that corner up. And then get those pink ones in there. See, it's starting to come together, right? I love it. And see, what my concern was is that I'm like, I don't know if this is going to pop really nicely on the gray. So I was like that. Totally going to do that. Concerned with how the butterflies were going to look on the hickory smoke. And by putting that little bit of blue in there to rest the eye, worked out perfectly. Oh, I think there. What do we think? I don't know, but I love that guy popping out. Just got to decide where this guy's going to go. There, there, there. Right? Sometimes it just takes, this guy might have to move a little bit. Love it. That will work. And then I'll pop up the book paper a little bit too. I want that guy to be kind of just by himself. Perfect! What do you guys think, right? That really started to come together. So you do understand, like, I really want to do all this live with you, but we do have to do some of the homework part, right? Like when you're doing all of the technique-y mixed media, and then we also have to build the layout, do the die cutting. So some of it you're going to have to wait for drying time and a few of the bits, but look at when it comes together. How beautiful is that? So now I'm going to do simple things. My title on here is going to be Notting Hill, because that's where we are. So I'm going to stamp Hill on there and print out Notting. So I have this stamp set from Scrapbook.com. It's called Bold Caps, and I'm going to stamp Hill, and then I'm going to use my letter stamps from Evergreen and Holly to put Notting to tie kind of that gold effect in, and just a couple little embellishments, and the layout's done. I love it. So let's stamp Notting. I have to find my ink pad and my stamp block. So just give me one sec. I'm I'm gonna pause for a minute and I'll come right back. Okay, I have my things. So one thing that never goes out of style is alpha stamps. You can use them for your card making, you can use them for your mini books, you can use them for so many things. I absolutely love them. So I'm gonna just put Hill on here. So I'm gonna spell from back to front, kind of wonky, okay? So Notting Hill is where this picture was taken. So we will customize this little tag. I am totally okay if it's not perfect. I think it adds to the charm. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. All right. And we'll put Hill. Love it, right? So that's gonna go kind of like that. Notting Hill. So let's spell the notting part. And then I have, like, look at, to tie the yellow in up here. We can put that there. Put that, yeah, I think I like that there. So I know that that's gonna go there somehow with a little word on it. And what was I doing? Knotting. Vicki, you're losing your mind. All the beautiful butterflies. Look at all of that magic that I could stitch those to a whole background. You know you're gonna see a part deux to this project, right? We'll do some second part. So I'm just gonna put these out. It's not done yet. I'm gonna put knotting, N-O-T-T-I-N-G, right? Knotting. And then we'll decide. I have to spell it. Do you ever do that when you're going to spell? Let me write off knotting, because I will not, when I'm spelling it backwards, I can't remember. So we'll just throw these on here. TT. I love this foil set that came with, even though it's with a Christmas collection, right? You might want to grab a couple of these because you can never have too many thickers for your title work, right? And these ones are really pretty. And just because they come out with the Halloween Christmas line, you still totally could use them with your any everyday scrapping, right? So that will give you an idea, because I want to make sure we can get this all done. I'm going to pop some of these up and I'm going to lay some flat. So I know G is going to be flat. I always add adhesive to my stickers. I never trust that it's perfectly sticky. I always assume that it's not, because then if I wait a year and I come back to look at my layout, all the stickers aren't in the bottom of the page protector. So I like to do these kind of wonky. So we're going to do that. We'll lay down the I. Love it. I love it. The gold pulls in kind of the earthiness of the book paper. Just put that guy down and pop up the front of it. And then I still could put some twine in there if I want to. Right? Put like that. And I'm going to put something to dress this up a little bit too. And look at, I just put my stamps on here. Okay, I think T is going to go flat. And then I definitely will pop up the O. For like that, knotting. Because I know I'm going to put something over the I. Do we want that T flat? Well, we'll just pop up part of it, right? I'll adhere the bottom of it. And put partial foam dot at the top. And then for sure that O is going to get one. Love it. So much awesome stuff I'm sure is going on while you are doing your classes here for SBC Fest. And just try all the things, friends. Don't put any limitations on your creativity, right? Who knows if maybe you came in here this, not necessarily this weekend, whenever you're doing this class, and you were like, I'm going to hang out and watch, but I don't think mixed media is my jam. So I don't know if I'm going to do any of this. And I hope you've changed your mind if that was you coming into this weekend or this class, because here's the whole thing. Mixed media can mean lots of different things to different people, right? Mixed media can mean lots of different things to different people. It can be a whole background and you're happy with the craziness, or you can contain the funk like I did here. We have some gold pieces. I'm going to put my little, this is off of Sweet Rush. And then look at Notting Hill. Love that. Tie that gold in. Put that on. I'm going to put some twine on here after. I'm going to put some embellishment up here. And then we can also, let's see, a little subtitle. I have all different things here, right? We could use, I have chipboard because I like different dimension. And you don't have to use exactly what I'm using, right? You can use whatever makes you happy. But this says Good Times on My Mind. I think I'll pop that on there. And the other thing we could do is we could totally find something to pop out of this side. Will that fit? That works for me. And I love that it's kind of orange, right? So it ties in where we blended some of the colors and kind of got an orange effect. So I will pop that up there. It just ties a little bit of the yellow in on that, right? So creating a little bit of a visual triangle. And then for sure, I'm going to find some twine, like, right? A little bit of twine that I can glue here. Do we want to peek anything out of the corner? I think that could be fun. Ooh, let's see. Let's see. Do we want a little butterfly peeking out? I don't think so. I don't think I want that. I think that for now, I'm kind of happy with just how this turned out, right? And then put a little bit of black twine. Let me grab that. And then we'll finish this baby up. Just a second. Okay. I have a piece of twine that I'm going to put in here. So I like to take it with the two open ends, and then I'll loop this through. And sometimes I have to play with it, decide how I want it to loop, from front to back or back to front. And then I can put that in here like that. And I could still tie a little bow because I think that will be interesting on the end. And then I'm gonna glue it too. Okay. Tie my bow. Oops, what am I doing here? There we go. And let's fiddle around with that to make it smaller and perfect, right? I like to tighten it, and then I can hold it and adjust it. So it stays the way I want it. I love that. And then what I like to do is you can take a glue pen. I have one here, right? And I can totally line this or lay it out like I want it to be, right? I think that it will finish right about there. And then how does this one? Like that. Oop, I can always trim more off, right? So then I'll just take my glue pen and trace out exactly the line I kind of want it to fit in. And then put that down. Oops, let that set up a little bit. Right? Can loop back in. Now the paper's torn there, so hope for the best, because the paper is a little bit more porous, right? And then a little curly Q on the bottom. And put my little bottom piece on. And I will put that up to the camera so I can show you, right? I'm gonna trim some of that off though, I think. It's a little long. Oh, I have to lift it. Okay, almost done, friends. And I'm gonna show you something else that I'm very excited about. So the glue dries clear. So it is definitely forgiving. I love these. Old school tool. Oops, when your finger sticks in the glue. Old school tool, but totally still much needed in your toolbox is the glue pen. And then just try not to get the glue on your hand, because then you can't get it to stop sticking. There we go. So look at that. Right, Notting Hill. And then the only thing I think that this needs is a little bit of embellishment now, right? I might still trim that, but I'm trying to walk away from it for right now. Love it. Okay, so then I have on the chipboard sheet, I could put the little gold dots, or you could put like enamel dots and hearts. I have hearts on the puffy stickers. These could be fun. Let's look at some little gold hearts. I feel like it needs something going on up here. So let's look. That may be, what do we have? Just talking you through it, right guys? What is Vicki doing here now? She's just trying to figure out, oh, maybe the stars. The stars might be fun, right? Just like a little business right up here. Just to finish it, just needs a little bit of 3 little stars. I can never have, are you with me? Never can have enough stars and hearts. Stars, hearts, dots. They're like my favorite thing. So like that, little business up there. And we can put a couple of little polka dots from the chipboard going up with, oop, that guy's not stuck down. He is not adhered, so he is now. I think I like that. Yep, that'll work. And then the little chipboard, or if you have enamel dots, totally could use those. And if you had tweezers or a little pokey tool would be perfect here. But I think just adding a little bit of something something up there, and this layout, could put a heart too. Look at, oh, maybe a heart there. Yeah, I love that. Just, I like to add a little bit of dimension and bling up my pages, right? When you're doing this. So that's why I always fill my spaces with the little, well, filler dots and hearts and the little pieces that we can use. Yep, I like that. Another dot in there. Perfect. I'm very happy. And now we've tied the gold in from the title, and we've finished this page up. All it really needs is some journaling. But that's it, friends. I love it. I hope you enjoyed that. So let me give you a close-up. So this, I think I'll do something else up there, but I'm not sure yet. But take a look. Look at, we created this from next to nothing, right? With the technique and the resist and using what, if you're like me, I've collected every single color of the pops of color, and doing a resist technique with all the distress inks, which I also have tons of. I love that. And let me show you a little bonus with all of those leftover butterflies. you can make a card. So with the card is when I did the background, remember, and you have your stencil that has all the medium on top. I misted it, I kissed it to my card base, so that's why it's the opposite, right? Where you have filled in with the pop of color, and here has the open space, a little bit of hickory smoke, my extra butterflies, a little title, and I have a quick and easy card. So you get a layout and a card out of this. So I love that. Maybe I'm gonna dot my I as well, but I'm gonna flip the camera and just say a proper goodbye. And hopefully if you have any questions at the end of this or while you're watching with me, I can answer them for you, but we have lots left over. So you know there's gonna be more to come from all of the bits that we made. I really see a whole background of butterflies that we sew on and create a really fun textural background or cover for an album. So I can't wait. So I'll see you in a second. That was so much fun. I loved doing that class with you guys. Did you enjoy that? Here's a close-up of the layout. So I added a few things as soon as I turned the camera off, but there are the butterflies. Look how pretty. And I never use purple, and I am totally digging that. And then look at, you can see, because it is a pearl finish, that you get all of that yumminess. Oh, I love that. That turned out better than I expected that it would, and I love when that happens. So I hope you get a chance to do all of the things. There is some drying time. There are extra steps with having to do the die cutting, but it's worth it. You really could do a whole bunch of these butterflies or whatever shape that you want to cut them from, stars or flowers or whatever you want to do. This could be like boy themed, girl themed, travel themed, whatever you want to do. The technique and the basic steps are there. And now just let your imagination take you wherever it's going to go. I hope you have a lot of fun with that. And as always, thank you, Scrapbook.com and all of my friends here at SBC Fest for letting me be a little part of your day. And I hope you get a little bit of time to create something special. So thanks again, friends. Oh, so much fun. Do all of the things. It is so good for the soul. We'll see you guys later.
Hello everyone, it's Mary Polanco here with you at this first annual Scrapbook.com Fest. I'm so excited about it. anything fest, invite me, I'm there, I'm ready. So I'm very excited to be spending this time with you. Today, I am going to be showing you multiple ways that you can use your maker's mat, your silicone mat, in your craft room space. If you've been hanging out with me for any length of time, you know I like to maximize all of my tools and I like to get the most use out of them. So I'm hoping that today, this video will help you do just that. We are going to be talking about all different kinds of ways that you can have fun with your mat. I'm going to walk you through a particular card that we're going to make together. And then I'm going to show you at the end some additional things that you can do that might take a little bit more time off screen on your time to sort of finish. So I'm really excited about it. I'm so glad you're joining us for this. This is going to be so much fun. I know I'm going to be right alongside you with all the other creators having a great time. So let's get into the video. All right, let's jump into all the things that you could do with this maker's mat. This is so exciting. I'm going to actually make a focal point of the word hello and then use it also as a mirror image for the card project that we're going to do some watercoloring. And it's really simple watercoloring. So let's just get started here. We're going to take off our hello stamp. Now, if this is the one you're using, that's great. I do recommend a solid image that you can use for this. Now, I'm going to actually do the reverse piece of it first. And the reason for that is because it'll help me with my placement on the actual card. If I do the solid image first, then what that could potentially do is I could run the risk of not aligning the mirror image appropriately or properly, right? So we're going to do this piece first. Now I'm just trying to find a suitable, this will work. We'll just use this big one right here. Okay, so I am going to, this is my maker's mat here. I'm going to pick this up right here and I am going to use some watercolor safe ink. So today I'll be using the VersaFine Claire Nocturne ink and I'm going to want to get this inked up really, really well. The reason for that is we have a solid font here and we just want to make sure we have really good coverage. If it's your first time using this stamp, you want to condition it a little bit using maybe a little bit of an eraser or something like that. Now I'm going to just stamp this right on my maker's mat. Now you want to be as careful as possible not to swish it around, but you want to press as hard as you can to get really good coverage. I'm going to lift it up and now I have my stamped image. So I'm then going to pull out my watercolor cardstock here and I am just going to place it right down on, actually you're going to want to go on the top. So I'm going to place it sort of down this way so it's straight and then I'm just going to lay it down into my hello. All right, you'll see when I flip this over why it was important to kind of lay it down flat and pick it up. That's a great thing about the silicone mat is it's helping me transfer this image right onto my cardstock. And here we have the mirror image. Now again, you'll see why I wanted to do that first, because now when I pull out my Stampin' Platform, I can put this down in my platform and I can lay down exactly where I want to line up my hello die. Now we need to clean that because I don't want to run the risk of having any issues while I'm placing this down. I don't want any, runningness of this, okay? So it cleans off really easily, whatever you have to do that. You don't want any water left over. So I'm just going to then peel off my stamp and now I can lay it exactly over what I intend to make the solid image, you see? So now I'm just going to place that right down in there and I'm going to take my ink again and I'm going to stamp that and we're going to get, now this one I could stamp as many times as I want to get a really solid image, okay? So you can do that. Now there's a couple things you can do here since we'll be watercoloring. You can heat emboss this if you want with some clear heat embossing and that will make it so that it doesn't run at all. You can heat set it. You can let it just dry a while if you'd like. So either way, but again, you can do that until you're happy with the solid stamp that you're going to get. Okay, so now we have this. Now I'm going to pull out one that has been sitting here for actually a couple days. So I'm just going to pull that in, but it's the same image and you can see how it's mirrored here. Now how do we clean up this maker's mat? Very simply, I am going to just take an alcohol pad here and I'm going to clean that right up. And you'll see it gets messy. That's okay. We'll just pull in our towel right here. Okay, so that's it. So we have a nice clean maker's mat. Now I'm going to continue on using my silicone mat here to do some watercoloring. Okay, so what I'm going to do here next is I'm going to use my wells to put some of this watercolor ink in. So I have, these are from Jane Davenport, and so I'm just going to kind of squeeze out just a couple bits of the color here. And that's what I love about the wells, is you can really just kind of use them to hold the water, keep it compartmentalized, and not have to worry about it going all over your mat, right? So that's what I'm going to do over here, and I'm just going to add some of those colors because I'm trying to make a sunset, and so I want to give that a go. All right, so let's pull in our cardstock here. So the first thing I want to do is I want to sort of sop the paint on there, if you will. Okay, and I have to remind you, I'm not a professional watercolorist. I am a professional give it a tryer. give it a tryist. That's me. So I'm just gonna have some fun with it, right? So we're making a sunset or a sunrise, and with that, some of those primary colors in there are just gonna be, adding to, they're gonna be concentrated where the sun would be, right? And then it's going to move out into this beautiful sort of sunset, if you will. Okay. So we're just going to keep it kind of moving that way. And I'm going to mirror that right on the bottom of this cardstock. Okay. I know I need a little bit more of a sort of like a orangey type of color. I have the purple in there, I have the blue, but I'm noticing I need a little bit more of that sort of red between the purple. So I'm going to go back in. Okay, and like I said, we are just really having just a good time with it, right? And we can even, because this might be sort of like where the water meets, we can kind of bring that a little bit more out here, right? And then sometimes you want to just bring in the water and just kind of mix it up. All right. Let's go with this kind of pinky color here. This might give us a little bit more of that red. I think what's super fun about these, this mat is you can use the tool itself to help you get what you want on here. Oh yeah, that's really pretty. Look at that. Ooh, that's bright. And we're just going to go back and forth and mix. Oh, that's so pretty. Now keep in mind, this is just an example of what I'm doing with the mirror imaging, right? But you can make spinner cards with this technique. Spinner cards where you have, let's say you have, a turtle and he's facing a certain way. You can take that turtle and stamp them out on this silicone mat, and then you can get the mirror image, put them together, back to back, and then use it in your card, and you'll have an identical mirror image. And really, that is a super, super fun technique. We're going to go with more blue down here. Okay. And I do want to make this a little bit more defined with the line for the water. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this blue and sort of make it more defined. Yeah. All right, so I think we pretty much have what we're looking for here, sort of this mirror. Okay, so I think it's whimsical, I think it's fun, and that's really what the ultimate goal is of this. So we are going to help this along a little bit with a little bit of a heat tool, and I'm going to use the Ranger Heat It craft tool here. And this is like a really low heat, so it's going to be able to heat this up without warping it as much. And even if you get a little bit of warping, no big deal. We'll just work with it. The details in this card, that's really where the fun is going to come out, because we're going to be able to do some really fun detailing to bring this card sort of alive. And it's all, you know, it's not stuff that you have to have on hand or on your stash. It's you freehanding. So we're going to do a little bit of freehanding for our card here. Okay, so we're just going to get this sort of heated up. You can flip it over. Before we move on to finishing up this particular card, I am going to take advantage of the paint that I have on my maker's mat, because if you've been hanging out with me for any period of time, you know I don't like to waste ink. And so I think it's just going to be really fun to kind of use this mat to pull in some of that color. Okay, so I'm actually just going to try to clean up the centerpiece here, but I'm going to pull in some of these colors in a mixable order. So I have another water piece of cardstock, and I'm going to, let's say this pink was good. I'm going to put that in. I'm going to pull in this orange, this yellow, right? And now the blue is going to be fun, nice and bright blue. I'm going to pull that, and this is all on my silicone mat, and you can see it kind of beading up, and we're going to pull in that purple. Okay, and then I'm going to just spritz my cardstock a little bit friendly, and I'm going to lay that right down, and we're going to try to get sort of, well, we're going to see what we get, right? And smushing is another thing you can do with your cardstock. And so here you can see this really, really pretty background, very soft, very subtle. You're not getting any brown mixing because I laid them out in rainbow order. And so again, another technique you can use with your silicone mats is you can do some ink smushing. And so if we were to take sort of more of a deliberate effect here, so let's say we took some of this blue and we just kind of splattered it a bit about, right? And we'll take some of the purple. I'm trying to just use what I have, but you could definitely add some more if you wanted. And then I take my cardstock and I just kind of pat it down, right? We're just going to pat it down. And now we're going to get some of those splatter looks. Now this isn't fully dried. If this was fully dried, I might get a little bit of a different look, but they're kind of spreading out here a little, and that's okay. But just to show you the techniques you can use for your silicone mat. So far we've done some mirror stamping. We've used our wells to keep our stuff nice and neat. We've also used the mat itself to create sort of that smushing and the splatter look. Okay, so there's just already 3 things that we've done to touch the surface on with our silicone mat. So I'm just going to do some quick cleanup here. Okay, so then the next thing that we are going to have a look at here is going to be, we're going to draw actually on. Now, if this scares you, you're frightened with this upcoming attempt, you are not alone, my friends, because it is not very easy to just when you don't consider yourself an artist of any type, it's not easy to freehand. But what we're going to do is we're just going to take a piece of paper and we're going to just practice, okay? And we're not going to overthink it. I think that's one of the biggest mistakes we make, is we just overthink things. All I'm going to do is kind of be bringing some of these things out of the water like you would see sort of from, like, you know, on the water. You know what I'm talking about. So I'm just going to do that. I've watched Bob Ross and he does like the happy little trees, and like I'm really tempted to give that a go right now. And I feel like I'm in a safe space, so I might just do it if I have the right brush. Let me see. Do I have the right brush? I wonder if I can do it with ink. See, this is why we practice. I think I'm going to leave that in there. It didn't work out so well, but it was a really good attempt. Sometimes you just have to give it a go, right? You just got to try. But I am going to do some of these little marks here on this. Now I have a very thin marker here, so I'm going to pull out another size marker, and I'm going to show you this one right here is one of my favorite journaling pens from Scrapbook.com. It's just writes like a dream, and I love that it doesn't seep through the paper. This one's a little thicker. Oh no, that's my silver one. Hang on. These two are silver and gold from Scrapbook.com. Also really great pens, but they're slightly thicker and obviously not the color I'm looking for. So I'm going to use this really thin one here, and I feel like it'll be a little bit more forgiving for what I'm trying to do here. By all means, you can pull out your stamps, right? You can pull out your stamps and you can do something with them. I think it's going to be kind of fun to add something in the middle here, so it looks a little like, right? And so we're just making a sign. We're making a nighttime scene. And then the other thing I want to recommend is to clean it up a little bit. You just have to clean up the edges, right? So I'm going to make, this is an A2 size card, but I'm going to make it 4 by 5 1/4. So on each of the sides, I'm just going to trim off about 1/8 of an inch, bringing me to 4/4 by 5 1/4. Okay, so I'm just going to trim that down very simply, and it's going to clean up the edges so much. It's going to look totally different, and just look so much cleaner from when we started. Okay, so there we go, and now we can see our card is coming together. And we know what it is, right? When you take a look at it, you know this is a image of, you know, the water. And there's a couple things that you can do to really kind of liven this and bring it to more of life. For one, we can add some glaze, and that's going to make this look like the water theme, right? We can do that for sure. But I really am tempted to kind of leave this the way it is. I think it's really just kind of says what it needs to, and it's pretty and it's handmade. But since we're here, let's just give it a go. I'm going to take out this pops of color, and this one is in the clear, And I am just going to sort of make like water across the scene here. And I'm going to actually draw. The great thing about these pops of color, if you've ever heard me rave about them, it's they are really, the consistency is really great. So I pushed a little too hard on that, so I'm going to pull that up a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to get my consistency ready, and I'm just going to sort of drag it across. And I'm going to define this line just a little bit, okay? And then I'm going to just haphazardly, like you would see in the water, just sort of drag it along the bottom. And this is something, you know, you got to think outside the box when it comes to your pops of color, because they can be used for so many things. I've used these for rain, kind of like rain coming down off the card. I have drawn on my, and this is another thing I want to talk about, the maker's mat. I have drawn balloons using dyes and just traced them out and painted essentially balloons on here. And I have a finished card. Let me show you that one. So this is yet another thing we can do with the maker's mat. These are actually pops of color in full balloon shapes that I let dry and cure on my silicone mat. And before they dried, I added some dots here, and then I just peeled them up. These are also all dots that I had added. I made them first on my maker's mat, and then I added them to my thing so you can see the perfect circles. I knew exactly where I wanted to put them. I also colored in the word fiesta for with my pops of color. And so there's so many things. I know this video is primarily talking about the magic mat, but there's so many things that you can do with your pops of color too. So you want to make sure to think outside the box with those, because they're just amazing. But yeah, so magic mat, I'm going to leave this card right here as is. I don't think I want to add anything. The only way I would finish off this card is to use some double-sided adhesive on the back. And of course, I'm going to wait for my pops of color to dry. Double-sided adhesive on the back and place this onto my card base, and that's going to flatten it out and get rid of all that warping.
And so I wanted to make sure that I shared with you some of the close-ups of this finished card so that you can really get a look at the details. Always want to encourage to take a look at some of those details that you can add to your card to give it a little bit more realistic look. Also, it's just more fun, although I do have a problem knowing when to stop with the details. I don't know if I'm alone in that, but there's some close-ups.
Well, thank you so much for hanging out with me throughout this tutorial, this class. I really hope that you got something out of it. If nothing else, a little nugget to walk away from and to look at your craft space and your craft tools a little bit differently. So thank you again for joining, and I will see you along with everyone else throughout this Craft Fest.
Those were two incredible classes from Vicki and Mary. I love them so much. I have my notes here because I had to write down so many things that I do not want to forget. What did you think, Cody?
Well, let's talk about Vicki's class first.
Okay.
I love how Vicki made her own embellishments using the butterfly dies.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I know that's like, maybe to everyone else, normal, but to me, it was like out of the box how she used the pops of color and then cut them out and then had them like have an ombre effect. I thought that was great, and that she used pops of color as more than just enamel dots.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what I loved was how Vicki said that mixed media can mean so many things to different people. You can contain it, or you can bring the funk like she did, which I loved her saying that, Vicki. That was awesome. I love that she was very much open about that, you know, you can make mixed media mean whatever it means to you, because I know a lot of people are nervous about diving into that. So I love that Vicki was a great teacher in that aspect. And then I love that she used her glue pen to keep her twine down and in the shape that she wanted. I'm going to try that, Vicki. That was awesome. And that she was able to create that beautiful layout and that card with very few products.
Oh, yeah.
I loved that tip, because sometimes you can create and think that you need a ton of products when really you just need a few, like Vicki showed us, and create something amazing.
Yeah, and I love seeing people stretch their supplies.
Absolutely.
So
yeah,
that was awesome.
There's a lot of that. Again, a theme during SBC Fest is showing how to use what you have and then supplementing with things that you need and want, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then we had Mary. Let's talk about Mary Polanco.
Yes. Okay. Her idea blew me away by using the silicone mat to get a reflection stamp. Like,
yes.
That was so cool.
I know the way she mirrored it and got the reflection. I know. I love that. It blew my mind. It was so cool. I agree. And then the smooshing.
Yes.
I love that word. Can we just say more smooshing? Smoosh, smoosh, smoosh. And I loved that she was showing how to smoosh it and how she used it and just created that beautiful card just from what she had as well, which was amazing.
Yeah, I loved it. They're just so talented. So
really
again,
are.
if you're not following them already or subscribing to their YouTube channels, please go check them out.
Now, we have some people here in the room that have worked with Vicki. Donald, tell us what it was like working with Vicki, because she's come into our studio and filmed before, and we all absolutely love Vicki.
Yes.
She's a hoot. And so, Donald, what have you had with the experience with Vicki?
Well, here, let me
come over
join
here.
you guys.
Come.
Here, let me take my headphones off.
He's coming.
Yes.
Yay. Hello, Donald.
I feel like
Team SBC Fest. Here,
feel like
Knuckles.
going down.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, I gotta stand close to Cody because I'm
his
not mic'd right now.
And because we're really close
Here,
friends.
we'll stand by-
We're like brothers.
We'll just stand like this as you talk.
So Vicki Boutin is awesome, you guys.
She is.
And
Right.
she always cracks me up. She says the most funniest things. Sometimes she makes me blush. you know the story I'm talking about, Vicki.
I better stop now.
Yeah.
Stop.
But I'm
That's awesome.
I'm challenging you, Vicki, to come to the studio again to film another class. So
You all heard it here. Donald is challenging Vicki. Vicki, we want you. Come on back. All right, awesome. Thank you, Donald. Mackenzie, what did you get out of the last two classes? What did you think?
I thought they were really amazing. I'm brand new to mixed media, and so watching Vicki's class, I just want
come say hi. Mackenzie made this beautiful background with some other colleagues at Scrapbook.com, so it looks amazing. Yes, tell us.
teamwork makes the dream work.
Yay! Oh, you have a mic. She's got a
Yes.
mic.
I do have a mic.
She's mic'd up. All right, we don't have to stand too close, although we want to.
No worries.
Okay.
As I was saying, sorry, I am brand new to mixed media, so just seeing Vicki just showing all the different layering textures that you can get from even just a few products is absolutely amazing, and that just goes to show me that I can do so much more with what I already have. And so it just gave me a few more ideas of what I want to do, and even potentially like put in a journal or on a card and go mail it out to someone.
Yes.
So
Give
Volunteer.
to volunteer.
Yes.
Give to Cards for Kindness.
Oh, yes.
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 I love it. So you'll have to practice.
I will have to practice.
All right. Thank you. See, we have from beginning to advanced, all paper crafters and card makers are going to get so much out of this event. That's what I love about it. And I loved the challenge, and I loved both of you. Thank you for coming up here and sharing with us. That was awesome and fun. All right. So what is next, Cody? That was a lot, and we still have more.
Yes. Next, we have Andrea Lake. She will be teaching a class, and then following Andrea will be Jamie Pate.
Yes, and there's going to be a giveaway somewhere in there, so you're going to want to make sure you're watching. You'll see that banner giveaway, so make sure you're commenting, and let's do a $100 SBC gift card.
Oh, yeah.
So
let's do
be
it.
sure to comment. You're going to win $100 gift card from Scrapbook.com.
I'm sure they're wondering, what should they comment? But again?
Anything. Just make sure you're
As long as it's positive.
just make sure you're staying positive and that you're letting the instructor know, you're letting us know some things that you're loving about this and your favorite parts and some things that you're really taking away from it. We would love to hear that. So that would be great.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right. We ready?
Let's go.
Here we go.
Buckle up.
Yeah, come on, Cody. Put your seatbelt on. Here we go.
Hey.
Hi friends, I'm Andrea Lake and I'm super excited and happy and honored and grateful to be here to be part of the SBC Fest, the very first one, and to share with you my passion for paper crafts in general, but mini albums more than anything. So I hope by now you have been winning all the prizes, making all the projects, and having so much fun. And I would invite you to join me. We're gonna be making these mini album over here. I'm gonna be sharing. I also made a sample. So once my video starts, I'm gonna walk you through step by step everything related to the mini album, tools that we're gonna use, products we're gonna be working with, and I'm gonna be showing you the sample that I made, just so at least you have an idea of how our mini album is gonna end up looking like. So again, I hope you join me. At this moment, just remember, at this moment, I should be able to chat live, to be chatting with you live. So if you have any questions, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be reading all your comments, answering all your questions. So excited, so excited to be part of this. So without further ado, let's go ahead and watch the video. Okay, let's get started. My original idea was to talk to you as I was making the process. I was actually doing it until, you know, life happened and things happened in an open space. So let me just walk you through what I'm doing. This is the mini album. This is the sample that I made. I wanted to have something for myself to refer to as I am teaching you. It made sure that the measurements were right, make sure that what I was envisioning was actually going to work. So we're gonna be making an accordion mini album. You can see it is very simple on the inside, and you will be surprised of how simple it is to put it together. So if you are one of those that for whatever reason are intimidated with mini albums, please stay with me, watch the entire thing, and see how easy it is to put it together. So we're gonna be using different dies and our cardstock and pattern papers from coordinating sets. So that was the fall one made with the Harvest set, and now we're gonna go work with the Christmas smooth cardstock for our base and the pattern papers. We're gonna use double-sided tape. I am a big fan of double-sided tape and foam adhesive, squares, dots, whatever. I always have my liquid glue by my side. I do not use it too often, but I always have it. So, and you'll see me using it a little bit today. Again, not my favorite, but it always comes handy. These are the two sets of dies that we're gonna be using today. So we have the envelopes and the rectangles. The rectangles are gonna be for the background of each one of the pages of our mini album, and then the envelopes are gonna help us create a more dynamic and interactive mini album. I'm gonna be working with two Simple Stories collections. I'm mixing and matching products here with my pattern papers, but I'm only using those products. I'm only using embellishments. The base, the background, and everything is gonna be made with my Scrapbook.com cardstock and pattern paper. So those are the 10 patterns that I'm gonna be using for my backgrounds on each one of the page. These pads come with 5 pages of the same pattern, and it has 8 different patterns. So it is really, really amazing, and it works perfect for mini albums and cards and all those kind of things. And I know I said this on a previous video while I was working with these pads. They're perfect for repeating projects because you get a lot of the same papers. Now you're going to see me, I selected this paper first, this cardstock first for my base. It was my favorite color from that pad, but I made a mistake. I debated if I should have deleted that part or not. I left it. You'll see me cutting just one of two of the papers, and then I'm going to show you what happened. Now this is what I need. I'm going to cut pieces that are 5 inches wide and 5.5 inches tall. And then I'm going to score at 1/2 inch and then 1/4 inch, which means 3/4 inch from the right edge. Wanted to show you this. Now here I start cutting my paper, and I think it's because I was trying to walk you through the process, trying to watch the camera, and then here I realized the first to last piece was way too short. And again, here I'm just moving my hands, just letting you know I was throwing a fit. I didn't know what to do. But again, life happens and the show must continue. And here is, because this is my favorite cardstock color from that set, I'm gonna just set it aside and keep it, and I'm gonna use it for another project. So nothing happened. I'm continuing, I'm working again on my mini album, but I think it was funny. I always, whenever I am teaching in person, I always go back to mistakes happened, and sometimes they hurt because we ruined our pattern paper that we like, or the cardstock that we like, the product that we like. But these also gives us opportunities. This is just an opportunity to come up with fresh ideas, new ideas, solve the problem. This is scrapbooking to me, and paper crafts in general. Once we sit down to create something out of nothing, it's just a game. And we know that we're here to solve problems. Putting a mini album together is solving a problem. Now, fixing this now is solving a problem. So let's go back to the mini album. We're gonna start scoring. So we're gonna score at 1/2 inch first, and then you see 1/4 inch, but it's a total of 3/4 inch. Okay, and we're gonna do that with 4 of our pieces, and then the last one, I think I did it with 5. But the 5th piece we're just gonna cut it. And we're not gonna need that extra 3/4 inch. There we go. We're just scoring. Yeah, by the time I was doing this, I was already feeling better. It took a hot minute for me to, realize that exactly what I had in mind was not going to happen. But again, that's what we do. We're here to enjoy, and that's another thing that I always go back to. It is about having fun. We do this because we enjoy it, we have fun. So just, fixing a problem should not be that big of a deal. I think I did set that other piece aside, and that's going to be the one that I'm going to cut. Just had a different paper trimmer handy. Okay. Now I need this piece because this is what's gonna create what's gonna be the back of my mini album. If I leave it as with the flap, that just means that the mini album is going to continue and continue and continue. So I need that flat piece to be the back of it. And when I'm making these kind of mini albums, you see that I could have made just one. I could have scored just once instead of getting that extra 1/4 inch. But I did it because I know my style. I know that I like to add a lot of dimension and a lot of embellishments. We're going to go on the simple side on this project in particular, but that's how I am. So I wanted to give myself that extra space to add as much dimension as I want. So now you see I'm adding double-sided tape on the flap, on the 1/2 inch flap, and I am attaching the flat side or the big side of the next piece to that one, trying to keep the accordion shape, trying to make sure that the flaps go in opposite directions to get that accordion shape. If you feel more comfortable with using rolling tape or using liquid adhesive on the flaps, please feel free to use that. I am just a double-sided tape kind of person. That is our 4th piece, and now I'm going to do the same. Add double-sided tape on that flap and then add my last piece, which is just that flat rectangle. Yeah, that rectangle. Okay. Now what I'm letting you know there is that I want these to be the back of my mini album, just because you can see that there are 2 pieces glued or adhered together. Now if I do it on the other side, you're just going to see that the page is folded, and just personal preference. Now I think I'm reaching for the ribbon. Ribbon goes under the pattern paper, and it's going to be adhered only on the top of the album, and it's gonna wrap the rest of it, but you're not going to adhere it anywhere else. That way our accordion can open and close without us having to worry about the ribbon. Okay. Just making sure that that's about right. Now I set both album bases and both albums to the side, and we're gonna start working with our dies, getting those rectangles. Now the base of each one of the pages of the mini album are 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. Now the second die from the outside, from this rectangle set, these rectangles are 4 inches wide by 5 1/4 inches tall, which means we're gonna have 1/4 of an inch on each one of the 4 sides of our mini album. You can easily you can easily do this with a paper trimmer. You just measure and go ahead and cut it. I just wanted to show you how to do it if you're working with the dies. I love working with dies. Somehow I feel that I don't have to think. The only thing that I have to think right now is to make sure that if the pattern paper has a pattern that needs to go on a specific direction, I need to pay attention to that. But other than that, I don't need to think. I know that I am not gonna make the same mistake that I made with the cardstock while cutting it. So again, it's just a matter of preference. I just wanted to show you. I had the dies, I wanted to work with the dies, so I'm sharing how to make it with the dies. Go back and forth. I have 10 of this, and there were a couple of them that they did not cut all the way through. These pattern papers are very, very thick, so it could happen that your die doesn't go all the way through. But I was not worried about it, mainly because I know it is a very simple shape. So if I need to if I need to cut it with my scissors, I can easily go ahead and do that. So I hope by now, while I finish cutting this last 3 pieces of pattern paper, I want to take a moment just to make sure, please, if you have any questions, let me know. As I said, I am able to chat live. I am here. So anything, please just let me know. So we are almost done. We have only one more piece, and this is the one that I want for my cover. Okay, I have all my 10 pieces, and now I'm deciding where I did choose where I wanted each one of them to go. And now I'm using my roller tape to adhere my pieces. Here is my cover. And if you paid attention to the fall mini album, the first one, the sample, that one has machine stitching details. So one thing that I would do and I would add compared to what we're doing here right now is that before I adhere all of these pieces, all of these 10 backgrounds for each one of the pages, I would take the time to add machine stitching details. It's something I love doing. I don't feel that a project is my project 100% if it doesn't have some kind of stitching. Hand stitching, but most of the time is machine stitching. I like the texture, I like the contrast that it adds, the dimension that ends up adding, and the overall looking of the projects. The moment I started adding machine stitching to my projects, I fell in love, and I have not been able to stop. So if you are thinking of doing that, I would say stop for now. Just take a look at just watch the rest of the video, but then just go back, add the stitching, and then adhere your pieces. Okay, I think we're done. Whoops, wrong direction. There you go. I needed to make sure after doing that the falala pattern paper was actually facing, the right direction. And it was. So every single pattern paper is looking good. Now I need to choose which pattern papers I wanted to use for my pockets. So I'm going to use the second die from the outside. So these pockets end up being a little bit smaller than the base, than my background. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave a tiny bit of a margin on the left side, the right side, and the bottom. So this envelope will go on top of the same pattern paper, so you won't see that much of a contrast, but the other one you will notice a little bit. So up to you if you want to cut your papers then manually to make sure that they match the edges of your envelope. That works. Or you can do the exact same thing that I am going to be doing here. Again, adding double-sided tape to the 3 flaps. You can see how I'm measuring, and I'm making sure that it looks good if I leave a margin on 3 sides. Okay, there's one, and here comes the other one. Same thing. And you can see how this one you cannot even really tell that there's a gap. Okay, so here we go. The base of our album is completely ready. So now so on the video, I think I underestimated really how long it really takes. Even if you know what you want to add, if you have your pictures already printed, it takes a little bit longer than 20-25 minutes to completely finish an album. So I'm going to show you how I decorated my cover, how I went ahead and decorated a couple of pages with as I said, I am working with 2 different Simple Stories collections. These are from last year, both of them. And after that, I'm going to walk you through the finished project so you see how everything ended up looking. So my photos are almost 3 4 inches with a white border, and one of them is, I believe, almost 3 inches by almost 3 inches. It's a square photo, and that's one of the ones that I'm going to use, so you'll see that. So for this cover, I'm going with some die cuts. I would like to say that at least 90% of the time, as long as I am able to find a foam sticker that fits and that somehow matches my background on my cover, or the general or the entire album, I will go with a foam sticker for a title. The foam stickers are one of my favorite products that come with every collection, and yep, you will see me checking the foam stickers first, and then if that fails, I'll go with a chipboard, or I try to put together from either alpha stickers, or I will try to use die cuts or things like that. But this was absolutely perfect. That Merry 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 foam sticker was just what I needed. So now I'm gonna go with a couple of photos. 1 3x4 vertical photo on the left side, and then a square photo on top of my envelope. And then I'll use the envelope to keep some tags, keep some journaling spots, and all of those things. So these pictures were taken last Christmas, and I did make 1 or 2 layouts with them, but I'm not sure that I actually included this or that I made a mini album of these photos. So we did have a wonderful time. This was Christmas Eve, I believe. So we kind of dressed up. We just stay home, the 5 of us. That's the 2 kids and including our dog. And we just had fun. We decided to, take some pictures. We had delicious dinner, and we had a good time. And now I'm going to go ahead, and it's going to be a very simple mini album. As I said, I'm going to show you how I decorated this page. I went again for a foam sticker, and you see I am not even concerned about adding a foam sticker and then also having an envelope on the other side and decorating the other side or the page right next to it, because I have that 1/4 inch gap in between each one of the pages, so there is enough room for me to play with dimension. Let me see if there's anything else that I can add. I'm gonna go and add a few tags, as I said, and journaling spots. And here we go. So this is the finished mini album. I ended up adding a few more embellishments to my cover, and I love the fact that I now have a fall one and a Christmas mini album. So super cute. And see, it took 20 something minutes to put together with the basics. And I think when it gets to the point, like, I could be rushing the making part. I could be rushing, once I know what I want, it's just a matter of putting pieces together, adhering pieces together. But when it comes to decorating, when it comes to tell our story, to share that, I think it's fair to take a little bit longer and to just enjoy, check every single one of the embellishments that we have and just have fun. So I hope this was useful. I hope you had fun making it. I would love to see what you make. I'd love to see the end result of your mini album. So please make sure that you tag me, that you show me what you make, and I will definitely be checking every single one of the projects that you're making from these SBC Fest. I hope again that you had fun today. This was Andrea Lake for you, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
everyone, Jamie Pate here, and welcome to SBC Fest 2022. So excited. I feel completely honored to be here with you this weekend, making and crafting and storytelling and just all the things. And thank you so much for choosing this class. And have I got some ideas for you? To start, I want to share with you all what I want to make with you today. I've chosen to work in a 6x8 photo album. We're going to be using pocket page protectors inside the pocket and outside the pocket, plus a couple of interactive ideas that I know you are going to be able to use over and over again. Anyway, that's my hope. So the idea today is I want to share with you 4 layouts. 2 of them are single page, 2 of them are double page layouts, using pocket page protectors in different formats and with some different ideas on them. And within these pages, I hope to help create with you some ideas, some sketches, if you will, that you can just repeat throughout the album. It's one way I love to work in a mini album. And of course, a 6x album or any size album is a perfect idea for this. We'll be creating a formula of sorts that can then just do the formula and then repeat throughout this album or any album of your choosing. So before we get started here, I want to say something about 6x8 albums. They are such a safe way to contain larger stories. Now, whether that is a December album that is full of a month of happenings, or whether it's a series of staycation ideas that are all kept within one album to share a story of one season, or whether you want to document your child's school year or maybe even a baby's first year, there's just so many ways you can use an album to store stories. And so I hope you're inspired and you take that away this weekend. Okay, with that, I have a lot of ideas I want to share with you, so let's get this thing started.
Before we get started, I just want to share with you a little thing I did. This is a super free tip, won't charge you at all. Okay, I'm kidding. Anyway, no, I'm not going to charge you. But this is a 6x8 open pocket page. I have slipped inside of it a piece of vellum, and then I die cut home out of the festive alpha dies. And it is now basically like a chapter header to the next story, which we're going to start telling right now. To start this next page, I'm going to use yet another 6x8 open pocket. And I have already sized a piece of paper. It is the height of the pocket. It's a tiny smidgen skinnier than the pocket. And it's basically because that's a piece that I had. I wanted to make it work, and I'm going to be okay with a little bit of the other pages that are going to be behind it kind of peeking through. Next, I want to make an interactive piece by crafting a little mini book that's going to be the focus of this page and is going to hold some photos right in the center of our first page. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take my first photo, go ahead and add adhesive to it. These photos are about 3x4, a little bit taller, a little bit wider because I have a border around them. So I want to line them up because I don't want any of this darker pattern to show through. What I'm looking to show is this pattern on this side. So that's why I'm using this paper here. This darker pattern is not going to show once we get this little mini booklet made. And, let's not be afraid to just trim off the extra papers if we need to. Now I'm going to trim this all the way across on the bottom to the height of this photo. So we're going to do that right now. Then what I'm going to do, because I really want to make sure I can't see any of that pattern behind, I'm going to fold this so that the fold is slightly under this photo, right? I don't want it to show this way. So I just need to kind of massage it a little bit until it's just exactly where I want it to be. And check that again. Pretty happy with that. And at this point, I'm going to cut it off right here to make the first page of our little booklet. And it already looks like I need to trim a little bit here on the bottom edge. And so let's do that right now because we're going to make then a second one of these pockets. So see how that opens up? And you have space for journaling. You have space for your next photo, basically at this point. Okay, we're gonna make another booklet, and I already have a piece of paper here that should be basically the same height and about the same width. I'm just gonna go ahead and fold it in half. Now, if you need to adhere your photo to it first and then trim around, that's fine also. I know that I want the outside of what seems like to be the wrong side to be this darker pattern because we're going to adhere these two pieces together here. So let's do that now. Add adhesive to what is going to adhere to your other book. Line up your edges, line up your folds really well is what you're going to do. Sometimes it helps to kind of start in a corner and then line it up on the way down. Remember, we can trim away whatever is excess at the end. And you're going to see I need to do that. So I'm going to just go ahead and trim that. And if my photo is a little big, I can just trim that as well. So now I have this booklet, right? Booklet, booklet. And then this photo is now going to sit on that page. So add adhesive to the back of your photo. Tuck that in, making sure your book can fold nicely still on its score. Trim up whatever part needs to be trimmed up. And then I'm going to show you how we're going to attach this to the outside of the pocket. This is one of those times where we're going to play outside of the pocket. Now for the belly band. Belly band, you say? Yes. Now that I know the exact size of the book, I'm going to make a belly band as a way to add the mini booklet to the pocket page. And that way it'll be interactive. The viewer can pull the album out and look at the photos and read the journaling. It's just a way to be creative on the page, make way for additional photos, and also creates this interactiveness that we all know and love. So I've made this about 1 inch wide, and I think I'm actually going to come in here and make it not quite 1 inch wide. So we're just going to go and trim that up. This is a personal preference here. Now, it's important that you've made your mini album first, because you can add as many pages to this mini booklet as you would like. But then in order to know how big to make the belly band, you need to have the mini booklet made first, and then you can gently wrap the band around the mini booklet, not with a real tight crease. You're going to want some room because you're going to want to be able to move this booklet up and down. So now that I have this mostly in place, I'm going to grab this 3/4 double-sided adhesive. It's just a little bit of a stronger adhesive, and I'm going to kind of want that to make sure my paper stays together and does not come apart. And so when I do add that adhesive in, I'm just going real gentle on that. I'm, again, not super tight because I need some wiggle room. So you can see I have some wiggle room there, and that band, the band won't be moving, but my little booklet will be moving. And again, grabbing this 3/4 inch adhesive, I actually might need a little bit more than that. I kind of chipped myself a little bit there. I want to adhere the band to the top of our pocket, and that way it's the band that's adhered and not the booklet, and this can come in and out. Now for some embellishing. We are going to need a couple of things for an embellishment cluster that we are now going to make. I first have grabbed a piece of pattern paper. This is a bit of a ledger pattern, and I've cut out a 2-inch circle out of that pattern paper. Next, I've grabbed one of the butterfly dies from Butterflies 2, and then I have a tiny little butterfly and a medium-sized butterfly from Butterflies 2. I'm sorry, this is from Butterflies 1. And I'm gonna grab my die cutting machine here. And I have some scrap paper. So we're just gonna line these up and go ahead and cut them out. You can use solid paper for this. I'm using some pattern paper because I want to play with some of the color a little bit. And I'm going to take these through here on my machine about 2 times. It's kind of a fun idea if you want to pre-cut all your elements at the very beginning. I wanted to take you through exactly which ones I was going to be cutting though. So here we have tiny butterfly, we have medium butterfly, and we have larger butterfly that might need to go through one more time. It's just a little bit more of an intricate cut. So we're going to take that through one more time. Now it has a bunch of cutout parts to it, but I think I might want to keep them in their little spaces. So let's see what we have here. That's a much better cut. Okay, see how it has all those parts filled in? I think I'm just going to keep them in place just because I like it. Let's clear the deck. Actually, no, I'm going to need this again. I want to add some leaf embellishments with this as well. So I'm grabbing the sprigs. I like this one for making my leaves, and I need to grab another piece of pattern paper. I think this one will do. And I'm going to make a couple of these, and I'm going to need to, this is kind of an intricate die as well. I'm going to need to run this through the die cutting machine just a couple of times. But again, this is one of those die cutting situations where you never have enough leaves. This is a situation too where, again, a solid paper would work perfectly here for you. And I'm not even going to be using these leaves in their whole. I'm going to actually be cutting them apart a little bit, but I think I want another set of them as well. So I'm going to do that. Get a couple more going here. And you're going to see how this layers, and it's a really fun thing to do. Okay, I think I've done enough times now. Let me pull that off of here. And here we go with our die. Cut leaves using these sprigs all the time. Okay, now we can clear the deck. I'm going to need some notched dies, so I like to just keep my scraps of paper in my cardstock pad. That way I don't always just break open another piece of paper. It's just fun to already have that there. I'm going to cut these just about a 1/2 inch wide. And I say these because I'm going to want more than one. So I'm going to create this notched banner. I cut a slit in the very middle of the banner, and then I went at an angle to get that V part. I'm going to grab my handy dandy fancy distresser. I just like to use a 6-inch ruler and just pull the edges up a little bit. This cardstock has a white core, so I like that white part kind of shows up. And I'm just going to, I already have this off-cut piece halfway up, and then just cut into the V part. And again, a little bit of distress. Okay, I almost forgot we are going to need a sentiment, so I'm going to use the Sweet Expressions. There's a little precious right up here to make my own little sort of DIY sentiment. And then let's see, for ink, I'm going to use the Distress Oxide. This is going to be part of our cluster. And I just need this to be a strip. So I'm going to trim this way down as straight as I possibly can. I'm going to distress the edges of it. And then we are going to craft our little embellishment element. So get this finished here. And let's grab and just distress really quick, just to kind of give it some lift is all I'm going for here. Okay, we're going to start with the circle punch. Then I'm going to grab the largest element first, and that is the butterfly, the larger butterfly. And I'm going to add a little strip of double-sided adhesive foam on there. Oops, and it lost its little thing. We're just going to have to embrace that right now. And kind of put this up here at an angle. I'm going to do the very same thing. I'm kind of bending its wings up a little bit. and then the body stays flat. So that's kind of fun. I'm going to grab another little strip of this 1/8 inch foam adhesive. That might be a little long, so we'll just trim that up again. And then same thing. Adhere it to our little circle here, and it's going to come in a bit at an angle. And little butterfly, he's going to probably go on the page separate, and that'll be fun. So I've gone ahead and bent him, and we'll get back to that. So then we want to add these leaves in, and I want to use the smart glue for that. So I'm going to pop this off right here. And go ahead and take those inner parts out. That's going to be okay. Mix and match it. Take them all out. It's just kind of however. There's not any real firm rules to this. We're just bringing in some layers and some interest. Going to pull these off again here. Add the glue there at the bottom. And tuck that in so it's under our butterfly. Like the butterfly might be landing on the leaf or something. Pretty cool. Okay, now I have these little sentiment guys, and they're actually going to pop up underneath the circle itself. So the little bit of adhesive is going to go on the top of that notched tag, and same with this one. Okay, and pull that away just a little bit. Okay, we have our sentiment here, a little dab of glue right in the middle, and this has a home, I think, just right about there. Okay. All right, this is almost all assembled. Don't forget little butterfly. Grabbing our page, I think it works best if we add the adhesive right here to the actual belly band. That way, we're not getting it on the photo if we were to add it to the cluster instead. And this is just going to pop just right there. I'm going to bring it over a little bit. Just kind of eyeball that. Oh, that's so fun. Look at all those layers. Layers and layers. And then don't forget little butterfly. It gets a little piece of the foam adhesive too. I actually had a little piece stuck to my scissors still. And just get that backing off. Make sure it doesn't show, and little butterfly just comes right up here. And that is our first page. Okay, on to now our double page spread. We're going to start with the back of our 6x8. Told you we're going to still be using this pattern, and here it is. And what I want to do, I have already printed a 3x4 size journaling. I typed it up and I printed it, and I want to now elevate this journaling. And yes, I could just attach it here to the back, but I want to actually mat it. And it's going to be as simple as this. Like I said, the journal card is 3x4. So now I'm going to come in here and cut about a 3 1/4. And cut it at about the 4 1/4. I have kind of a raw edge over here, and I kind of like it, so I'm going to keep that just like it is. At this point, it's as simple as adding adhesive to the back of the journal card and then just matting it as evenly and centered on the card as you can. So you're going to see when we do put it on our page here, it's just going to set it apart and just going to give, I like to use the term, it's just going to give this whole journaling page just a little bit elevation, but we're not done yet. Okay, I'm going to grab my die cutting machine and a piece of scrap paper. And then I have here one of the Sprigs dies yet again. This is also a really intricate die. It's going to take a couple of passes. Then we are going to take the time to go ahead and take out the middle parts of the leaves, because I do want it to be, I want to have that airy kind of feel. And so it's just going to take going through the die cutting machine maybe 2 times. Okay. I like to kind of tap, tap, tap. Sometimes it gets rid of some of your inside parts. This is already pushed up a little bit. I'm just going to pull it off of its die and then take a moment just to poke all the holes through, which in itself can be sort of kind of its own therapy if you let it, right? Okay, maybe I might be pushing a little bit, but you get the idea. I am going to go ahead and finish this up off camera, and you get the idea as to what it is that's happening here, and I will show you the finished work. Isn't this a lovely die? It's totally worth poking out all the middles for sure. Okay, and so then what we're going to do here, I want it to be a part of this journaling card. I'm going to actually go ahead and staple it on here, and that way it has this great float effect, right? It's not going to be flat on the page at all. Okay, but to finish that up, I'm going to grab this piece that we used earlier for the cutting of this die, and I'm going to grab the Best Day Ever word fetty, and there's a Count Your Blessings in here. And so we're going to then craft our phrase strip, back to the tea dye Distress Oxide. Make sure we get this lined up real nice on our stamp block. And tap that down. I'm going to go right here with our sentiment, and it's going to mirror the sentiment that we've done on our first layout so far, right? And so I'm just going to do the same thing as I did before. I'm going to just trim it out and not do anything special, but just have a phrase strip. That's the idea here. And I'm going to grab that distress tool and pull up the edges again. And that's, please note, that's like completely optional whether you want to distress your edges or not. It is obviously a very personal thing. So do it or don't do it, your call. But once I get this done, there's one more piece that needs to come into play to make this finished. Okay, I've grabbed the 1/8 strips of double-sided adhesive again, because I want this elevated on the page as well. So we've just gone to a little bit of trouble to create a beautiful, it's like a title to the journal page, right? And I love how this turned out. This is a very doable and repeatable thing. So let's go ahead and get it into our book. I'm going to do that again with this double-sided adhesive. I'm going to put a small strip at the top, small strip at the bottom, and we have the first half of our double-sided spread done at this point, once we get this lined up and where it belongs. Okay, now we're going to work on this upper pocket here. This configuration can be any way. You're going to see, though, why I want it to be up here after we do another element. But for now, we're going to work on this pocket. You're going to want to take pattern paper again, and this time trim it down to 3 inches wide and 6.5 inches long. Now, along the 6.5 inch length, you're going to need to have a 4-inch portion that's going to slip into our pocket. And so you need to be mindful of whatever it is you're going to want to have peeking out at you at the top. I want the more patterned part peeking out at me, so just be mindful that's going to flip over. So pop this back into your scoreboard at 4 inches and give that a good score. Being careful, depending on the thickness of your paper, how much you want to score it. This is pretty thick cardstock that I'm using, so it needs a little bit more of a score than a regular kind of a cardstock. This is pretty hefty stuff. Okay, to embellish our flap, I've grabbed a couple things. So first, we're going to want to cut a sentiment. This can be any sentiment you want. I'm going to cut this hello. I have grabbed here, of course, the die cutting machine, and I'm going to take the hello through you can see there that I'm also going to want a butterfly. Remember I said earlier, just cut a bunch of elements up. You're going to kind of see that come into play here in a minute. But if we have cut a thing so far in this class, more than likely we could very possibly be using that thing again. So if you are following along at home and are going to be doing this later, just keep that in mind. Oh yeah, Jamie said, just have the die cuts ready to go. Okay, I'll be honest with you, I had a malfunction with my hello, so I fixed that off camera, and now the hello is cut out, and I'm just getting the little inner parts, the little negative cuts taken out, and then I'm going to use a different color. This was the Roses paper pad, in case I missed telling you that. So again, super easy, and you know what I'm going to do right now? I'm going to show you what I'm going to do right now. Watch what I'm going to do right now. I have no idea if I'm going to need any of these butterflies later on, but let me just make sure you can see this. I am putting all of them on my die cutting machine and just going to cut them up now. The onesie twosie thing can be a little painful. I mean, gosh, we just want to be here for the creative part, right? So, and I am super heavy on DIY embellishments, so I do have to kind of slow down and cut them out from my die machine or however I'm going about them. So what the heck, let's just go ahead and have a whole bunch on hand, and I'm going to just put them all on the table and I'll pick whichever one I want. So I encourage you to do the same thing as well. Cut the dies, friends, cut the die. The next piece I'm going to want to have is a 2-inch circle cut. And again with the notches. Okay, here's the fun thing about the notch tags. I've already shown you how to make them. This is a piece of scrap that was sitting on my cutter from, I guess when I was cutting this page maybe, I'm not sure. But yeah. Okay, I talked in the beginning of this class about creating basically page formats, but hopefully you've noticed too that I'm creating for you embellishment formats as well. Use the things you love and use them again and again. Okay, and then we're also going to need a stamped sentiment. Been doing that a lot today because I'm just a fan of the word Fetty, and I know I want my sentiment to say hello beautiful you. So what's really fun about this idea right now is that I've taken a die and I've taken a word phrase and I'm making like a mini title out of it, right? Like not brain surgery or anything, just kind of a fun and simple and easy thing to do. Grab my piece of pattern paper, and so I want to get a nice beautiful U. Great, 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 great. Love that. And you can kind of see what I did here too, right? I cut 2 of those sprigs from that we used earlier. Yeah, that might make an appearance here again in a minute. Okay, there is nothing different about this word strip that I'm making now than I have made a couple times today already. So I just wanted to point that out, that again, I mean, probably what would be a great idea on here is just take all of those sentiments and stamp them out all at one time. You could either have a separate embellishment space for all your sentiments, or you could even keep them with your stamp set so you realize, oh, I know I wanted that stamp set, and now I already have these pre-made sentiment strips as well. Okay, let's put it together. All right, I am going to round the corners of my pre-made flap. Then what I wanted with this 2-inch circle punch was just to kind of give another flap idea right there on the folded aspect of this. So that is literally going to hang over. And then, of course, the hello needs to go next. It's in terms of like technique for me, it kind of becomes about the largest pieces need to go on first, and everything will fill in around and in and above or wherever that goes. Also, too, you can kind of see here, I don't layer this with adhesive. I want to keep it light and floaty, so it just has a little bit of glue just in a few places, and the hello gets a chance then to kind of float above everything. All right, we were going to stick with the one butterfly, right? And also too, if you can see that glue peeking through a little bit, it does dry. I got too much on there, to be honest with you. You don't need a lot of this glue at all, but it does dry clear, so we're covered. We're good. Again, with another 1/8" strip. So let's grab, don't need a lot of it on these butterflies, especially these smaller butterflies. And I'm actually going to go kind of across the body like that, and then trim it off, and trim it off again, taking off its backer. I feel this is just like the next size element, and I just think it is ready to go on here. So I want to also, this is going to be Hello Beautiful You. It could go there, right? What do we think? What would you do? I'm going to go over. I just made that idea right now. Could you tell? And so again, with a little, don't you just love these little strips? I love how small they are. Everything just for these little tiny elements, the back of the butterflies, these little these little word strips, phrase strips that we're making, just absolutely perfect. Okay, but we're not quite done yet. Let's make a decision about these little guys. And yeah, I think I do just want a little bit peeking out underneath the kind of where the beautiful you and the hello and the circle all meet. So that is a good location for these notches. If you think it's too much, forego the notches. It doesn't make or break. It's just a little fun addition. I did one of these earlier. Remember we had these earlier? And I just did an extra one. Now it's ready to go. And now I just need to decide, this is what I'm going to do. All right. The adhesive is forgiving. You can pick that up. You can lay down another piece, just a little bit of adhesive right in the middle. Doesn't need a lot. And then your butterfly can go, let's see, where are you going to go, butterfly? Oh, I'm liking that. Okay, and so now you have this great flap. Now watch how it goes into our pocket page. Okay, I actually trimmed it down just a tad. It needs to be a little bit within the 3" width. So now you have this little flappable that can also hold more journaling. If you wanted it to have a photo, I like the idea of journaling, and it flaps up, it's interactive. It plays nicely with what's happening over here. And we have one more element we want to add to this page. Okay, this final element is from the variety pack of pocket protectors. Comes this 4x6 little interactive piece, and I love just this odd size mixed here in the midst of everything else going on. I have 2 photos that I've already matted to fit inside of this 4x6 pocket, so they're just going to slide right in there like that, right? Nice matted photos. Then I'm going to take one of these papers. It's the same paper that I use the hello with, and I'm going to grab my nested tags. And this has quite an assortment of tag sizes, and I'm going to decide which one I think is going to fit in between these 2 matted photos. So I'm going to kind of pull it out a little bit, and I like this size here. And it's just, I don't even have to like make an extra pocket. It's just a pocket all into itself. So I'm going to cut this out. There's also these little handy dandy parts that can all at one time also make a hole for you. So I'm going to cut that out and continue on making this page. I'm going to lay this on the magic mat, and then I'm going to put this in place here. I'm going to hold it down with a piece of mint tape so that it cuts exactly where I want it to. This little guy here, I'm going to also go ahead and put a little bit of mint tape on him as well. And that way when I run him through my machine, he doesn't go anywhere either. So I'm going to do this off camera. Just going to cut us a tag. Okay, I'm going to pull all these pieces off. And then there's an element then we want to add back into our tag, and that is the reinforce hole that we cut at the same time as we cut the rest of this tag out. I'm going to let this go in place. This is like one of the easiest little elements we can add to a page. I love it. I love it. It's so much fun. Okay, and then of course, you know, I can't help myself. I have to have a little notch something something. So I'm going to do that again with these two pieces, just like that, and one more here. And then I'm going to grab a piece of twine, baker's twine, ribbon, seam binding, whatever your flavor of the moment is. I'm going to grab some twine here, and then I'm going to run that through here. Makes it super easy to just kind of tug on it and pull it out of our newly declared pocket, right? This is going to need a hole punch in it, so let's do that. And then I'm just basically going to tie these on separate. Now, of course, we can add more sentiments to this. We could add a butterfly to it. There's a lot of things. I think I'm going to tie this and then tie it separate. There's a lot of things you can add to this. I'm going to keep it super simple right now. We've done a lot to this page so far, and I just want to show this little last element to you. I think I'm going to, when I tie it here, I think I'm going to go ahead and put it in a bow. All right. So have your way with these notched tags, and now watch how they go into our little book. I think this actually could use a little notched thumb hole on the top of it, but you could use this for more photos, for more journaling, for a poem, for a quote, a scripture, more stamping. Lots of things can go in place here, and then it's super interactive with the rest of the page, and that is our first of our 2-page layout. So as we move to this next 2-page spread, as I've been doing this video here today, I sort of feel as though maybe I'm just trying to teach you or how to make you do a certain thing. And here, of course, specifically in pocket pages. But here's what I have also been thinking about. So my real hope is that you will connect with creating stories and bring with those stories a feeling or a sense by way of the embellishments that supports that story. I've attempted to share with you repetition and themes and variations. And if you know me at all, or maybe we're just being introduced here for the first time, this is my ultimate hope, that you will connect here in a way that inspires you with the desire to tell your story. It does not have to be in a 6x8 album or in a pocket page for that matter. This is just the medium of the day, right? Using this type of ring-bound album meets the want I have to tell a very big story that reaches over a year of time. And that's why this works in this way. But it's by no means the ultimate way to tell your story, which is kind of obvious, right? So I hope you get that from all the variety of creating that is part of SBC Fest, that there are many ways to go about this. There's not a single way, but there is your way, and these are just ideas. So, I mean, lift them all, lift some of them, use these pages as sketches, use these layers as a way to embellish your pages. But, oh man, I just hope you connect with your story and that is your takeaway. So yes to making pretty stuff. Yes to wonderful papers and dies that can further that creativity. Yes to interactive flip books and tag pockets and hidden journaling. Yes to all that, right? Yes and amen. Only I hope you will also insert your wonderful stories with these supplies and tools. That's what makes it so complete and so wonderful. Okay, but there's one more thing. There's one more thing I want to share with you, and that's this. No one has your perspective to a story, right? That's a powerful idea, in my opinion. So let me unpack that with a little story here for you. As you can see by this 6x8 album, it's full of a baby story. It's my daughter's baby. This little girl entered the world in a traumatic way. And outside of the many doctors and healthcare workers that were attending, I was the only one to actually observe what took place in the operating room. So as soon as I could write this story down in my daily book that most of my thoughts from a day are held in, And as soon as I was able, I printed photos. Then as soon as I was able, I began this book and typed up the journaling. Then you know what happened? Months later, my daughter was able to read my perspective of this story in this album. A perspective she was not able to have, especially based on the circumstances. And what a gift that we have now with this story. And quite frankly, it would be just as much a story even without all the lovely paper and layers that are surrounding it. That's just a bonus, right? So as we finish these pages, I needed to share this with you. I hope you take from this weekend the lovely gift that is telling your story. And as I was rambling on there, I am making this tag here, and I'm just making this tag no different than all the elements that so far I have shared in this video today. So take what you've learned, make a tag, create an out of the pocket element here. And this little last part here, I was trying to decide if I wanted to secure the treasure notch tag, and I decided against it, as you can see. So tell your story, guys, and let's continue our storytelling here. All right, now we're going to finish up our 2-page spread. We're going to be working out of that top pocket. I've added another pocket protector, page protector, and it's a 6x4 stacked. There's two of them. There's a 6x4, there's another 6x4. And so I want to create a flip element in that top pocket. So I'm going to trim a piece of pattern paper 6 inches wide and 8 inches tall. And you can see how I'm doing that there on my trimmer. And while my trimmer's out, I'm going to grab, well, right now I'm deciding which pattern I want showing. And once I've done that, then I'm going to score at the 4-inch mark, which is basically just in half. So you could also just fold it in half if you desire. And so now basically what we have is a 6x4 card. So now that I have this card already, I am going to embellish the top of it. And I'm kind of using the same elements as I've done already throughout the story, because I like to keep the embellishments cohesive and the vibe cohesive, especially in a big story like this. I've already stamped Precious Blessing from the Sweet Expression stamp. And you can see I have several dies that I've already cut, some papers I've already cut. And I decided I needed another part of the title there. So I've grabbed Cherish, which is in a handwritten font. And my embellishments have kind of scattered all over the place, but that's okay. I will fix them. And basically what I'm going to do is create what I've done previously, and that is the handwritten little title juxtaposition with the Precious Blessings, which is a typewriter font. Basically, it's just a great contrast, that really soft Cherish kind of vibe, and then the more vintage sort of typed up word strip. Okay, so once I have Cherish down now on the card, I'm going to come back in here and arrange the embellishments, the die cuts, the stamp strip, the butterfly around the Cherish. And I'm going to come in here and cut the stem off of that one Spriggs cut. It was just a little too long, and I didn't really want this to go over the boundaries of the pocket. So placing this butterfly, and then I'm going to glue on my word strip. And I came back later on, and I think I might have shared even that I actually put that on the card with a little strip of the 1/8 inch foam adhesive. It has a better pop up that way. And so as I'm getting ready to put this into its pocket, it's just going to slip right in. And now you have all this space for, of course, hidden journaling. See, it's kind of loosey-goosey. I didn't love it, so it needed to be secured later on. But there's plenty of space for additional photos underneath, or like I said, hidden journaling. Always a great thing to put in these interactive elements. And of course I decided I needed another butterfly, because you cannot ever have too many butterflies. And so that's what we did. We added yet another butterfly. And basically what you're seeing is a wrap of our second 2-page spread. I'm going to jump back in here in real time, and I just finished up this page here for you and did that little voiceover. I wanted to just reiterate, I came back here on the Precious Blessings and I just added a strip of the 1/8 inch foam adhesive underneath. It was a little bit more secure that way, and it looks popped up. It looks better popped up is what I want to say. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull this card back out because we're going to work on our last single layout, and I want to work inside the pocket. And so this worked out to where it serves both the card front, but it also serves the next side of our page. I'm stumbling over my words here. So I am going to, I've printed another 3x4 photo. I'm just going to go ahead and immediately I pop this right here on the card. I might need to trim a little bit of the sides there. And then this was, you noticed here I have all these cutoffs already, these die cuts and just little things I've saved from my scraps. And this is a little piece from an edge of the pattern paper that I've been using. And I think I'm going to use it here to anchor my paper, anchor what's going to happen on top of it, if that makes sense. Sometimes we put elements on our pages and sometimes they appear to float to me, and what I was going to do here next, I wanted to make sure it had a little bit of foundation. So I thought that was a fun contrast, and it just came off the pattern paper and worked out really well that way. Okay, so then I know that I want to have a little journaling spot. So I'm going to come in here with this 2-inch circle punch again, and ledger paper is awesome paper for journal spots, right? So you can just see the ledger on there, and that's going to tuck in a little bit under the photo and now create for me this little space that is going to be, actually I want to go this way, that's going to be a little home for some journaling there. And of course, you know, we can add in some little layers here for some detail. I think I might add that one in there and come back here in a second. Then I thought here on the Sweet Expressions, there is a grateful stamp. And while that completely encapsulates my emotions on this page here, I am going to make use of that as well. So just again, as we've done so often, I think it's worth it to take the time and stamp a whole bunch of these expressions out and then have them at the ready. And I'm actually thinking I don't want it on that paper, because I want it to be on a little bit of a different contrasting paper. So I'm going to grab my scrap here and I'm going to use it instead. And I'm sure I'll use that grateful someplace else at another time. So no worries about that at all. So I'm going to just trim that out, and it's just going to kind of be a little, it'll be actually a journal prompt. Just grateful for this week and the photos that are here and part of this album so far. So you've seen us do this quite a bit, and we're going to just finish up this little page by adding that grateful right here at the bottom. Makes for a fun embellishment little journal cluster. I would call this a journal cluster because this is going to be adding some words in as well. And so that's what this page is going to look like. Okay, now we have one last panel that we are going to work an outside of the pocket idea on. So it's a 6x4 space. So to start, I am going to measure 6x4 on a piece of paper. I actually have it already marked on this end. And then 4 inches. And we're going to use a trimmer to trim that out. So we'll do that. I'll go ahead and go up at the 6 mark. 6 inches. Come up. And then across at 4 inches. And it's going to basically be the background pattern for this pocket. And then I actually already have a flap here cut that I want to come around like that. So to give you measurements for that, I cut this pattern paper 3 1/4 wide, and it's of course 4 inches tall. Then I came back in here at 1/2 inch and I gave it a good score, because this is going to fold around the back of the 6x4 paper. And I actually want this smaller pattern to show. So we need to add some adhesive to this little, just inside the flat part. Just inside the flat part is where the adhesive is going to sit. Then it's going to wrap around the 6x4 background. Just make sure that comes over nicely and give it a nice crease. All right, now we're going to get a little fancy. The idea here is I needed to grab a craft knife and a cutting mat. I have a photo here that I'm going to want to lay out on the flap. But I also want this flap to be a bit of hidden journaling, additional photos, you get the idea. But it needs to kind of stay in place. So I thought, because this particular paper had a butterfly in it, I was going to just cut a little notch out of the butterfly and let that tuck underneath. Now you can do this by just, if you don't have a butterfly, or even if you did have a butterfly, if you had a die cut butterfly, you could lay this on there and adhere in such a way that it's a closure flap. You could cut a circle punch and also have like a little circle here, just adhere on one side so it slips underneath. I'm just going to take advantage of this pattern paper, and maybe you have a pattern paper that also has some sort of unique little pattern in it that can be cut as well. So let the sky be the limit on this and how you two can create a little flap closure for your photo, and so that your little space can be closed also. So now I need to come back in here and sort of measure this, right? Because I don't know exactly, without putting it in here, where it's going to want to hang out. So I want to make sure that we adhere this photo down pretty well, because it's gonna be pretty interactive. And I'm okay with that. So I'm just basically eyeballing this here, guys. And that way the adhesive's not showing. That way it's still on this side of our flap. And so this is, and we're going to use our, so it's important that if you're doing this little closure on this side, it's important it's in place first, so that you don't want to mash it all the way underneath completely. You want to give it a little bit of wiggle room, which is what I've done right there. So that's the basic format of this little out of the pocket fixture. All right, since I have this stash here of pre-cut dies, I want to tuck this one in behind the photo. And that way, obviously, when you open the photo, it's just right there. So that's going to go in place here. And then thinking about, and of course, we don't want it to cross over our flap. So let's just test that and see. It can have a little bit more direction this way, I think. Yeah, that's kind of fun. And a little bit of a contrasting color too, so you got that look is not getting lost here with the rest of the pattern. The patterns here on this page are a little busy, and I'm wondering if I want more. I think that's actually just going to make it more busy. So, you know, sometimes less is more, right? I just want to, I think I'm going to just add a little dot here because I want this to come over just a little farther. I don't think it needs much glue at all. And making sure that dries well. Okay, so I'm not going to do anything to the inside. I'm going to leave that open to, it's a great place for journaling. It's a beautiful space right there for journaling. So it's also a great place. I mean, you could actually add 2 more photos. You could do 3x4 photos here, 2 of them. You've got plenty of room for that as well. So I'm thinking too that I broke my rule. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I know absolutely what I'm going to do. Okay. I'm going to, sometimes you think of these things on the fly. I mean, I had this all planned out, but as you get into things, be willing to change something up, go in a different direction, add something else you weren't expecting. Just be really open to that. This is the Adorable from the Sweet Expressions. And I'm going to actually make like a little tab with it. I wish I had some more space up here, but I broke my rule and I put way too much adhesive right under here. I tried to not completely add adhesive to a space because I want to be able to tuck stuff underneath it. Because I usually think about the stuff after. I usually think about, oh yeah, that would have been a great thing there. But if you have everything completely down and flat, there's no room. There's no room for that left. So just one of the things I have to be mindful of is to make sure I leave space for adding different things, changing something up. Now on this side, the photo is not going to move at all. So I can adhere something underneath, and I did kind of distress the edges because I didn't want it to be flat. So it has a little bit of movement there, and that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And I thought about too, does it need a butterfly over here? And I don't think so. If anything, maybe over here. It's the same color as that, so I don't want to do that. What about our pinks? Will our pinks play into this? Let's see what we have here in our stash. You can't see what I'm doing here. I was pulling at my stash, and I think I'm going to end up actually just leaving it. You could add something else over here. I think it kind of takes away. And that's something you have to just kind of determine when you're in the mix as well. Does this work there? No, I think that's too heavy of a color. It's kind of taking away. This is what it's going to look like when we get it on this final page here. And the thing is that you can't totally see when you're just working on the one panel is how it's playing with your other pocket up here. And when you bring it all together like this, you realize, you know what? These are playing really nicely together, and I don't really think it needs anything else. And that's what I'm going to go with. Now, for the final time, we are going to adhere with the wider double stick tape here. Again, because this is an interactive piece that we don't want taking off. We want the reader to feel comfortable when they're looking at these pages that the elements aren't going to fall off. And that's a great thing that I should bring up as well. Take a minute and go through your pages when you're done and just make sure that everything is secure, especially when we're working outside the pockets, right? Okay, so I'm going to just center this in its pocket. And now what I would suggest, if this is a technique you believe you are going to try as well, probably the best thing to do is to actually have a journal card that you're going to set in place here, or take the whole entire page pocket protector out of the rings so that you can write your journaling in there. Thank you so much for being part of this class as we wrap up this pocket page, inside, outside the pocket page. Just wanted to kind of walk through this one more time. Just to remember, we had this idea for basically kind of like a title page to the next chapter in our 6x8 album. We made this belly band that holds a mini booklet that you can make as small or as many pages as you want. We created kind of an elevated space for journaling with it matted, typed, and then adding some elements here that we've repeated obviously throughout this whole book. Then we have this little extra interactive piece with this 4x6 pocket that also became its own pocket and now holds a tag that can also hold more photos, hidden journaling, or anything that you might want to save and have as part of your album story. Then we just went traditional here by placing these 3x4 photos in place. We have a little flip top that can also maybe even have smaller photos or a home for journaling. And again, we just made a real simple tag with some hanging elements, smaller tags, a stamped notched tag. Then we have this flip, lots of room for photos, more journaling. We have a nice 6x4 photo there. And then we finished up on our last layout inside the pocket with a journal spot and some embellishments, and then outside the pocket with this little hidden element here. So lots of places and spaces for photos and for your words, and just another place to tell your story. Thank you so much.
Okay, we are back again. This is just mind-blowing, all the fun stuff that we're seeing and gathering from this SBC Fest. So I hope you're enjoying and having a great time. I know Cody and I and the rest of the team are, right, everybody?
Woo!
Woo! So we just saw Andrea and Jamie. What did you think, Cody?
Andrea's class, okay, that blew my mind. She did that so quick. Like, she really whipped that album together in like 25 minutes.
25 minutes. It was crazy. I know. I was stunned.
She's such a pro. And as I was watching it, I was like, okay, I can do this. Like,
yeah. It made you feel like you can totally get down and start crafting with her too. Yeah, absolutely. And it's quick, and she made it seem so simple and easy.
But it can totally be like taken to the next level. Like, but I thought it was absolutely perfect. I loved it. It was Christmas, and then it was fall. Like, very cool that she made two of them.
Yeah, and I just love Andrea. She's the sweetest. And I think one of the things that was really cool was to see how much time she saved using that rectangle nested die. Mm-hmm. She was able to cut out instead of sitting there and using her paper trimmer to cut all the sizes, that nested die just helped her get all of them done quickly, which was awesome. Yes. That helped with cutting in time. And then also, I just love that she knows her style, and she was prepared because she knew she was going to add a lot of embellishments. So she made it thicker, which was awesome. So if you know your style, it makes it smoother and easier to create from the beginning how you know you're going to decorate it.
Yes.
Just so many things.
Yes.
So, I mean, I have more. I mean, she used the pattern Christmas paper, so pretty, and I love how she added the ribbon. Such a great tip there. So many great tips.
Yes. And then Jamie's class.
Jamie!
Yes, so cool how she really elevated pocket pages.
Yeah.
Again, I love the whole thing, but one thing that I just thought was so neat was when she cut the butterfly.
Oh yeah, with the knife.
Paper. Yeah, and then stuck her little card under that,
I know.
Just to create like a flap.
It created an interactive. I love that a lot of her pages were interactive. That was so fun and different and kind of outside the box on how to use those clear pocket pages.
Yes.
So I love that.
Because
absolutely.
Pocket pages don't just have to be
pocket pages,
pictures. Yeah, it can be so much more.
Which is great too, but I love that she took it, again, like you said, to the next level.
Yeah, because I'm much more of a just picture and pocket card kind of person. I mean, I've made a Disney album before. But then after watching Jamie's, I was like, okay, I could like
Yeah.
really take another one to the next level.
Yeah, I love that she created a little belly band and she made her own little tiny album to put in there. That was so cute and clever. And then adhering stuff to the outside. And I love that she used our double-sided adhesive to adhere that stuff, because that is actually really good adhesive to stick to the plastic and to the paper, and it's not going anywhere. So that was awesome. She showed that it worked great. So that was awesome. Just so many good tips and great things to do.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. All right.
But guess what? There's even more.
All right, I'm ready.
So let's get on the plane and head over to Mirisha Dean's house, and then following Marisha's house, we're going to Lisa's. So let's go.
Can't wait to see y'all, friends.
Hello and welcome to SBC Fest. I am Mirisha and I'm so excited to have you. Today I'm going to teach you how to create 2 very simple, easy tags to prepare you for the upcoming holiday season. So let's get started. To create our first tag, I did die cut off camera the sentiment Jolly from Scrapbook.com's block outline Christmas word dies. I also used Scrapbook.com's snowflake shape die set to die cut 2 snowflakes from glitter gold cardstock. Using cardstock from Christmas and Peppermint Smooth cardstock, I then used the wafer thin nested tags die set to cut out 2 different size tags. Now I'm going to adhere the 2 tags together by using adhesive glue, but feel free to use adhesive tape. Once I'm done adhering the tags together, I'm then going to bring in the snowflakes and I'm going to play around with the placement. My motto is, before you commit, experiment. There is no right or wrong way to position these snowflakes on the tag. If you want to add 1 snowflake, go for it. If you want to fill the entire tag with snowflakes, go for it. I always encourage creative identity. Whatever you want to do, go for it. And as you see right here for demonstration, I'm just going to take the second snowflake and just position it on different areas of the tag just to get a different point of view. Once I'm happy with the placement of the snowflake, I'm then going to adhere it to the tag. Now I am bringing in the negative piece to the sentiment and I'm going to adhere it to the tag. This is most definitely an easy project that you can create, and it can easily be mass produced for the holiday season. So if you're looking for something that is quick for you to assemble and have on hand for your gifts and favors, this could be the way to go. Now that I'm done adding the negative piece to the tag, it's time for me to add the positive pieces. But I would like to share with you what I like to call a tip, trick, hack, whatever you want to call it. When it comes to picking up intricate pieces and adding them to my cards, I like to use a jewel pick or a wax pen. It takes out the hassle of adding those smaller pieces to my cards. So as you see right here, I picked up the first piece and yeah, I got it in there, but I need a little bit of help. So now I'm going to bring in my jewel pick and pick up the other pieces and add it to the negative piece on the tag. So the great thing about this jewel pick is that you can not only use it for adding your sequins and flat back gems to your cards, you can also use it to pick up small pieces of paper. We are almost done with this tag, so now I'm adding the L and the Y to complete our jolly sentiment. And then from there, I'm going to add the gold piece that will go in the center of the O. And then we have 2 more steps and then we will be done. Here is a fun suggestion that I have for you. If you decide to create this tag, you could also create a matching card. So you would have your tag for your gift or favors, and then create a matching card. You could maybe switch up the sentiment, use the same color scheme, or vice versa. But yeah, something along those lines. Create a matching card with your tag. This next step is optional, but I am adding a hole reinforcer to the front and the back of the tag. I love adding hole reinforcers to my tags. To me, it gives the tag a really nice finish and also that extra stability, just in case if I'm adding a lot of elements to my tags. Some of my tags can be a little bit heavy if I'm adding a lot of extra elements, and to me it gives it that extra stability and holds up the tag very well. To complete the final step, I'm going to bring in some ribbon and add it to the tag. Feel free to add whatever color ribbon you like, whatever you have in your stash. If you have twine or a different color you would like to use, feel free to do so. Once I'm done adding the ribbon, I'm going to bring in my scissors once I line it up, and then I'm going to cut it at an angle. And there you have it. This tag is done. As I mentioned earlier, a super easy, quick tag to create for the holiday season. For our next project, we're going to switch it up a little and create a gift card holder tag. For this project, I brought in Scrapbook.com's stocking shape dies, and I cut out 2 stockings and topper. Using the snowflake shape die set, I cut out 1 snowflake out of metallic silver cardstock. And from the wafer thin nested tags die set, I cut and assembled 1 small tag. To begin, I'm going to bring in the front side of the stocking and distressed oxides, candied apple, and vintage photo. Using my blending brush, I'm going to apply candied apple first to the stocking. Now, this is one of my absolute favorite techniques to do when creating my projects. I love adding color to my colored cardstock. So whether it's oxides, inks, or even Copic markers, I believe that adds that extra bit of detail to my projects. To prevent fingerprint impressions on the stocking, I added a piece of low-tack tape to the tips of my fingers. That way I'm able to still hold down the stocking with my left hand and use my blending brush on the right to apply the oxide. Once I'm done applying candied apple to the stocking, I'm then going to clean up my glass mat. And then I'm going to bring in vintage photo, and then I'm going to apply that color along the right side and foot of the stocking. For this project, feel free to use any blending tool that you are most comfortable with. I opt to use a blending brush, but I know there are foam tools out there. Just again, whatever you feel comfortable with using for this project, feel free to do so. As I apply vintage photo, I am going to be slightly heavy-handed with the application of the color because once I come back in with the candied apple, I want to make sure I have a good blend, as I will demonstrate shortly. Now that I'm done applying vintage photo, I'm now going to bring back in the blending brush that I used that had candied apple on it, and I'm going to blend the colors together. And as you see right here, I'm using my blending brush just to continue blending the oxides together. And I am going to continue doing so until I am pleased with the blend. And as you'll see shortly, what a difference it makes to add oxides to colored cardstock. I'm going to bring in the other stocking for a side-by-side comparison. So as you see, the one on the left has the oxide as opposed to the one on the right without. Using the gift card as a guide, I am going to place it on the stocking, and then from there I'm going to bring in my adhesive tape, and I'm going to add adhesive to the inside of the stocking around the gift card. Feel free to use another adhesive, or if you would like to add dimension to the stocking, you can add foam tape. I'm making sure that I add enough adhesive around the edge of the stocking where the gift card will be held. That way, this will ensure that the gift card is secure and will not slide out. Once I'm done adding the adhesive, I'm going to bring back in the gift card just to double check the pocket. I want to make sure that it's not too deep because I didn't want the gift card to slide completely down in the stocking, and I didn't want it to stick too far out. Once I'm done, I'm going to bring in the top piece of the stocking and adhere them both together. Now I'm going to bring back in my gift card and make sure that it fits snug within the stocking and make adjustments if need be. Now it's time to add the top part to my stocking, so I'm going to bring in the piece and just make sure that it's lined up to my liking, and then I'm going to add some adhesive tape and then adhere it to my tag. So I'm going to apply the front piece first, and then I'm going to flip it over, add adhesive, and then add the back piece. And just to make sure that everything is secured, I'm going to give the front and back side a good firm press. And then it's on to the next step. Using the whole die from the wafer thin nested tags die set, I did die cut a hole in the top right side of the stocking. Now it's time for me to stamp my tag. So I brought in Scrapbook.com's gifting and tag sentiments, and I'm going to select the sentiment, "Don't open till December 25th. Then from there, I'm going to place it on my tag. And then I'm going to ink it up and stamp it twice just to make sure I have a good impression. Now you do have the option to, if you'd like, once you stamp your tag, you can add clear embossing powder to give it a dimensional effect. Also, feel free to, on the back of the tag, you can stamp to and from. That way you'll have a place to write yours and your recipient's name. Next, I'm going to add some splatter to the tag and the stocking. So I'm going to bring in some white pigment ink. I'm then going to spritz some water on the ink. And then using my paintbrush, I am going to tap, tap, tap to add some splatter to the stocking and the tag. So I'm just going to keep tapping until I'm happy with the amount of splatter. Now, if you decide to add splatter to your project, you can add as much or as little as you like. The choice is yours. Once I'm done adding the splatter to this project, I'm going to set it aside and allow it to dry. And then I'm going to bring my tag back in because I want to add some extra detail. So I decided to bring in Distress Oxide's Vintage Photo, and using my blending brush around the edge of the tag, I'm going to apply the oxide, giving it a distressed vintage look. This is a very easy project to create. The only difference is between this tag and the first is that there are a few more details, and it will take a little bit more time to create. But as always, I want to encourage you to make it your own, and if you like, make the modifications as needed. I am adding the final touches of oxide to the tag. Once I'm done, it is on to the next step. Now I'm going to cluster together the fun elements that I'm going to adorn my stocking with, which will be the tag, a snowflake, and a jingle bell. So I'm going to bring in some baker's twine and in no particular order begin threading the elements on the twine. I want to encourage you to explore your options when it comes to adding different little things to this project. Maybe you can switch out the snowflake for an initial of the recipient. Maybe you would want to add a tassel instead of the tag. Just really play around with it and add your own personal touch. The possibilities are endless. There's no right or wrong way to add what you want to add to this project. Make it your own. I don't want these little charms to be loose on the stocking, so I'm going to take the twine, as you see right here. I'm going to run it back through the hole of the tag, and then I'm going to give it a good tug. That way it will pull the snowflake and the jingle bell. That way it's tight and secured. And then I'm going to turn it over on the back side and tie a knot. While I was creating this stocking, I thought about different ways it could be used for the holiday season. I thought, okay, maybe it can be used as an ornament, or maybe part of an advent calendar, or you could even make a card out of it as well. Now I'm going to bring in some ribbon that I have in my stash. And once again, you can use whatever color you have or whatever you choose, whether it's gold, silver, white. You can even add multiple strings of ribbon if you'd like. I'm now going to thread it through my stocking. And then from there, I'm going to attach the ornaments to the tag. Normally, I add hole reinforcers to my tags, and I normally would on a project like this. However, the topper has 2 pieces of cardstock, and the cardstock is 110 pounds weighted, so it is very, very sturdy. And then on top of that, by adding the ribbon is pretty thick, so it will sustain and hold up to the gift card along with the other elements that we have on this tag. But feel free to add a hole reinforcer if you'd like. I want to make sure that the ornaments are secured on the stocking. So using the twine, I'm going to flip it over and then run it through the loop that is already on the back. I'm then going to tie a knot and then trim off the excess. Once I'm done securing the ornaments to the tag, I'm then going to trim down the ribbon. So I'm just going to line it up together, and then I'm going to cut it at an angle and discard the excess. I want to add patchwork detail to this tag, so I brought in Scrapbook.com's Peppermint Pattern Collection paper pack, and I selected the pattern paper that I'm going to use. And from there, I'm going to bring in my scissors, and I'm going to cut out the front and the heel part that will be placed on the tag. Once I'm done cutting out the patches, I'm then going to place them on the stocking just to make sure I don't need to make any more adjustments as far as cutting it down a little bit. Once I'm done, I'm going to adhere it to the stocking. As far as the other piece, the main piece that I cut the patches from, I'm going to hold on to that. And then that way I can use it to create another stocking. I can add another color underneath, maybe a pink or a silver or red cardstock. But yeah, I'm not going to discard that. I'm going to hold on to it and use it for another tag. And as you see right here, I'm adhering the front patch to the stocking. So I used adhesive glue, but you can feel free to use adhesive tape. And what I'm doing is I'm making sure that the patch is in alignment with the stocking. I am now going to repeat that step with the heel of the stocking. So I'm going to add the adhesive glue and then adhere the patch to the heel. And you can feel free to use adhesive tape if you like. I just opted to use adhesive glue, so then that way I can make adjustments as needed. I can maneuver, as you see right here, I can maneuver the patch to make sure that it is in alignment with the stocking. And once I'm done, it is on to the next step. For the final step, I'm going to add stitching along the front and back patchwork of the stocking. So I'm going to bring in my jelly roll pen and I'm going to add some little X's along those lines. What a difference this makes. By bringing in a jelly roll pen and adding just that little simple detail can really make a difference to your projects. So as you see here, I'm going to add some X's along the back heel of the patch. That way it gives it a look that they have been sewn on. And then now we're done with our project. And there you have it. This tag is done. And here's a glimpse of our projects that we created on today. A super easy, clean and simple tag, along with an adorable gift card tag holder. Such fun projects to create and share with your loved ones this upcoming holiday season that they will surely love.
Thank you so much for joining me on today for SBC Fest. I hope this tutorial has inspired you to create. I'm sending you love and a whole lot of hugs. Until next time, please take care.
everyone, it's Lisa Mears here, and I'm so excited that you're joining me and Scrapbook.com for the first ever SBC Fest. I love to make shaker cards, and today I'm going to show you how to make shaker cards using nesting dies. Many of us have nesting dies, and rather than just using them for layering your cardstock, let's take it up a notch and make some shaker cards with them. I will be making 3 shaker cards today. I'll show you how to use basic shapes such as rectangles and circles to make shaker cards, and I'll also be showing you how to use not so basic shapes. Be sure to stay tuned to the very end because I have lots of examples to share with you. I will be in the chat today, so if you have any questions, please type them in the chat. But to get things started, tell me in the chat, what is your experience with shaker cards? Do you make them or do you not make them? And if you don't make them, why not?
So for those of you who may be unfamiliar with nesting dies, I have some laying here on my table. These are basic shapes such as rectangles, hearts, circles, and ovals. And primarily nesting dies are used to layer your cardstock because when you die cut one of the dies, it will cut a piece of cardstock in the same shape as the die. So here's an example of a rectangle nesting die cut out of some purple cardstock. Unfortunately, you cannot make a shaker card using a solid piece of cardstock, so instead you need to have a window. So typically you would cut a frame out of the cardstock from the nesting dies. And to do that, you would take 2 of the nesting dies, one slightly bigger than the other. You would stack them together like this with a piece of tape, and then you would die cut these dies together and it would give you a frame. So you can see the frame that I die cut here out of this purple cardstock, and it has a window inside, and that window will be covered with acetate, and that is where you'll put your sequins or your shaker bits behind. And this can be done with all sorts of shapes. So you can do it with hearts. Here's an example of a frame cut out of the scalloped heart dies from Scrapbook.com. You can also do it with circles. So here I took 2 of these circle nesting dies from Scrapbook.com and I die cut those to create the circle frame. You can also do it with your straight edged hearts. So here I took a larger one and a smaller one to get this frame. And I also did it with this stack of ovals. But you're not limited just to the dies that you see here on my table. There are all kinds of nesting dies that are out there on the market in all shapes. So creating a frame out of nesting dies is one method for creating shakers, but I'll share with you some other methods as well. So let's go ahead and get started on our first card. So here are some basic supplies. I have the Spellbinders Precision Layering dies. Those are the rectangle dies that you see here. I'm also going to be using these Scrapbook.com foam sheets. I'll be using these foam sheets on all of my cards today, as well as this Pink and Main Be a Mermaid stamp set and the Scrapbook.com scalloped stencil. When making shaker cards, you also need to have acetate, and I like to use the American Crafts 12x12 clear acetate sheets. I'm also going to be bringing in some Distress Oxide inks to use with my stencil, so I have the Peacock Feathers, Mermaid Lagoon, Prize Ribbon, and Wilted Violet. So I'll start out by doing some stenciling. I am going to be using my Sizzix stencil and stamp tool. I'm just adding the sticky grid sheet to that tool. I'm taking off the top layer of the backing from that sticky grid to expose the stickiness. This way my stencil has something to hook onto because, as it suggests, that grid is sticky. So I have a piece of Neenah Solar White cardstock and it's cut down to 4 1/4 by 5.5 inches. I'm adding some pixie spray to the back of the stencil. This is just a very low tack adhesive and it will keep that stencil on the cardstock. And I'm going to press this down onto my stencil and stamp tool. So the cardstock is sticking to the sticky grid, and then the stencil, the part that's not on the cardstock, it's sticking to the sticky grid as well. So that is fully secure on that mat. Now I'm going to go ahead and do some ink blending, starting with the Wilted Violet Distress oxide ink, and I'm just adding one of the Scrapbook.com ink blending tools to add some wilted violet ink to the bottom of that cardstock. I'm going to come in with the Prize Ribbon Distress Oxide ink, and I'm going to build up from there. So right above the wilted violet ink, I'm going to add the Prize Ribbon. And when I finish with the Prize Ribbon ink, I'll close that up, and then I'll come in with the Mermaid Lagoon. So I'll go ahead and ink up the top of the cardstock there, just adding some ink right above the prized ribbon, and then I'll come in with my last color, and this is the Peacock Feathers. So this is a lighter blue or lighter teal ink, and I will just ink that up the rest of the way on that cardstock. And when I finish with that, I'll just come back in and blend all of those colors together. So just go over those one last time, just blending those colors together. And here's my favorite part about ink blending is taking that stencil off and looking at the beautiful design that the ink and the stencil puts on that paper. So look how pretty that is. So now I'm going to go ahead and take my nesting dies. I'm going to use 2 rectangles. So I have a larger one and a smaller one, and I'm just positioning it over top of that cardstock with some Scrapbook.com mint tape, which I'm going to hold those nesting dies together with that mint tape. And just so you know, I am using the 3rd largest nesting die and the 6th largest nesting die. And I just want to make sure that that nesting die that is in the middle there, the smaller one, I want to make sure that I have equal space along all 4 sides of that die. And after running that through my die cut machine, I can go ahead and remove that mint tape as well as the dies from the cardstock. Now this thin piece I do not need. Now of course if you wanted to save that to make another shaker card out of it, you totally can. But I just need this frame here that's in my hand, and I'm also going to be using the inside piece. So next I'm taking a piece of cardstock that I've turned into an A2 size card base. An A2 size card base is one that measures 4 1/4 inches by 5 1/2 inches. And I'm going ahead and placing both of these pieces of cardstock centered on the front of my card base, and I'm just going to take an acrylic block just to hold the top right hand corner down along with that outside frame. I'm just using that frame here for a guide because I'm going to glue back in this smaller rectangle. So I'm going to go ahead and add glue to the back and add it back inside of the frame, and basically I'm just attaching it to my card base. So this is actually going to be the background of where my shaker pieces are going to reside. So once I glue that down, I'll press that down really well. I'm going to take that frame off of that card front, and I'm going to set the card base aside. Next, I need to add some acetate to the back of the frame. So I'm just going to add glue to the back of my frame and set it here on a piece of acetate. Now if you wanted to, you can die cut the acetate using the same larger rectangle die that you use to cut the frame out, or instead you can just use your scissors and you can trim around the frame. I chose to do this since it's straight edged and it's much easier just to get your scissors around there. Next, I'm going to take this foam sheet and I'm just going to cut some strips of the foam. I just need 4 strips of foam because I need to add foam to the back of my shaker window on all 4 sides of that rectangle. So now I'm going to go ahead and add my foam. The foam is double-sided sticky, so you have the adhesive on both sides. So I'm just taking off the back side of the adhesive backing and sticking it down to the back of my shaker window. You want to make sure that you cut your foam small enough so that it's not seen in the window portion. And you're just going to add those strips all along the back of the frame. You also want to make sure that the foam touches on all 4 sides without any openings, because if you have openings in the foam, you could potentially lose your shaker bits that you put inside. Okay, so now all I need to do is add my stamped images. I'm creating an ocean scene. So I have the Be a Mermaid stamp set by Pink and Main, which I've already colored up off camera, and I'm gluing the pieces down to the scallop background on the card front. After those pieces are glued down, I'm going to take some sequins and I'm going to add them to the center of that background. These are the Craft Medley Cup sequins in the color called Rhythm and Blues, and I also add some purple ones, that is the viola color, to the center. And just a little tip for you, I always like to just lay my window on top and hold it down with my fingers and just shake it around and just make sure those sequins move inside, because if they don't move, it means that you need to add some more foam to make your shaker window a little bit higher. And that's not a big deal because you can just add some more foam on top of the foam you already have. Another tip for you is that if your sequins stick to the acetate, just use a powder tool to put some powder over the acetate, and that should prevent the sequins from sticking to the acetate. And I use the Pink and Main Magic Anti-Static brush. So I did take off the backing of the double-sided adhesive foam, and then I just added that window right to the top to enclose all of those shaker pieces. And now I'm adding this one last stamp, which is my mermaid stamp, to the front of the card. I also stamped out a sentiment and I cut it out with my scissors, just trimmed it down, and I'm adding it to the front of the card. And my sentiment says, "Sending oceans of love." So that completes my first card. So let's move on to my second card. I am going to be using a lot of the same supplies that I just used in that first card. The only exception is the nesting dies are going to change. So the nesting dies I'll be using here are going to be the nested circles from Scrapbook.com. So I have a piece of the Nina Solar White cardstock that I cut to 5 by 7 inches, and rather than using a stencil during my ink blending, I'm instead just adding ink to the cardstock, and I'm going in the same order that I went on the previous card. So I started out with the Wilted Violet at the bottom, I went into the Prized Ribbon, followed by Mermaid Lagoon, and now I'm working on the Peacock Feathers, and I'm just adding the ink all over that cardstock. And once I finish the top with the peacock feathers, I will go back and just get a little bit of a better blend and just go through all of those colors again. I love these colors when creating an ocean scene card. I think they are so pretty together. Do you have favorite color combinations when making ocean scene cards? If you do, leave them in the chat. I would love to hear about them. Okay, so here's my background. I'm going to do something a little bit different. First, I'm going to clean off by just spritzing with water the ink on my platform. Just wipe that off with a paper towel. It comes right up. And I'm going to take my stencil and spray the stencil with water. And obviously, since there's holes in that stencil, the water went back onto the platform. I'm just going to wipe that up one last time because I don't want to have a wet platform when I lay my cardstock down. So now I'm going to take my cardstock, place it on my platform, and then I'm going to place the wet side of my stencil face down onto my background. And I'm going to let that water soak into the cardstock for just a few minutes. I'm going to use a paper towel to press that down. And then I'll remove the paper towel, remove the stencil, and wait till you see this. Look how cool that looks. Oh my gosh, I love that. The water actually pulled some of the ink from that cardstock, and it made a really cool design using that stencil. So I am going to set that background aside, and I'm ready to work on the shaker window. So unlike the previous card where I cut some frames using the nesting dies, instead I'm taking a piece of white cardstock that I cut down to 5 by 7 inches, and I'm taping 3 circle nesting dies onto the front of this cardstock. So remember, this is the actual front of my card. It's the top card layer. And I'm going to be cutting these circles out of the front of that card layer to create 3 circle windows. So this is another way of using your nesting dies to create shaker cards. So here you can see the 3 circle windows, and then that scallop background is going to be in the back. Next, I'm going to take that piece of white cardstock and turn it over. So now I'm looking at the back side, and this is where I'm going to add my acetate. So I'm going to take some glue and add glue to all of the solid pieces of that cardstock. Once I have glue on the back, I'll go ahead and take a piece of acetate and add it right on top. So you'll need a piece of acetate that's at least a 5x7 size or bigger. You can always cut it down. This piece I went ahead and cut in my paper trimmer to 5x7, so it is the perfect size. If there's any pieces of acetate hanging over the edges, you can just take your scissors and trim it off. Next, you need to add some foam all along the back side of this shaker window. So notice I did cut down some foam and I added it along the top left, bottom, and right side, but I also need to go in and add some foam around this circle areas. So I have some smaller strips of foam that I cut down, and I'm just going to add it around the circles. And the foam will actually move. You can see that as I put it around this circle, I can actually move it or bend it so that it will actually go around the circle shape, because it is pretty flexible. So I'm going to go ahead and add that and just trim off any excess that I don't need. And I'm enclosing each one of these circles because I want to have each one of these circle windows be its own shaker. If I don't add the foam around all of these circles, then what will end up happening is once I put the sequins in, is that the sequins will end up falling all the way to the bottom of the card, and you wouldn't have any sequins in the top 2 windows. So that's why you want to enclose all of those circles with foam, so you can keep the sequins inside of each one of those circles. Hopefully that makes sense. I went ahead and added some powder, and I'm just using a paper towel just to take off some of that powder because it was a little thick. And now I'm just adding some of the seaweed in the large circle, and then I'm flipping it over, placing it on my background. I just want to use this as a guide just to kind of see how far down I want my seaweed, placing the mermaid there on top just to see for placement. So I go ahead and glue down the seaweed. Again, just putting the top frame right over top of it, just to use it as a guide to make sure it's not too far down or it's not too far up. I want to make it look like it's actually growing out of the bottom of that window. And then I'm going to come in with the other sea animals and place them on the cardstock. And again, just using that white frame as a guide. So some of the stamped images are glued behind the window, and you'll see me glue those here shortly. And then other images are going to be glued to the top of the acetate. So here I'm going to go ahead and glue some of these images down and glue the seaweed down. I'll add the fish in the smaller circle. So I just want to make sure that he's centered there. So I just use that top layer for placement. And now I can add some sequins in each one of these circles. So I'm just putting the sequins over top of my stamped images. That way I know that they're in the right spot. I'm adding some of the same colors that I used in the previous card. So some of the blues, I have some teals and some purples. They all match the color of the ink on that background. And then I'm actually going to take some of the sequins and I'm going to glue them towards the top of the circle window. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want to make sure that some of the sequins are still towards the top of the window when you hold the card up. And then I'll go ahead and take the window piece with the foam on the back, and I'll take all of that adhesive backing off of the foam. Once the backing is off, I'll be able to go ahead and add this directly on to that piece with the sequins. So just lining it up. They're both the same size. They're both 5x7, so it should line up perfectly. Next, I'm going to go ahead and add my mermaid to the front large window, and I'm going to add my octopus to the top left window. Now, I didn't put all of these images underneath the acetate because if I did, those sequins would cover them up, and I didn't want all of these images to be covered up by the sequins, so that's why some are in the back and some are in the front. It also gives it a more dimensional look. So here I stamped out a sentiment, sending oceans of love, and I cut that out with my scissors and just glued it onto the front. I think that was the same sentiment I used with the previous card. I must like that one a whole lot. So I go ahead and add this to a 5x7 card base. And then the last thing I'm going to do for this card is just add a few sequins to the front. So I'm just going to glue a few here at the top, some here on the bottom and on the left, and that is going to complete my card. So that is how you use nesting dies to cut into the front of the card layer to create shaker windows. And you can do this with not only the 3 dies like I did, but if you just wanted to do 1 circle in the middle, you can do that as well. You can even change it up to be a square or an oval. It doesn't matter. It's all up to you. For my next card, I'm going to show you how to change it up and use some not so basic shapes to make some shakers. So here are the nested decorative circles from Scrapbook.com. These actually cut out frames in the shape of a circle, but the difference between this and regular circles is they have this beautiful design all along that frame. So some have hearts, some look like they have scallops or stars. These are so pretty. I'm also going to be bringing in the Scrapbook.com Nested Spring Flowers die set. So you can see all of the nesting dies here to make a beautiful flower. And I'll also be bringing in the Scrapbook.com Nested Circle dies. I'm also going to be bringing in the Sunny Studios Stamps Slimline Nature Border die set. I'm going to be using the grass border in this set. Although I'm not making a slimline card, I always like to pick up the slimline borders because you can cut them down and use them not only for slimline but also for smaller cards. I'm also going to be bringing in the Sunny Studio Stamps Spring Greenery dies, and I'm going to be using 2 of the leaves in this die set. So starting out, I'm using the Nested Spring Flowers die set. I'm using the 2nd largest die and the 3rd largest die in this set. And for the nested decorative circles, I'm going to be using the 5th largest die. And then I'm going to bring in the nested circles, and I'm going to find a circle that's just about the size of the nested decorative circle die set. So this is going to be the 3rd largest circle in that set. So I'm also going to be bringing in some of the paper from Scrapbook.com. I have the Rainbow Smooth cardstock. I'm going to take the largest flower die, and I'm going to use this hot pink piece of paper to die cut that. So I'll go ahead and set that aside. Then I'm going to go into the rainbow pattern paper pad. These are brand new to Scrapbook.com. I love these pattern papers and they match the solid pack perfectly. So I'm going to go ahead and use one of the pink polka dotted ones for the smaller flower. Next, I'm going to come back to the Rainbow Smooth cardstock, the solids, take out a piece of the yellow cardstock, and I'm going to die cut that nested decorative circle with the yellow. I'm actually going to die cut 7 of those yellow decorative circles, and you'll see here in just a moment, all of them die cut out. And then for the straight edged circle, I'm going to die cut a piece of acetate. So here's a look at all of the pieces that I've die cut, just so you can see a little bit better everything that I have. Now that decorative circle is actually going to be for the shaker piece, and it would be very hard to put foam underneath that scalloped circle. So what I've done is I've die cut 7 yellow decorative circles, and I'm going to be showing you another method for creating your shaker cards, and this is by stacking your die cuts and just stacking them with cardstock. So that decorative circle, it also cut out the inside circle, and I'm only going to be using one of those. So I put the others aside, and then you can see that the straight edge circle, I just used a piece of acetate to die cut that. So before I start putting this card together, I do want to add some ink to the edges of my flower. I always love adding ink to the edges of die cuts. I think it adds for so much more depth and dimension. Do you all add ink to the edges of your die cuts? Let me know in the chat. So here I'm using the Scrapbook.com confetti pink ink to add to the edges of these petals. When I ink my die cuts, I usually pick an ink color that matches the cardstock, as you see me doing here. So adding pink ink to the pink cardstock. Next, I'm going to add glue to the smaller flower and then add that to the larger flower die cut. I'll set that piece aside, and then I'm going to take out these yellow scalloped circles. I'm going to set one of them aside as well as the solid circle that came from the inside. So those two that are sitting there at the top of the screen, I will set those aside. Meanwhile, I'm going to take the remaining 6 and I'm going to glue them together. So all 6 of these nested decorative circles will be glued together. So I just put glue on the back of one and then add it to another one. And it's pretty easy to line up these scallops, so just use your fingers to line it up. And the glue that I'm using, it does not dry right away, so I have time to maneuver it. And by the way, the glue that I am using is the Nuvo Deluxe Adhesive Glue. So now I'm going to take another die cut and I'm going to glue it to the stack. And I'm going to repeat this process with the remaining ones. So basically what I'm doing here is I am building up the walls of my shaker element. So depending on how tall you want your shaker element to be, that determines how many pieces of cardstock you need to die cut out. Remember, I die cut 7. 6 of those pieces are glued together, and then the last piece, the 7th piece, is actually going to be the layering piece for the top of my shaker. That's why you see the one sitting there on the table. Now, another thing to consider when you're using this stacking method to create your shaker element is how thick the shaker bits are that you're putting inside. If your shaker bits are super thick, you're going to want more pieces of cardstock. If your shaker bits are just sequins and they're more flat, you're not going to need as many layers. So you can determine how many pieces of cardstock you're going to need based on your shaker pieces that you're using. Here I just put an acrylic block over that stack just to hold that together while that glue dries. And now I'm going to just show you that this piece is going to be the center of my flower. So you'll have that pretty scalloped edge for your circle, and then I'll have that solid piece underneath. So the shaker pieces that I'm going to be using are from 28 Lilac Lane. These are the premium sequins in Think Pink. So a bunch of pink colors. There's some hearts in there and just some round sequins. I'm just putting a few in here for right now because I want you to do the test. So the test is always put your sequins in the window of your shaker element, put a piece of acetate on top, move your die cut piece around, make sure those shaker pieces move around inside. If they do move around, then you should have enough cardstock layers piled up high. Okay, if they don't move around, you're going to want to add more cardstock. So always put your shaker pieces in. I'm just putting mine up against the wall of this shaker just to make sure that those cardstock layers go over them. So they should exceed the height of the sequins. If they don't, and the sequins or the shaker pieces are higher than the cardstock layers, you're going to need to die cut some more layers, and now would be the time to do so, and then glue those on top. So I took the circle die and I die cut a piece of acetate. That acetate is going to cover this scalloped circle. So I'm going to put glue along the inside edge of the scalloped circle, and then I'm going to add the piece of acetate right on top of that. Next, we need to cover up all of that glue, and that's where that last piece of the yellow scalloped circle is going to come into play. So we'll go ahead and put glue on the back of this and add it right to the top. So this is our top piece. So if you wanted the top to be in a different color or pattern or whatever you wanted, if you wanted it different than yellow, you could have die cut a different color frame out of that nested decorative circle die set. But I just want mine to be yellow, so I'm just adding that last yellow piece right to the top. I'm going to set an acrylic block over top of that and let that just sit and dry. And in the meantime, I'm going to work on my grass for my card. I'm going to be making a little bit of a scene with some grass. So the flower is going to be in the grass. I'm taking my grass die and I'm die cutting this piece of pattern paper from the Scrapbook.com rainbow pattern paper pad. And of course I have to ink up the edges of this grass, so I'm going to be using some of the olive Scrapbook.com ink to do so. Just adding a little bit of ink there to add some more depth to this grass. For the stem of my flower, I cut a piece of solid green cardstock from the Rainbow Solid Cardstock paper pad, and that's about 1/4 inches thick. I'm just adding some of the same color ink to the edges. Next, I'm taking the Sherbet pattern paper pad. I think this is probably one of my favorite pattern paper pads from Scrapbook.com. I love the colors in this pad. I'm going to use the floral as well as the hearts. The heart paper I cut down to 4.5 by 6.5 inches, and the flower paper I cut down to 4 7/8 by 6 7/8. So the grass is going to be at the bottom of that heart cardstock. So I'm going to go ahead and place it there and put the stem behind the grass, and then I'll glue everything down to the heart cardstock. So the stem is going to be glued down first because it's actually going behind that grass. So I'll put glue on the back of the stem and then tuck it behind the grass. I want to make sure that stem is centered in the middle of that paper. And I'm just going to put the flower petals over it just to see if I need to cut any of that stem off, which I do because it was going past the flower and I just want it behind the flower. So I just cut a little bit off on the top. So now I'll go ahead and add the grass to the bottom. And since there's extra cardstock there for that grass, I will be cutting the excess off. So I'm just going to press that down, flip this over, and then I'm going to cut off the extra cardstock on both sides and on the bottom. Next, I'm going to die cut some of the leaves with the Sunny Studio Spring Greenery dies. And I did use the solid green cardstock from the Sherbet Smooth Cardstock paper pad. And of course, I have to ink up the edges, same color using the olive ink on these leaves. I have a piece of solid pink cardstock. This one is from the Rainbow Solid Cardstock paper pad. I cut this down to 4 5/8 by 6 5/8, and I'm going to glue this piece on top of the floral paper. Next, I'm going to take the paper with the heart background that I created with the grass, and I'm going to glue that one right on top of the pink cardstock. And then I'm just going to place this flower on top of the stem just for placement right now. I'm not going to glue it down yet because I need to see where to add these leaves. So I'll go ahead and add glue to the back of the leaf, and then I will add it to the card, and I'll do the same for the one on the left. Now I can go ahead and add glue to the back of the flower and add it to the card, and now I'm ready to finish up the shaker. So I'm going to take my stencil and stamp tool back out, and I'm going to add the yellow circle to the sticky grid sheet, so that'll stick on. And then I'm going to use one of the sentiments from the Cheerful Sentiments stamp set. I love this stamp set because there are so many different sentiments on here for all different occasions, and there are different fonts that you can use. So I'm going to use the Happy Birthday, and I love this font. It's so fun. I'm going to go ahead and center this stamp onto my circle, and then I'll close that platform door to grab that stamp. I'm going to use the Scrapbook.com black hybrid ink pad to ink this up. Once it's inked up, I will stamp it right down onto the center of the circle. So I'll go ahead and remove that circle from my platform. And I'll bring my card back out, and I'm going to go ahead and glue down that circle to the center of the flower. Next, I'm going to add my sequins right to the center of that yellow circle. And I don't want to add too many, because if you add too much so that the entire window is filled with sequins, you won't be able to see the sentiment on the inside. I'm taking my Pink and Main Magic Anti-Static brush and adding some powder to the acetate just so that my sequins don't stick to that acetate, and I'm just going to wipe off some of that powder with a soft towel. Next, I'm going to make sure that my sequins are all pushed to the center of that circle. I don't want them on the edge because then it'll be hard to get that top on. And I'll apply glue to the back side of the framed piece. And then I'll go ahead and turn that over and add that frame right to the top of the flower. And now all those sequins are enclosed within that circle frame, and I'll go ahead and add glue to the back of that entire card layer and add it to a 5x7 card base. So as promised, I have tons more examples to share with you. If you want to see how I made all of the rest of these cards, I will have a video coming up soon on my own YouTube channel at Lisa Mears Designs. I'll add my YouTube link to the chat so you can subscribe to my channel and be notified when that video releases. Let's take a look at some of these cards. So using the same Nested Spring Flowers die set that I used in the previous card, I made a shaped flower card, and the actual flower portion is the shaker. So again, these are the dies. I used the largest die for the card base, and then I used the next two sizes to create a frame. And that is what encompasses the shaker piece. So that was really fun to make. Here's another shaker card that I used a set of balloon nesting dies from Paper Rose. And I actually cut out of the card front the balloon shape, but I made it a window so you can actually see through to the inside of the card, and that was fun to make as well. And I used the Happy Birthday stamp set from the Happy Birthday stamp from Scrapbook.com. Here's a look at the nesting dies for the balloon. So I took the largest balloon and cut that out of the front of the card and added some acetate to the front and the back so that you have a see-through window. And here's a unique way to use your nesting dies. I actually used two different sets of nesting dies. I used some rectangles, 3 different rectangles, and I also used a square to cut out all of these sections of this frame to create this shaker, and that was so much fun to make. And this card was made with the nested scalloped heart dies from Scrapbook.com. I actually took these two dies, put them together to create a frame, and I created a heart-shaped shaker card. And keep in mind that a lot of these ideas that I'm showing you can be used with any nesting dies that you have. If you wanted to make a circle-shaped card instead of a heart-shaped card, you can apply the same techniques, but just use circles instead of hearts. Many of us have nesting dies, so just use what you have. This card, I used the hexagon nested dies from Scrapbook.com and created this fun Happy B-Day card. The stamp sets that I used are from Pink and Main, and then the die set there is from Scrapbook.com. But again, if you don't have hexagons, use circles, or use rectangles, or use a square. It doesn't matter what shape you use. I created this tree shaker card using the Scrapbook.com nested tree die set. I love this for a Christmas card. Okay, so the last thing that I want to share with you is this weekend during SBC Fest, Scrapbook.com is giving away a freebie. It is the shaped house shaker dies. It is a 2-piece shaker die set that will make this fun house shaker, and I created a card with it as you see here. This is free with any purchase, so be sure you pick up yours today.
So thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. Don't forget that there is lots more fun happening during SBC Fest, so be sure to check out some more awesome tutorials from all of your favorite crafters. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back, friends. We just watched Mirisha Dean and Lisa Mears' class. Let's hear your thoughts first.
Okay, I have a lot of thoughts. So many good things. I love Mirisha, and I loved all of her tags that she made. So much inspiration. I love what you did with the stocking, Mirisha. That was so cool. Because,
okay, don't steal my favorite part.
Oh, no,
I'm just kidding. That was my favorite part.
Isn't it? And then she did the little patches on it, which I wouldn't have thought to do that. That was so cute. So many good things. And I love that she used the glitter gold cardstock for the snowflakes that really made it pop on her tag. I love that she layered all the papers, the ink blend. Oh, the ink blending on the stocking.
Yes.
That was such a clever idea. So she had talked about ink blending on colored cardstock, which, I mean, come on. It made it look like a shadow. It looked so cool. I loved that tip and trick. So cool. And then just what a difference it makes adding it to the colored cardstock and the gift card with the adhesive on the back. That was a clever tip. So to go around your gift card so it goes in the pocket and doesn't go down any further, I loved that.
Yes.
I'm going to do that.
Yes, I'm so excited for Christmas, and that just like got me in the spirit even more. I know like with Marie's class, same thing. Like just seeing all these Christmas cards come to life, like I'm excited. I'm stoked.
I know. We should start playing Christmas music. It's time. Didn't we all
still
talk about that one time?
You should sing a song.
No. Jingle bells. Just kidding. We will not sing. I will spare you all singing. Okay, so then after Mirisha was Lisa Mears.
Yes.
Again, blown away. What did you think?
Blown away. Okay, well,
Shaker
first of all,
cards.
Can you hear that?
Shaker.
Lisa sent in her cards.
Oh my gosh.
Like, look at these.
These are so pretty and amazing. Look at all of them. I love this one. Look at that. So we have them in person and we get to touch them and hold them. We are so lucky, but I couldn't get over this one. This one blew me away. I would not have thought to do 3 open shakers on one card. Yes. I love that. And this one too. So cute. Such a clever idea. I was in love with this and I'm going to try it. So she really inspired me.
Yes. And then, okay. So my jaw was on the floor when she was making this card because she didn't use foam on this section. She just layered it over and over and over again. Yeah. When she was like, oh, I'm not going to use foam. Well, what's she going to do? But when she did that with these like intricate circles.
Speaking of which, those are our intricate circles. And I would not have thought to use that in that way as the center of a flower. So I love that she gave that tip.
Yes. Again, my jaw was on the floor. That was so cool.
I know, so many good ideas. I mean, I was blown away. Now, she made 3 cards for us, but she also did all of these and showed a ton of different tips and tricks. And again, cannot believe all the inspiration we're getting from this SBC Fest. Like I said, I have notes because I really do not want to forget anything.
Same.
And I'm going to go home and have some fun creating and crafting and just
reliving all of this.
All of this inspiration. So, okay.
And I'm going to sit here like this for probably the next like hour, just shaking these shaker cards. Shake. Yeah.
I love it. They're so pretty. So pretty. I love it. Okay. Now, we are about to wrap up, which is making us very sad here at Scrapbook.com because we have one more class and then we will be popping back in to wrap up. But we're so excited. We're saving an amazing instructor for the end. She's awesome. Allie Edwards is the best. I have been a fan of hers for a very long time. And so I'm so excited that she is joining us at SBC Fest. And what she has to show is amazing. Again, a sneak peek and so good.
Yes, so good.
She's always so good. Always so good. We love Allie.
But we got to keep the party going. So we have one more class. So stick around and watch hers. And you want to stick around because we have a giveaway.
We do. Let's do a big giveaway.
Oh, yeah. Like 50?
Oh, let's be a little more generous.
100?
More.
150?
150!
All right. Let's do it.
$150 SBC gift card. All you have to do is comment when you see the banner pop up. Here's the banner. Some lucky winner is going to get that $150 gift card. You can get so much at scrapbook.com with that.
Yes.
I mean, I am a little jealous because all of this fun stuff you could get actually. So.
Oh yeah, and I mean, and if you watched yesterday and you saw the preview of our warehouse, like,
oh yeah,
there's a ton of stuff back there that you can get with $150.
Yes, it's amazing.
Yeah.
All right, so let's jump right into it. Shall we go to Allie?
Yeah, let's close it out with one last class.
Allie!
welcome to my class for the SBC Fest. Today what I am going to be talking about is my love of grids. Grids are my most favorite way to get my content organized. I love using them as the jumping off point for the foundations for my projects. They are an excellent way to create homes for your stories, your photos, and your embellishments. I want to start off today by talking a little bit about some previous projects that I've done and share with you some of the old layouts or past layouts where grids have really been a core piece of the way that the project was put together. So I have been scrapbooking for 20 years now, long time, lots and lots of stories told, and it continues to be something that I love to do. I do it in a variety of different formats. From when I first started out doing all 12 by 12, I've done some 8.5 by 11. These days I do a lot of 6 by 8 sized projects. I did Project Life for about 10 years, and now these days I do kind of a mix of 6 by 8 layouts outside of the page protector, along with I've been doing a few more pocket page layouts as well. So we'll talk a little bit about all of those things and show you some examples from different things. I also do traveler's notebooks from time to time, so if you're brand new to me, you can check out my website at allieedwards.com, see all of the different things that we have going on over there, as well as the different projects that we love to invite the memory keeping community to participate in. So back to grids. Let's just dive right in and take a look at some different projects that I've done in the past that incorporate grids. Again, the number one thing with a grid is it is a way to organize information. And as memory keepers, we often have a variety of different information to organize, right? We have words, whether it's typed or handwritten. We often have photos, right? Whether it's one photo or multiple photos. And then we often have embellishments too. And so we want to give a home. I want to have an organized space for those. Some of my projects are very graphic and very organized, and I think that that's where the grid comes from, or the love of the grid comes from. But I also do things that are less structured and a little bit more organic, and those can incorporate grids as well. And so the three projects that we're going to do today will play around with a variety of those ideas. So let's first come down to the table and take a look at a couple different projects that I've done in the past. This is one that I did for a class called Yesterday and Today, and it is a very structured, very organized layout that repeats basic shapes, and a lot of times that is what you will find in a grid. So grids can be vertical and horizontal, right? They can be organized that way. This one is primarily a vertical grid. Got a variety of photo sizes along the top, paired with a variety of journaling blocks down below. And then I've got a little bit of embellishing in between each one of those. This is telling some stories, documenting some childhood memories. Very organized though, in terms of my widths are the same all the way across, right? Each one of these widths are the same. The heights vary, so even within a grid you can have variation. Also, something to think about related to grids is that you can break out of the grid. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit too. So this is one example. Let me show you a couple more. I wanted to show you an example of one that's a little bit more organic. This is actually a hand-drawn grid where I actually went around and drew by hand. Pull it out of the page protector here. This is from a workshop called Hello Story that I did many years ago now. This is a project from 2013, just to give you an idea of how long grids have been at the heart of the way that I structure my projects. I also used a little bit of paint that became the space for my journaling, and then I'm playing with a wide variety of embellishments on there. This is a great example of a no photo layout that is based on a grid, right? We've got horizontal lines, we've got vertical lines. Can a grid be oriented this way? Yes, it can. Lots of different options for ways that you might want to put a grid together. Let me show you a couple more in this particular album. Scroll back here. Here is one, actually this is probably a favorite of mine for a couple reasons. One is it is a very early story from when I first met my husband, so I love that part of it. I also love that it is based on a grid. So this again is a 2-page 12 by 12 project where I have square photos, so lots of photos, a great way to incorporate lots of photos. And all I had to do in this case was think about what was a structure that could hold my photos, and then where was I going to put my words, and what kind of embellishments did I want to add in. So in this case, this is actually the jumping off point for this one was the concept of addition and subtraction. We did a math lesson in this one. And so as it goes along, we're doing plus signs, right? So like this memory plus this memory plus this memory, lots and lots of the photos there on a very specific organized grid, which still allowed me to be playful, to add in a few die cut things. I also have Avery index tabs there along the edge, and then I have my journaling right here on the inside. I actually attached this with washi tape to the page protector on the inside there, and then there's a plus sign between each of the memories there. So I love how this one came together. Very classic. Again, this one was done, let's see, probably around 2013 as well, but it's the kind of way that the style that I come back to again and again, even when I'm doing different sizes. I also wanted to show you one that included circles. So when you are building a grid, it doesn't have to just be horizontal and vertical squares for your organization. Circles are a great way. Any shapes really are any shapes can become a great home for your words, excuse me, photos and embellishments. So in this case, I have circles. Again, this is a no photo project, but you could easily, hopefully, envision that some of these circles could be photos. All right, next I wanted to show you a couple examples in the 6x8 size, just so you could kind of see when you have a little bit less real estate in terms of the foundation area for your project, what does a grid look like in that space? I have long been a full page photo fan, and so you'll see that here paired with a grid on the other side. So circles again, this time we've got the full page photo paired with a pattern paper with circles right on top. And I've got one circle that's lifted up a little bit off the back of the page. I think this is a fun way for you to see something that's not just on a white background. I love white cardstock. The projects that we're going to do today are going to be on white cardstock, but they are easily adaptable if you're wanting to bring in more colors or patterns. So here's an example of what a grid can look like in a 2-page 6x8. Also, you can see, if you don't know already, I work a lot outside of the page protector. So the measurements here are actually 7 inches by 8¼ inches tall. So lots of options. And the projects that I am going to share with you today can be done in a wide variety of sizes too. Here's another example of a grid, a 2-page project. So I've got my full page photo again, like I said. I'm showing you some of the ones that I really like in terms of a grid background. And then I've got the second page here that has a grid of squares or a grid of kind of rectangles, right, with photos and then little titles down below. Got my journaling that comes out on a little tag there, and I have some stamping along the bottom. So even though I have other things happening on here, you can see that it is based on a grid foundation. Now, another thing to notice on this one, I think I mentioned earlier the idea of breaking out of the grid, which is a design technique that you can do with intention, right? So here's a good example of that. I actually used a little circle punch on the sides here and then added in ampersand stickers there that go outside of the grid, which means they go outside of this strong line, the strong line here, and then the strong line here. And so I've got just a little bit of that popping up over the edge. Another thing I wanted to mention, and something that we're going to look at in one of the projects today, is using page protectors, divided page protectors as a foundation. One of the best things about divided page protectors is that they are a grid, right? You don't even have to think about it. They're already giving you a layout structure. In this case, this is from my Project Life album in 2018. I've got 4x6. This is a page protector that has 4x6 and 3x4 pockets, which was my favorite that I used through the 10 years of doing Project Life. Having the grid already there and not having to think through what the background of your project is going to be can be really comforting and motivating for a lot of people in terms of telling their stories. So if you are somebody that already loves pocket pages, or if you're somebody that's looking to simplify to a very basic grid, pocket pages, whether you're doing it in the 12x12 size, a 9x12 size, a 6x8 size, that grid is there for you to build your projects upon. It sounds really simple when I say it out loud, but it is such a good use of a grid, of a way of structuring your organization, that I can't not mention it. And one of the projects that we're going to do today is similar to a Project Life spread. We're going to do one that's like around the house using 9x12 page protectors, or whatever page protectors you might have available to you. In my own storytelling adventures, a lot of the grids that I use, or the way that I rely on grids, is through the repetition of a shape. And so here's an example. This is actually a full page photo background. This is in a 6x8 album. And then I have this repeated rectangle, rounded corner rectangle shape with different pieces of my story, right? Seven little stories about life right now is what I was doing in this particular project. I love showing this one because probably as you look at it, you can imagine that this background could be pattern paper, right? Could be pattern paper, could be a photo, could be multiple photos, it could be a grid of photos. Again, the way that I often approach grids are from a very up and down, straight line, strong vertical and strong horizontal way. But I love how this one turned out. Also, each of these different shapes could be a home for an embellishment, a home for a photo, as well as a home for your words. Here's another example of a page protector grid, right? This is a 6x8 page protector with the 2x2 pockets. It's already a grid. It's already set up for you. It's just waiting for you to slip your words and photos right inside of there. A grid doesn't only have to be repetition based, right? It doesn't have to be a repeated bunch of shapes. This project right here, which actually is a fold open project, this is a grid, right? It is a grid that has these essentially two vertical shapes, but then it's divided with a horizontal shape over here. So you're looking at the structure and you're saying, what can I add in this space? What can I add in this space? And what can I add in this space? And that's how I often approach my projects, in terms of looking at the space available to me, figuring out how can I divide it up to create homes for my words, photos, and embellishments, and then what is the end result. Also, another way that you can find grids occurring already is on pattern paper. So here's a pattern paper that had a grid background already inside of it, or already created alongside the pattern paper itself, and then I use those squares for homes for chipboard alphabet there, and then a couple embellishments. Let's do one more look at a recent grid project here in my 6x8 album. This is one that's a 2-page project. It's got pattern paper on the outside. It's paired with a full page photo, and then it folds open to have a grid of 6 rectangles there. Each one tells a different piece of the story, and then I also have room for embellishments there. And also, here's something that is breaking outside of the grid. All right, let's go ahead and get ready to dive into the 3 projects I put together to share with you guys today. All right, for this first grid project, we're going to play around with the idea of drawing our own grid. And you can use a wide variety of things to draw this grid. I'm going to be using some of the Tim Holtz distressed crayons, and in a second I'll talk a little bit about why I picked those. But for this project, you're going to need a couple sheets of white cardstock. You're going to need some numbers or a die cutting machine. I'm going to be die cutting my numbers out for this. I also did a printable for you guys, and in some way or shape or another that is going to be you're going to be able to have access to it. I'm not sure how it's working in the classroom. A sheet of outlined circles that I'm going to use a 2-inch punch to punch these out. I'm also using some little tiny die cut embellishments that are available on Scrapbook.com that are from the Ali Edwards brand, and we're going to be placing those inside. The story that we're telling with this particular project is just, it's like a currently kind of story using ing words. So planning, capturing, scrolling, blooming, celebrating, reading, watching, loving, listening, and drinking. That's the story that we're going to be telling with a grid foundation. So in addition to the grid, and I'll talk about that in a minute here, I also printed out 2x2 photos that represent each of those ing words that I just read. So before I dove into this project, I had to do some planning to see how this project was going to work. And I'm using one of the Scrapbook.com trays to hold each of the different projects that I'm doing here. Again, like I said, I'm going to do a 9x12. This was my practice run. What you see right here is the practice run. So I have the little icons that can fit on the circles. I practiced just kind of drawing a really rough grid on here, which will be what the grid ends up looking like. And I was also playing around with the idea of coloring in different pieces of the grid. And then you can see 2 of the die cut numbers. I'm going to go ahead and use my die cutting machine to cut out those numbers using, it's a number die from Scrapbook.com that's included in the supply list. So once I cut out these little 2x2 pictures, they're going to go into each one of these, and I'm going to end up with a 2-page spread. But I just wanted you guys to see that sometimes when I'm doing a project like this, I'll plan it out a little bit more ahead of time, right? I want to see what's this, you know, how is this all going to work together? Are these different pieces going to be able to come together? Now, the one thing that I haven't established yet is, am I adding additional journaling to this project? And I might not. It may just end up being the photos paired with the circles there that say watching. Okay, and so again, it's going to be 2-page. So let's go ahead. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to take all these guys off here. I'm going to reset myself up, and then let's talk about how this is going to all come together. So I think the first thing that I am going to do, even before I lay out my grid and actually hand draw my grid on my white cardstock, I have 2 sheets of white cardstock cut to 9x12. Again, depending on, what size you are working in, your background might be 12x12, it might be 6x8, it might be 8.5x11, whatever makes sense to you. I want to do 2 9x12 pages today. So before I do that, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to get the pieces of my project ready. So I'm gonna hole punch all of these different circles here, and then I'm gonna be cutting these guys out, and then we're gonna be matching the embellishments, the little die cut embellishments on top of the circles. So on the video here, I'm just gonna show you parts of this, because me just punching out each one of these, I want to get through 3 projects in the time that we have. So I'll show you a little bit of each one. That's what you're gonna see in the video, and then we'll talk about how it all comes together. Okay, so I'm using a 2-inch punch. Punches still are one of my most favorite things. I have a bunch of them here in the office, but it's so easy. This is a PDF file that's available to you guys. I just printed it on white cardstock, and then I'm going to go through and punch each one of these out, and then add these cute little icons right on top. I love this because it's really fun to make it I'm going to have a circle in my grid, I'm going to have a number in my grid, I'm going to have a photo in my grid. Your grid could be all circles, your grid could be all squares. The numbers could go on top of a circle as well. You know, that's something I could do. Maybe I would put pattern paper behind them. I haven't decided yet. We haven't got to that part yet. So right now we're just going to be cutting out punching out the circles. I'll just punch all these out right here, and then we'll move on to the next step. I like to call this production method. When you're going through and you're kind of doing the same thing over and over again, it feels like you are feels like you're on a production line. All right, if this is the first time that you're being introduced to me, one of my passions in memory keeping for the whole 20 years that I've been doing it have been telling everyday life stories, really basic kinds of stories, who we are, what we do, where we go. It's never been just about big holidays for me, and that has bled into all the different projects that I do. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab the different icons and I'm gonna match them up. So I've got watching, I've got capturing, I've got scrolling, because for most of us, that's a story that we can tell about our everyday life right now. And one of the things that's fun, I think, about this particular project is that you can take photos from your own, from your camera roll, but you can also pair them with images you get online. So with like the watching image, I've got it, we're watching Better Call Saul. The listening is for the Beyonce. The drinking one, I've got an image of a bottle of wine paired with, photos of my dog, photos of myself, those kinds of things. So I'm putting the little clock with the planning one. I am putting the heart with loving. And again, we haven't even established what exactly our background is going to look like yet. I'm just doing some of these pieces first. So we've got blooming, we've got drinking, we've got the star, that's one I was going to put on celebrating, and then we have the music note for listening. That leaves me with the ampersand and the little flower, which could also go in that one, but I decided I wanted to use that instead. And to adhere on top of these, I'm going to use just rolling adhesive. I am using the Scrapbook.com rolling adhesive. This has become my go-to. I love it. It works great. I was really happy to find it, especially I was having issues with the previous adhesive that I was using, finding it, so I'm really thankful that we've got this now. So I'm going to go ahead and just simply adhere all these onto the circles. That takes just a couple minutes to go ahead and do that. So a big reason why I like telling everyday life stories is because I truly believe that these are the kinds of stories that really do matter in our life, right? It's all of these little tiny stories that make up the bigger stories over the course of our lives. And for all of the years that I've been memory keeping, you know, I can go back in and I can see the little details. I can read about the little details. A lot of what I do also is about celebrating, just looking for things to celebrate, whether it's related to my kids or it's stories about myself. I really use memory keeping as a way to understand myself better and to make sense of my life in whatever way that looks like for me at certain points and certain times. Sometimes we just can't make sense of anything, but I feel like the storytelling that I've done for years and years now has helped me to be a better person. It has helped me to pay attention to my life a little bit better than I think otherwise. I'm just really thankful for memory keeping and just the option to play too. All right, so I've got all those 2-inch circles all set up and ready to go. I'm also going to punch out my photos. So one thing, or cut out my photos. One thing I was thinking about as I was talking through this project a couple minutes ago was that one thing I could do is I could punch these photos out with the circle punch. So if I wanted to have circles that go with those circles. So I think what I'm going to do, I don't want to commit to that yet, so I'm going to wait a minute before I punch these out, and I am going to move to actually drawing the background grid. Okay, so I've got my 2 sheets of 9x12 white cardstock there. This is the one that I get from Scrapbook.com, and I think it's like the linen texture one. It's got a little bit of a texture. It's like a horizontal texture that I really like. Can also be vertical depending on how you cut it. Now, I drew this one out first, and you might want to do this as well, like as a scratch piece, right? Or as a test to see how is your grid going to turn out. Now, my goal with this grid is not to make a perfect grid. If I wanted a perfect grid, I would draw it on my computer with various straight lines, which is another awesome way to use a grid, and you can absolutely do that if you're more comfortable with that, and then print it out and use that as the background for your project. But in this case, I want the organic hand-drawn quality. So like I said, I'm going to use these distressed crayons. If you don't have these, you could use colored pencils, you could use Posca paint pens, or you could paint this on the background. I've actually done that. So another thing that you could do if you wanted to make sure that you at least started out with some semi-straight lines, you could use a ruler, and maybe I'll do that just for the outline lines and then let my inside lines be straight. These are super fun. There's a million different things that you can do with these distressed crayons, especially in mixed media stuff. Again, I'm just going to use them to draw lines because I think they're cool and fun. It's a fun way to do that. And actually, this might help. I think I am going to do it this way just for these outer lines so that we get a little bit of a organized thing happening here. So I'm going to leave about 0.5 along the edge there so that I end up with a 0.5 border. This is a metal ruler that I've had for a million years. I actually ended up buying another one because there has been many times where I have not been able to find my ruler. All right, and then I'm going to do the same thing on the bottom. I'm actually just going to turn my pages around to draw these lines on the bottom and looking for about the same distance. Doesn't have to be perfect. That is not our goal here. Our goal is to simply create some squares that can be homes for our photos and embellishments. And I drew all the way across the bottom, so we're just going to go with it. There's probably a way to smudge that off of there. I'm going to leave it. And then we'll just go ahead and do the outside ones with the crayon, and then we'll do the inside. So if you're wanting a stronger, you can use the edge If you want a lighter, and I mean lighter like a thinner line, if you want a thicker line, then you can press straight down on there. So we're just gonna go like this. We're giving ourselves that outside grid. And then what this one over here does for me is it shows me how many I'm gonna have 2 vertical lines and I'm gonna have 4 horizontal lines. That's going to give me a roundabout, you know, an option for a roundabout of those 2x2 squares. And when I say roundabout, I mean they will be close to 2x2, but they don't have to be perfect because we can have things that break outside of the grid. Okay, so here's my 2 pages that I'm going to start with, and then I'm going to hand draw these other ones. And a lot of times, so I'm still going to use this. So again, I think that it's probably a good idea to draw some out yourself, draw it out yourself as a practice. And then I'm just going to draw down here and down here, not trying to have it be, doesn't have to be perfect. I am going to line this one up over here though, just so I can kind of see going all the way across. And then here. So you can see that some of them are bigger, some of them are smaller. Some of these are gonna go a little bit outside the grid, some of them are gonna be inside. But again, if you like the look of a really strong or the straight lines, then just use the ruler for the whole thing. It's kind of up to you how you want it to be, and they do not have to be exact. And that one's gonna be a little wonkier. There we go. Okay, so now I have my background. Got my background all set up. This is gonna allow me to use all 10 of the circles, and I think this is gonna turn out really fun. So I think the next thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna organize these around. So each row, we've got rows and columns, right? Rows going across, columns going up and down. And I think I'm just gonna place these around here. This will be my initial thing. And I'm varying the placement of these. Actually, I'll probably look even a little bit at the color. I'm gonna vary the placement so they're not all in the same row or same column. Let's put this one here, we'll put this one here. Maybe come over this way, and then we'll put this one in the middle. So something like that, where there's a little bit of variation in the placement, meaning that they're not all in a straight line there. One thing I thought about as I was putting this together too was if I wanted to add a little bit of writing about the show or just give a little bit more context, when you add these circles down, you could do them with brads so that they could twist up. Right, that would be an option if you wanted to be able to add something underneath. I haven't decided if I want to do that yet or not. So the next step for me, I think, is I'm going to do the die cut. I'm going to die cut the numbers using my die cut machine. I'm going to get that out and bring it over here to the desk using a few different colors from some of the smooth cardstock that Scrapbook.com has. These are the colors that I initially picked out, and I'm not sure yet. I know for sure I think I like these 3. I'm not sure about these other 2 yet. But let's go ahead and do that process next. Actually, before I do that, I know one thing that I am going to do is I'm going to adhere those down, which I'm not adhering them yet, but I will be adhering them with foam adhesive, which is one of my favorite things to have elements sticking up off the back of the page. I love that little bit of dimension. I'm going to put 4 on the back of each one. I probably won't show that whole thing in the video, but that's what I'm going to do. So if you're following along and you want to pause to do that, you can do that now. And I'll just do 2 of them here. So again, I like to put 4 on them. That way they're not falling over. Like if you just put 1 in the middle, then they get warped sometimes inside the page protectors. But I love how that dimension, how it sticks up off the back of the page. I use foam adhesive probably on almost every project that I do, either to pop up embellishments or to pop up a photo or a journaling block, depending on what it is. All right, to die cut my numbers, I am using a Sizzix machine, and then I am using the scrape number die. It's the bold basic numbers, super universal, one that I would probably use over and over again. And what I'm thinking about doing with these different colors here is maybe doing a bunch of numbers and then deciding as we go along, you know, which color do I actually want to use. So I am going to do this in a very simple way, which is just laying all of these down on here, and then we'll run the paper through there. I do have one thought as I'm working on this, and this is very much the way that I work, is as I started thinking about the circles, and I was like, oh, well, maybe I want to do circle punched with white numbers, or you know, so that my grid, not only do I have that hand-drawn grid, but then I have a bunch of repeated circles, and I could circle punch these as well. And I'm kind of thinking about doing that. That's a little bit of a departure from what I originally planned, but that's kind of how I work. So we're gonna keep going, and we're gonna do this first, and then we'll see what happens. So I think on here, I think I can probably get almost all of the numbers, and then we'll just do this a couple times with a couple different colors, and then we'll pull from those colors. So we're doing a bunch of them. And then any of the ones that I punch out that I don't end up using right now can go into, let me show you my little number storage here. I like to use these kind of embroidery floss boxes like this. This one is where I have a bunch of leftover numbers. These numbers would be great to pull for this particular project, but I wanted to die cut some more. So once I'm done with these, any of the ones that I don't use can go into this box of numbers. And I actually have 2 boxes that are like this so that I can go up to 31. I do some projects that are month long or a little bit longer, and so I like to have it all the way up to 31. But this would be a great, the way that I'm putting this project together right now would be a great way to use some numbers from your stash too. Okay, so I've got these all lined up on here. I'm just gonna add my piece of paper there. Again, this is some of that smooth cardstock from out of those packs. And this doesn't have to be perfect because I just want the numbers that are inside there. It's a nice sound. I like that sound. All right, so this is actually fun. Maybe I would use this, you know, the extra pieces. So sometimes I keep these. I could totally use this in my art journaling, like if I wanted to use it as a stencil, paint over top. I'm always thinking about that kind of stuff as I'm cutting things out. So here now we've got the numbers, and you could do this on a silhouette too, right? Just kind of depends on what you got. Okay, so I'm just gonna throw all those down. So any numbers would work here, but it's kind of fun to play with the die cutting. So let's do a couple other colors of these. I kind of want to do one white. So I don't think any of these cardstock packs that I have white in them. So I'll just use some of my regular white cardstock. Some of the extra pieces that I cut off from the 9x12, right? When you scrapbook in a non-12x12 size, then you end up with lots of pieces like this. You guys might have these. These end up being scrap pieces for lots of things, the extras. So I'm just laying that white cardstock on there. We're gonna run that through. I'm doing the white just in case I end up wanting to like punch the colored cardstock, 2-inch circles, and then I can put the numbers on top. Kind of thinking of a few different ideas. That just makes me happy to just have a bunch of numbers. I love numbers. I use numbers all the time for counting, right? They're just great jumping off points for storytelling. All right, let's do this pink. And I'm just going back and forth with the plates here. I'm telling you, the outlines those make me super happy. The other color I think I want to do just to see what it might look like on there is black. Sometimes I really love using black. So this is actually from the Christmas version. Let's see, or maybe the dark gray. Let's do a black and just see what that looks like. Oh, okay. How fun is it? Can you guys see that? Where the insides are a different color because I've cut them out. Ooh, that might be really fun. Okay, just the things that I see as I'm going along here. All right, okay, I'm gonna put this aside now, and then we'll start kind of layering things on that background grid that we created. Okay, so now I have a couple of decisions to make, including, do I want to cut these in circles? I think what I want to do first is cut them out in squares, and let's see what that looks like. And if I want to change them into circles, I can punch them out. So I'm just running these through my trimmer. I cropped them to 2x2 on my computer in Photoshop, laid them out on a 4x6 canvas, and then I'm going to cut them out. And then I'm just gonna lay them around here just so we can see kind of what does it look like with the squares. I'm pretty sure already just by looking at it right now that I'm gonna wanna punch these into circles because I think I'm gonna really like that the repetition of the circles. Okay, I have those all laid out now, and you can see what it looks like with the squares, which I think would be totally fine. So if this is an option where you're like, yep, I'm down with the squares, go for it. If you want to see what it looks like if they're all circles, let's try that too. Probably a little bit easier to punch them previously, but we're going with it because some of them might be just a little bit too, when you're hand cutting stuff, sometimes it's just not perfect. And you'll see what I mean here, like the bottom edge of that's a little bit off there. But yes, I think I'm gonna go ahead and do that. One thing that's cool about this idea too is that if you don't want to crop them to 2x2, you can just print out 4x6 photos, and then you can use the square or the circle punch to punch out wherever you want them, right? The size that you want them in. This might end up being hard. Might have been better. I might reprint my photos and then do it again, just cutting them off of there, because then I'll have something to hang on to. When I'm trying to kind of get this set in there, it seems harder. Okay, so I did go ahead and reprint these. This is part of the benefit of saving your files before you decide, before you delete them, in the cases where, like this one, you might want to reprint. Okay, so let's just try to get right in there. Still going to be a little bit tight, but I think I'm going to really like how, yeah. So this is pretty much probably going to lead me to wanting to put my numbers on circles also, but we'll lay them out and see what they look like. I think looking at all of those circle projects that I've done in the past with the circle grid ones, that probably helped this decision. One comment I want to make about these circles as I'm punching them out is it's a nice reminder that it doesn't have to show the entire image, right? We can show a portion of an image and it can communicate the title, it can communicate the person, it can, there's lots of things that it can communicate when you do a portion of an image. Better Call Saul, we're in the middle of that. No spoilers, don't tell me anything about it. I don't want to know anything. I don't want to know any spoilers on that one, but enjoying it so far. I think as of the time I'm filming this, we're in season 5. We're in like the beginning of season 5. I'm really liking the look of this as I'm working on it too. I think it's really fun to have that organic grid in the background paired with these repeated circle shapes. So obviously you could do this sort of thing without the grid in the background. So you can have visible grids and then you can have an invisible grid. This obviously is a very intentional visible grid, but you could take that off and still have a grid just using the 2x2 photos and embellishments and all the other things we're putting on there, the circles. Okay, so the next decision that I need to make is related to the numbers. So what do I want to do with the numbers? Do I want to just lay them down on here like this? Do I want to put them on a pattern circle? I'm kind of thinking that might be what I want to do because I feel like adding some pattern in here would be really fun. Again, it's going to be up to you in terms of how you want to do this. Let's just lay out what it would look like if we just had the numbers, because that might really appeal to some of you, and it's nice to kind of just have a visual of what that would look like. If I was going to do this, I want to spread the color out a little bit. Maybe add in a blue. Let's just do let's see what it looks like either way. So I do like the black because I have some of those black colors in there. I'm not pulling from the white just yet, but I may pull from that in a minute here if I do the circles. So let's just kind of see. I actually kind of like this, but let's see how does this end up? So that's 5. Trying to vary the placement there, right, of the circles too. Like I don't want to have it back to back or lined up in a way where it's like all of the circles are in the same spot there. But this one I might like maybe go like this, or maybe like this and put the 8 there, and then I would probably move this one around. So this is kind of where you get into the where do you want to place things. Actually that should be yellow. We're following that long 9, and then maybe do the 10 here on the bottom, which would be this one. So we're going to need to do another one. Let's just pull one that has we'll do the black just because I have that so we can see. Okay, so which would be fine, right? That's just varying it around there. So I think that actually looks fun. A couple things I don't like. I don't like that the 6 and the 9 are in the same spot with the yellow. So I would probably move one of these over here like that. It does have two of those same ones right there. It's okay. Maybe I would move this one over or in here. These are the things that I think about as I'm doing this, trying to figure out. Okay, well, I don't need to decide exactly on that right now. Let's play around a little bit with some options. Okay, so a couple things that I know that I want to do. I know that I want to add foam adhesive to the back of my photos so that I have those lifted up off the back of the page. I think before I settle on anything here, I just had an idea. So one thing that might be fun to do, and that would incorporate some more of these distressed crayons, is to do something where you draw a circle. So let's say, this might be fun. This might be a good example or a good solution to this. So you could always punch a circle if you wanted to, right? A pattern circle, and maybe we'll do that too. But what if we take a different color distressed crayon and we punch a circle, or we've got a spot where a circle was punched. You could do a couple different ways. You could use the outline of this to draw around the outside, or you can use the inside and we could draw a circle like this with the crayon, right? And then the number could live inside of the circle. That would be another fun way to play around with a shape and to play around with these crayon colors. Now I'm kind of liking all the black numbers, of course, that's very much me. And so that might be something that I just end up using black for all of the numbers. All right, I went ahead and die cut a few more of the black numbers because I think that is what I want to use on here. The other thing that I got out was I have another circle punch. This is a 2 1/4 inch punch. So it gives you a 1/4 inch if you're layering it on top of a 2x2. Here's like you can see it has a nice little border. So what I was thinking related to that, and I did a practice one over here, was I like the idea of having some of these hand-drawn circles, or circles with a template here, going off the grid or breaking into the outside grid. So I'm going to go ahead and take this 2 1/4 and I'm going to punch a circle here, and then I'm going to use this as a template for drawing. And then I think what I'm going to do is use all black numbers, and that'll give me a little bit more consistency. If you're playing around at home and you want to use a bunch of different colorful numbers, you should totally do that. But I think for mine, I think that this makes sense for how I want the overall look to be. So before I actually draw these circles on here, I kind of want to make sure that I like the overall balance of the project so far in terms of where everything is located currently. And then it's kind of you gotta go in and do it. So there's a couple things that you could do. If you don't like the thickness of the distress crayons, you can obviously use colored pencils would work great for this, or you could just use a black pen. If you wanted to have a little contrast in the thickness of your line, maybe. What I'm thinking is I might use this as an opportunity to just add in a little bit more color, so that the color will come not from the die cut numbers, but the color would come from the crayons themselves. I'm looking at a little bit of the colors that are included in the package that I had, and I was gonna actually test a couple of these out. Let's do that on another piece of paper so I can kind of see which colors feel like that they would make sense in terms of having a circle. So that, this is the Worn Lipstick is the one I did the outline. So I don't want to do any of the colors with that one. Here is Cracked Pistachio. I feel like that's a color that might look good in here and kind of goes along with like that one. I don't feel like it needs to match exactly. This is a red. So this is the Festive Berries. I kind of wanted to see what this one looked like. Frayed Burlap. That's a little bit of a non-color, I think, in terms of what I want for this one. I'm looking for, let's just see what the yellow looks like. The yellow probably too light, I think. Let's try another blue. That one would look good, I think, on there. And even just having maybe 3 colors is probably enough. That's these 3. If there's another pink, maybe. What's this one? This one's Spun Sugar. So at least that would give me a little bit of a variation. But I kind of want the yellow, but I don't want that other yellow work. You can see I'm thinking as I'm going, right? I don't have it all figured out, which is part of the fun of changing your mind and mixing things up a little bit too, I think. Okay, let's see if there was I just want to try all of these now. Ooh, that's kind of a nice one. I don't like that one. Okay, let's try it with these ones and let's just see what happens. Worst comes to worst, I don't like it, and it's just another story that's told, right? We can work either way. Oh, the other thing I did want to show you too, though, like let me grab a pattern paper that I happen to have. Here's a yellow one. Here's just a random pattern paper. I just wanted to kind of see if I was going to do it with the 2-inch punch with pattern paper. Kind of give you an idea of what that would look like. So there's an example of that. You could have a black or whichever one of the numbers on there. Let's find the number 1 here. So that's a little bit of how a pattern paper could look on there. I think that would be totally fine. But like I said, I'm gonna go for it. We're just gonna add a little bit more color in here using the crayons. I'm feeling a little nervous, but I'm just gonna do it anyway. We're gonna have fun. Okay. For this first one, where's my little color thing? What was this one? Oh, that was that. Yeah, let's do this one. This is kind of like the peachy color. And I'm using this as a stencil, right? So that it can be thick or it can kind of be thin or whatever. Okay, so this is what this is gonna look like. I'm just gonna go for it. I'm not talking while I'm doing this, also because I gotta concentrate. So also, if you don't want extra color around the outside, that would be this would be a good time to like clean, repunch it or clean it. I don't really mind having those extra little pieces come on there. And some of them are gonna be way thicker. And if you do it this way with where you created a stencil for yourself, it's kind of fun because it gives you that outline around the edge there too, right? Where you get the little bit of a thicker version of that. I'm liking this, I'm liking this. Again, lots of different ways you can go with this, right? You could still even add patterns underneath there if you wanted to. And now I think I am gonna cut punch another one of these so I have a clean version. Okay, after doing it a couple times, I really like the ones where I did have the stronger edge around there. I like how that ended up looking. Now, there's lots of other things that you could choose to do here, right? You could choose maybe add a piece of vellum. Like there's lots of other next level stuff, right? So next level meaning you could punch a pattern transparency to go behind the numbers. You could emboss on the numbers. Maybe you want them to have polka dots on them. Like that would be something else you can do. There's so many different things that you could do with this. Again, what we've done is we've built ourselves a grid foundation with 4 2x2 or 2 1/4 or 2 1/4, those sorts of things. And we filled in those spaces with our words and our photos and embellishments, right? So numbers, photos, and then the embellishments with the ing words. The last thing that I haven't adhered anything down yet either, but the other thing I always want to make sure that I do is add on a date. And I just love using a really generic little office date stamp. And I'll put that down in the corner, and I'm going to do that in just a minute here once I find my date stamp. With a story like this, when it's kind of, around a certain time period, I just usually pick the day that I am actually putting the project together. And then I like to just add it right onto the bottom right there. All right, so another way that you could level up, I just talked about this a minute ago, was of adding something behind there. And so I took a piece of pattern vellum just to see what this would look like. This is a really light Swiss dot pattern. It's from here at Scrapbook.com, but it could be a way that you could layer, you know, have this down and then actually add the number 5 on top, staple it, and then staple it down here, or staple it and then adhere it on there. I kind of wanted to see a couple different things. If you did the pattern paper, you could also still add the pattern paper on there, and then you're gonna, with the 2-inch punch, and then you'd have a little bit of an outline, right? I want you to be able to see some of the different ways that you can play within these individual pieces of the grid. Each piece in the grid is giving you a home for some words, some photos, some embellishments, and then you can layer and play around with what you might want on top. I want to look in my stash and see what else I might have that might work underneath those numbers. One of the things I love about a project like this one is there's a lot of opportunities to make it your own, and there's also a lot of opportunities to repeat these same ideas in other projects in different sizes, in other formats, lots of things like that. A couple more things that I wanted to do before we wrap this one up and move on to the next one. As I was standing here and I'm kind of, you know, working through all of these different things, I was looking at my patterned vellum. Patterned vellum is one of my favorite things to purchase, and most often I purchase it here from Scrapbook.com, and then I have it in my stash and I come back to it over the years. So I often have things, some things that are available, some things that aren't available any longer, but I have one thing that I think I finally want to use, which is this really sweet little bee pattern vellum. If you look in the vellum section here on Scrapbook.com, you'll see some other options, but I think that this is the one that I want to use, and I think that what I'm personally looking for here is I'm just wanting a little bit of something behind these numbers. You can see I have the pink down on here because I was kind of trying to decide, did I actually want it to be pink instead of the black? This is the kind of back and forth thing that I do here on my own when I'm just here in the office by myself. I try not to spend a lot of time doing that because I think that we can easily get stuck in trying to make it perfect and, you know, wanting to have the perfect background color and the perfect whatever. I think for me on this one in particular, what I really wanted, and the reason why I'm going to add this vellum in here, is I just feel like that these circles just needed a little bit of something else, and this is going to be a little bit of something else for me. It would really look cute with a stripe vellum. I think any pattern paper would actually probably look really cute on there. I'm looking for opportunities to use the stuff that I have, and so my guess is that if you were on here, you probably have something in your stash that would work really well for this. So right now what I'm doing is I'm just going to cut these all out, and then the last part of my process is finally adhering everything down. So I've gone all this time without actually adhering things down, and that's pretty normal for me as I work through a project like this. I'm getting everything set, especially, you know, it's on a grid, right? I've got it, I'm getting it all in the places where I want it to be, and then I can go back in at the end and adhere everything down. All right, one other next level thing that you can do if you want to play around is if you have a paint pen. This is a Posca paint pen. I'm not sure if they have them here on Scrapbook.com, but it's actually a really fun tool to use. I use them again in art journaling. One of the things that I love about Sherry, you know, talking a little bit about how I use distressed crayons, is I don't think that people always think of me as like an artsy memory keeper, but I like artsy tools. I like doing artsy things, often more in art journals than on my actual scrapbook pages, but this is such a fun way to approach that and a fun way to use those products as well. The white paint pens, and I'll find out if they might have a different version of a paint pen here on Scrapbook.com, but what I like the idea of taking these with these black numbers, and there's lots of things that you could do from outlining them. They're a little bit thin. This pen that I'm using is a really thin version. But it's kind of fun just as a way to play around with the idea of dressing these up just a little bit more, adding a little bit more of a hand-drawn look to them. And I think I am going to do that on these. I think that's just a fun way to play around just a little bit more. Let's see if I can do it without getting it all over everywhere. Just a little bit more by hand, right? If you're liking that hand-drawn look, and you can always redo them again if you don't like how they look in the end. You could also write words on top of these. That would be something else that you could do. I also like how it brings in the white, right? Brings the white in from, you know, got a lot of white going on this page. And again, reminder, be a translator of ideas. That's something that I always love to talk about. If you don't want a white background, don't do a white background. This is just a way that you can graphically play around with some of the products that you have on hand and to think about different ways that you might want to use them. So anytime you see a pattern, that could be a photo. Anytime you see a photo, that could be journaling. Anytime, you know, within the shapes, especially within a grid. I'm feeling good with how this has turned out. So next step here then is simply to go ahead and get everything adhered and stapled into place. And then we will move on to the next project. Let me give you an example of, let's just do one of each of these. So obviously super easy with all of these guys. I added the foam adhesive to the back of my photos also, so that you can just peel these guys off. This is one of those things that, like, once, especially in a project like this where you have a lot of repeated elements, it's gonna take me a while to pull all of the adhesive off these, so you guys don't need to hang around for that. We'll move on to the other project, but I also wanted to show you what my plan is for these guys here, the vellum. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and trying to think. I love tiny attachers, so I kind of want to use a tiny attacher on here, like to just staple it in place. And I'm gonna just do it at a little bit of an angle. I always love the dimension that comes from that. And then I'm actually just gonna do my rolling adhesive behind here. It probably will not show up too much on there. And then I can just layer it down in place. You can see it a little bit, but it's not bad. The reason why, well, actually I probably could staple those in place. I was thinking that maybe I couldn't based on how far away they are. Like that one I couldn't staple because it's actually in the middle, but this one I could. So I think I'll probably just do it like I did those other ones, is staple and then adhere. All right, I'm gonna clean this up and we can move on to the next grid project. All right, my friends, for my next project, an idea for you guys to use related to grids, I wanted to build something on some tags. So I'm gonna be using these jumbo 4x8 media tags, available here at Scrapbook.com. And we're gonna build something on top of those with a grid foundation. So in this case, we're not gonna have a grid like we did in the last one where it was very direct, very specific grid, you know, easily drawn out. In this one, we're just gonna talk about how we place elements on a foundation in a grid format. Whenever I do a class, I always do some thinking ahead of time, obviously. And for this one, this is a little bit of what I'm looking at. So grid on tags. I want to do two different tags here. One that's going to have a half-page photo, and then another one that's going to have a smaller spot for a photo. I'm also going to be using a stamp set that is here at Scrapbook.com. This is one of my stamp sets, so in my handwriting. Again, everyday life documenting, focus on those. And the other thing I wanted to do with this one is I was trying to think of different ways that you can create a grid. So to create a little bit of a grid on this one, I'm gonna use one of the stencils, the mini heart stencil, and we're gonna rub this on. We're gonna get some ink. We're gonna place this on top of one of the stencils as a background. So you kind of have the grid that's created by the hearts, but we're not drawing a grid like we did in that last project. All right, so I love using tags as a base for this next little project. It's definitely something that you could adapt onto a different sized project, or you could take tags like this and add them onto a 12 by 12 canvas or a 6 by 8 canvas or whatever is the size that you are working on. For this particular project, I have printed a couple photos. This is a long 2 by 8 photo, which is half the size of this particular tag because I want to be able to have half of it be a photo and then half of it be journaling other things. So this also is a grid, right? 2 long narrow columns. On the other side here, I'm also still going to have 2 columns, but there's going to be some horizontal things happening here instead. So these images that I printed out are 2 by 4, and I'm going to set them up like this. So the grid is going to become 4 quadrants, right? So I have 4 spaces for content on this one, and then 2 spaces for content on this one. This long piece here could obviously be broken up. I could add in other horizontal oriented things, but in this case, I'm going to do 2. I'm going to do a really strong vertical Maybe add some journaling on there, and then I'm going to fill these spaces over here as well. I'm going to add in the stamps. We're going to create a stenciled background with a couple of Distress Oxide inks from Tim Holtz. I'm going to be using Shabby Shutters and then Rustic Wilderness because I really like the green. So the first step in this particular project is you're going to take the stencil. This is the small heart stencil, and the reason why I picked this one is because it's already set up in a grid foundation, right? We've got a nice strong vertical and horizontal, very organized, and we're going to use the little blending tool and the Shabby Shutters ink to get this on the background. I'm going to go ahead and I'm not going to do all over the tag because I know that part of it's going to be filled in with the photo, but I'm just going to go along on the one side here. So I'm just going around trying to fill in with some ink. This was a nice light color because I knew that I might want to handwrite on top of it. I am going to stamp a title on there. I know that's going to happen using this big Everyday Life stamp set over here. And this stamp set, I believe that we made that this year for our Day in the Life project. That's a project that I do twice a year, documenting some everyday life stories with our community, and you're always invited to join us in that project or in the longer Week in the Life project. All right, so let's lift that up. I got a little bit along the top edge there. I think that's fine. What I really liked, again, as I was looking in the shop for things that were related to grids, this is a nice way to actually kind of establish a bit of a grid in advance on your project. I think that for this side, I'm going to go ahead and do it all over on this particular tag. And there's probably a million different ways that you could do this, that, you know, do the blending part that are a little bit different than the way that I'm doing it, but this is how I'm doing it. And again, knowing that I'm going to use like four quadrants in my grid on this one, kind of trying to fill in that space and not worrying about the other space because that's going to get covered by my photos. Got a little bit off there. Obviously could tape this down too. I've seen people doing that where you're using I think it's there's a blue tape here on Scrapbook.com that can hold that in place. But there I've kind of set up my grid. So here you can see I've got my verticals and then I have my quadrant on this side. Next step is I want to use one of these stamps as a title that's going to go alongside this photo, and I want it to just kind of go right in this space. So if I look here, I think what I'm going to do is just make a little mark, like a pencil mark, so I can see where 2 inches is. Where's the halfway point? I'm just going to do it along the bottom, and then I can see that it's along this line right here. Because what I want to do is I'm going to use the So Thankful stamp, that's this stamp right here, with the Rustic Wilderness ink. See how this goes? Adding it on here, and I'm just going to stamp it along the edge, and then my photo will sit on top. I'm just going for it today. All right, so there's my line. So I know that I want part of it to be covered by the photo. So I'm gonna set it down, press it down a little bit. That looks very nice. I picked greens for this one. Obviously you could do any colors that you wanted to. I just like the greens with the flower pictures. Growing flowers is one of my personal passions, so I really like doing that, and that's why I'm gonna document a few of the flowers that we have in the yard. So I've got this So Thankful stamp. Any of these ones on here obviously would work well in this space. I'm gonna go ahead and do rolling adhesive on this guy and get him set down on there. I'm also gonna trim off along the top edge of the tag. So a couple things that you could think about with playing with tags like this. You could make a whole tag book of your garden if you're a gardener. If it's not from your garden, it could just be photos from around your home or your, you know, everyday life sorts of things, all of those. Maybe it's your grandkids or your pets, just sort of a celebration. This would be a good foundation for a celebration, some celebratory storytelling. One of my favorite tools too is this We Are Memory Keepers hole punch. I use it regularly. I'm gonna just use it to punch the rest of that hole there. Get that guy off there. Our photos adhered down on this other tag. And again, I'm using the Scrapbook.com rolling adhesive. I just think this is really cute. And remember that what I said about being able to just add it onto the layout foundation, that would, you know, 12 by 12 page or 9 by 12 page or any whatever page size that you are into. Okay, so we've got that there. Now we have our grid in a four quadrant grid. Trim off the extra. Okay, and then where do we go from here? Now, what I was thinking as I was putting this one together was, I think that I want to use another stamp, which is probably the gratitude for this day, which would fit right in that particular quadrant right there. So what I'm doing again is looking at this grid and thinking, how can I use this as a home for my words, stories, or embellishments, or photos, right? Words, stories, kind of the same thing. All right, so I think what I am gonna do is stamp that in there. Whenever I stamp like this, I like to do a practice first. I had actually already practiced the other one, so I'm gonna practice this one first on one of these extra tags. I just always feel a little bit better about that. Okay, so while I'm doing that, you can think about what other things would you want to put in this grid here? What are some other things? Maybe a little bit of story. You want to write some things down that could go in there. You could print them out on vellum and layer that on top. You have a 2 by 4 inch space to work with. So it's 2 by 4 inch space that could hold something. Okay, that looks good. I just wanted to make sure. Again, this one is the Rustic Wilderness, and I use the shabby shutters for my little heart background grid there. So I'm just going to go ahead and stamp this right on here. What I hope with this particular little project on these tags too is that it can just become a jumping off point for you for a design, for some story that you have to tell in your life. And even if you don't end up doing it on tags and maybe you just do it on a pattern paper, you can think in terms, or on a foundation, think in terms of a quadrant grid, right? Or 2 verticals, like put 2 verticals, whether it's 9 by 12, 6 by 8, and then do another one with a quadrant. Both of those are grids. So a quadrant would be 4 equal shapes. All right, so as I thought a little bit more about what I wanted to add onto my tag, I decided to print printable vellum, some journaling, and I sized it into that 2 by 4 space so that I can cut it and add it right into that quadrant that I have available right there. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and just trim this out, knowing where it's gonna go in my little grid that I have set up there. Sometimes when I don't have print marks added on, I will just cut off a couple sides, and then I can add it on here and trim off the extra. And I think with something like this, there's lots of different things you could do. If you like to add stitching to your projects, you could stitch across, and actually I might end up doing that. I have green thread in my sewing machine right now, so maybe I'll stitch along there. Just kind of do some fun zigzag stitches. It's a nice way to add some texture to your projects. And then really the only other thing that I think that I want to do on this one is probably add a date. I think I'm going to leave this super simple, right? But it's a nice way to think about 2 long vertical sections, so a grid of 2 long columns, and then a grid of 4 quadrants. So I think what I'm going to do is I am going to take this over to my sewing machine, which is right behind me, as you can see there. I just leave it out all the time because if I leave it out, I'm way more likely to use it. And I'm just going to go ahead and stitch on there, and then I'll pop back on here and show you guys what that looks like before we move on to the next project. Now, if you don't have a sewing machine, you can easily do something like this, maybe with some hand stitching on there, or you can just leave off the thread. It's not necessary, it's just a nice little bit of added texture, and it's just something else that keeps it from being so like rigid in terms of the lines that I'm establishing within my grid. Now, if you think back to the previous projects that we did, you could also create a grid on your page with stitching. So before I take this one over to my sewing machine, I'm just going to add a little bit of adhesive right on behind there just to keep it in place while I run it through the sewing machine. Okay, and then I'm still going to do some stitching across the middle there, but I'm going to cut off the extra of the printable vellum there first, just so that it's a little bit easier to use with the sewing machine. All right, I'm loving how this one is turning out here. I did want to add a date, so I'm going to just stamp, same rolling stamp that I used on the last project. And I think I'm just going to tuck it right in here for a little bit of that. Now, this is totally one of those ones where you can add more embellishments to it if you want to. I'm gonna leave this as is. I did want to show you what this might look like on a 12 by 12. Or the other thing that you could do, actually, I love this idea more that I'm gonna tell you in just a minute. But let's just pull out a piece of 12 by 12 cardstock and just kind of see. You can always just lay them next to each other, right? On a 12 by 12 or on a 9 by 12. I think that would actually look really cool. You could layer them on top of a pattern paper if you have a pretty pattern paper that you want to play with, or a sheet of vellum. The other thing that you could do, add them directly into your album using a hole punch. I was kind of thinking that that might be what I would do, but then I recognized my journaling over here is probably too close. So I could do it if it became like a spread like this where I punched them on this side. Also, you can add some really fun ribbon if you have some, maybe some green ribbon that you'd like to add into the middle there. I'm kind of thinking that I might end up putting these on a pattern paper background. I don't know, I might look and see what else I have in my stash. But for now, this is mainly what I wanted to show you in terms of using tags and creating grids on top of your tags. So again, we've got the nice long vertical grid, and then we have the 4-quadrant grid. All right, as promised, for this third project, we are going to do something that is inside page protectors. I'm gonna be using 9 by 12 page protectors, but you'll get the general idea of where I'm going with this, and you can adapt the concept to any size page protector that you wanna work in, whether it's 6 by 8, 9 by 12, or 12 by 12. For this particular story, what we are doing is we are telling a story about things around our houses. And this is based on a stamp set that we had available on our site, and it's now available on Scrapbook.com. And it's called Pieces of Home. There's also a notebook that you can get from Scrapbook.com if you are wanting to do this project. And I think it has like 5 or 6 different prompts and really leads you through documenting some different pieces of your home. I've already done that project, so I'm gonna do this one a little bit differently, obviously in the pocket pages. Once again, pocket pages are grids. They already give you the structure. It's already set up there. So we are going to lean into that as we tell the story of something about our house. Before I dive into that, I did want to show you one thing that I ended up doing with the tag that we did in the last lesson. I actually went ahead and adhered it back to back. I did add some ribbon on there before I took the pictures. Took that off and then ended up having just the one piece of ribbon so that I could have it adhered back to back, and then I punched holes along the edge so that this can go into one of my 6 by 8 albums. So I love how that looks. I also love the idea that you can insert tags into your album, and tags can be the foundation, and that you can build a grid upon any size that you might be working from. So just a recap on what that one actually ended up looking like, so you can choose your own adventure on what you want to do with that one. All right, now back to this last project here. Again, I'm working in a 9 by 12. The 9 by 12 page protector that I'm using is a combination of 3 by 4 and 4 by 6 pockets. And so what I have laid out here on my desk already, I printed out 6 photos from around my house. I literally just walked around, took a picture of the front porch, took a picture of our dining area, took a picture of the kitchen, took a picture of the backyard, took a picture of the living room, and then took a picture like down the street from the house. These are the kinds of pictures that I often incorporate in day in the life or week in the life projects when I'm working on those, or just a part of my everyday life scrapbooking. I don't go around and clean everything up. I want it to be captured as it is, with stuff laying around. We are a blended family of 5 kids here, so there's always some kind of stuff. I printed out my photos with a white border on them. I like that look that can be achieved using the Epson PictureMate PM400, which is the printer that I use for that size. And then I cut my white cardstock into 3 by 4 pieces so that I can use that as the foundation for a little bit of storytelling, and I'm maybe adding some embellishments on top. So one of my favorite ways to approach a grid like this, or a grid foundation in the pockets, is to repeat embellishments. Repetition, I think that's partly why I like grids too, and we talked about that a little bit in the beginning, the shape repetition. I love being able to see repeated shapes. I feel like it creates cohesion in my storytelling overall, visually, as well as it can really help you as you tell your story, and we'll talk a little bit about that related to the stamp in a minute. So I've got my photos lined out, like I said, six 4x6 photos. One of them is going to end up being a title. So a couple of other things I'm using here. I'm using vellum. This is vellum from Scrapbook.com. I've already done one of these just because as I was testing it out. So one of the stamps on this 4x6 stamp set says, "Loving my home as it is." And that is something that I have really been working on in my own life. Loving my environment as it is, not wishing it away for something else, not living in that space of yearning, but really giving gratitude for what we have right now. And so I am using StazOn to stamp onto the vellum and then cutting these out. So I'm going to need to do this times, I think I'm going to do 6 of them. I'm going to stamp them on here and then cut them out, and they will live on the top of my journal cards there. I'm also going to be making a title that is going to go, it's going to be on vellum, and I'm going to show you more about that in a minute using the Sizzix and an alphabet die, and that's actually going to go on top here. Then I also have vellum stars. This is another thing on the supply list that's available here, and I'm pretty sure that I'm going to use the vellum stars as my embellishment on top of my photos. Again, really simple approach to this project, but I think it's going to look really cool when it's done. So first step, like I said, is going to be stamping. So I'm going to dive in to using the vellum and the Loving My Home as It Is stamp set and using StazOn. So we'll go ahead and stamp these out real quick, and then I will cut them out. So whatever you do when you're stamping on vellum, you're going to want to make sure that the ink that you're using is a permanent ink. Otherwise it will just smear, and that is no fun. Okay, so let's get all 6 of these. I like the repetition of this particular stamp. You could also, on the stamp set, you know, maybe Pieces of Home is what you decide to repeat stamp on vellum, and then you could cut it out, or you could stamp that directly onto the journal card if you wanted that to be at the top. But again, my focus on this one is I really want the repetition of the sentiment here, which will help dictate the way that I tell the story, right? I've told lots of stories about my dining room or my kitchen table, and this story is going to be more about embracing what is. All right, so then simply with these, all you're going to do, first step here, is just cut them out. When I do stuff like this, it's all, you know, it's by hand, so it's never, it's not often perfect. Why am I doing this on vellum? I just like the look of vellum. Vellum is something that is a fun, it's a different texture. I like the see-through quality of it. You could use colored vellum if you wanted to. You could use colored ink if you have permanent colored inks. I'm just doing black and white because that is kind of one of my go-tos, and I always like it when I have lots of other colors happening in my photos to come back to some of the black and white. The other reason why I'm using vellum on here is because it is going to end up pairing with how I'm going to do my title, which is going to be on vellum. And actually, I think for the meantime, I'm going to slip my photos into the pockets. One of the things that I love about documenting our homes is I feel like our homes, things in our homes, hold lots of stories, right? Our dining room table holds a lot of stories. That's one of my favorite stories actually to tell is, you know, what kinds of things happen around our table. And at different points in time, there have been different things happening in our table, you know, from kids sitting there doing their homework to, you know, family meetings, to challenging conversations, to the girls coloring, to the girls doing their nails, right? Like over time, different things have happened besides just sharing a meal. We don't just share a meal at our table. There are lots of things that happen there. Lots of laughter, lots of, you know, sometimes they're reading, sometimes they're watching their screen, sometimes we're playing games, right? There's a wide variety of things that happen around the table. And actually that would be a great story to tell in page protectors like this, where you are simply collecting photos that you've taken of your family sitting around the table doing different kinds of things. I think one other reason why I wanted to do a page protector, besides that it's an obvious grid, I think sometimes when people think of pocket pages, they think that it's only for, you know, project life, or only if you're documenting weekly or documenting monthly. But really, page protectors, divided page protectors like this, can hold all kinds of stories, and they don't need to be in a specific time structure, right? It doesn't have to just be, oh, I'm documenting this week and that's the only thing that can go in there. You can also use divided page protectors to tell stories based on a theme. Like on this one, we're telling the story of you know, different things around my house right now, and the reasons why I am diving into or really going hard on loving it as it is. Don't discount page protectors as an opportunity to tell theme-based stories of what's happening in your life right now. Okay, so this is the Bold Basics Alpha, and you can see that I've actually already cut out the word home. And this was when I was doing some tests of what did I want to do with this particular project, and what kind of a title did I want to make. The idea here is that this vellum piece is going to live on top of this photo over here as a, I'm just gonna pull this out. I got stuff going everywhere, it just happens. I'm gonna put this on top. And I don't care that it is not perfectly set up, right? I actually don't mind, because I kind of like that it was, you know, just the extra, kind of like when we did the extra numbers. It's just the extra part of it, right? But what that inspired me to do then is like, why don't I do a second word on the bottom? So I'm actually gonna do the word love. And my hope here is that I should be able to just set it up so that it is right below my word on the top. So this can just be home love, right? And you could make yours be any other word, phrase, love home, around the house, those kinds of things. But I wanted to see, I'm pretty sure this is gonna work, and I'm gonna be really excited about it because I really like the idea of creating a cutout title. Again, this is something that obviously you could do on your silhouette. I loved that it is something that came out of something else. So we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna test this out because lots of this whole thing is about experimentation, right? Okay, so I've got it all laid on there. I'm gonna lay this right on top. Obviously that vellum piece there is cut to 4x6, so that's gonna be able to lay right over top of the photo of my house. And you know, as it goes through here, it may adjust a little bit. I'm kind of excited to see if it works. And voila, voila. So that looks super fun, right? That's a great, I love how that turned out. I think, and I don't care that it's not perfectly straight. It's gonna work really well. And it's gonna bring up the other vellum. Another example of having vellum on there. I'm gonna keep my little letters over there. Okay, so I think that I may end up, I love how this is really fun. A couple things here. Now let's talk about different ways that you could bring this together. Again, this is just a really nice grid. If you don't wanna work in divided page protectors, you could do the same thing with a 9x12 background, right? Just a piece of cardstock there where each one of these just then touches each other. That is a grid, right? You're replicating the shapes of the page protector just on a different kind of background. So keep that in mind as well. All right, so now I've got all of this set up. I might stamp something else right on here. Maybe I'll stamp the date. Maybe I'll stamp one of these guys. There's a little one here that says around the house. That would also be perfect. So why don't we just go ahead and do that. Perfect, when I say perfect, I don't mean perfect like, oh my God, that's the be all end all. I mean that that's gonna work really good in this little space. Okay, so I'm gonna use this around the house stamp, or this can go first and then the date can go second, either way. Okay, fun. Okay, so I think the other thing I'll do, I'm gonna date stamp on here. I'm just doing the same date that I did before. Actually, let's see. I'm kind of trying to think. Maybe I'll put a star in the middle there. So we're gonna do this, and then I might change my mind. But this is how we're gonna. Okay, so that's fine. It's a little bit not perfect, but we don't care about that. Okay, so I've got this space right here. So probably one of these little stars. Oh yeah. Yeah, oh, so fun, so fun. So I think what I'm gonna do with this particular one right here, there's lots of different colors in there, so you can choose whichever color makes sense for you. I think I'm gonna do a mini brad on there. You can always staple it. Mini brads are one of those supplies that I have been using since the very beginning. I still love them. They're just great. And so I want it to be right on top of that 4x6. Gonna get this little fun starter shape right in the middle there. And then I'm gonna punch a hole for the brad using a paper piercer. Yeah. Happy, happy, happy. So I'm gonna go ahead and stick this guy into the pocket here. So like I said before, if more color is something that you want in a project like this, bring in more color, right? You can do that with the inks, you can do that with the cards that you're choosing on the background. I did one example at one point where I took one of these little hearts and put them in here in the little book like this and cut them out so you could have a colored background. That's something else you could do. Kind of thinking about something that would be really fun, but so the idea that I'm having right now, and I always like to say these out loud because it might be something that is a super fun jumping off point for you. I kind of like the idea of cutting these and having a transparent background, and then the heart then sits on the transparency. I want to just follow through on that idea, and I want to show you what that would look like in case that's something that you would want to add into your own project. Let's just see what this would look like. So I'm just going to cut up a piece of plastic. I'm pretty sure that Scrapbook.com has these in their shop, some plastic pages that you can buy that end up being great for actual pages in an album if you want to do it that way. What I want to see, let's just see if about this funny idea that I'm having. Sometimes it's really fun to have see-through embellishments in projects, or especially in project life. When I was doing it more regularly, that was something that I really liked. So I kind of wanted to see what happens if I go like this, and then I just have my journaling might be down below. And maybe I'll get my sewing machine out again and maybe I'll stitch along there. Now I kind of really want to do this, so I might end up switching this up, but we'll talk about different ideas depending on what you have. And then I could even type my journaling down below if I wanted to. So this is about what this would end up looking like. You can staple this guy on there, and then you would be able to see through to the next page on the back side here, and then when you built another page you could have, you know, just some of your journaling down below. I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to follow through on that because I kind of really like that idea. So if you are at home and you're like, I'm never going to make plastic pages like that, no problem. Continue on with just using the journal cards as they are like this, using them, you know, using the white background. The other thing that I was going to do on here, which I can still do if I cut this one, about 1.5 inches is probably what I'm going to want here for this card. 1.5 inches tall. Let's see what that looks like. So this would go on here just like this on the bottom. I'm gonna make one like this. Let's just see how this whole thing evolves here. Sometimes I love doing handwritten stuff and sometimes I like it to be tight. So this is what I'm looking at here, doing it just like this, and then I am gonna staple it with my tiny attacher, just have it stapled in place. But then the other thing that I was thinking about doing is using these stamps on the stamp set as the little title. So this one would say this kitchen, this dining room, this backyard. Then I have this porch for that one. One of these ones says home means, and I think that I'm gonna take that one, and I am gonna use some red. Okay, I think I'm gonna do the barn door. I just tested these out to see what they were. So I'm gonna stamp home means, and then I'll just handwrite on this one, my journaling, and I'll probably do that at the end. But here at least you can get an idea of kind of where I'm going with this. I love this spot of red, and I'm going to use that on all of the other ones too. I'm pulling it off of the red door. Any other color that you like, a green would work here. I had originally kept out the rustic wilderness from what I did on that last one. I think what I'm going to do next is I'm going to go ahead and I am going to cut out my plastic pieces. All right, so I went ahead and got all of these cards set up with the vellum heart on top of a clear transparency see. And then I added the journaling space along the bottom. Again, this is 1.5 inches tall by 3 inches wide. If you don't have plastic sheets like this, you could always cut up extra page protectors that you might have. You could also use vellum as the background. The page protectors themselves are not going to be as sturdy as these plastic sheets, but definitely you could build on top of them. They will be able to slip inside of a page protector, and then they will be protected inside there. They still won't be as sturdy, but they'll be protected inside there, and that's something that I've done in the past too when I didn't have these sturdier transparent sheets. Now the next step for me is I'm going to take the barn door ink and I'm going to stamp the titles for each one of these on here, and this again is off of this stamp set. And then the last thing that I will be doing, well, a couple more things to do, adding my journaling on there, and then I'm also going to do a little bit of embellishing on the photos themselves with those vellum stars. So let's see, so the first one is this porch. So I have a porch. That's actually one of the reasons why I loved this house in the beginning. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and stamp this again using the nice red barn door is the one I chose. Any of those would be fine. These are the kinds of stamps that I love making, ones that are very specific. A lot of them are invitations to tell stories. Having one like this where it is able to identify each of the different places around your home makes it really easy to create your own embellishments to tell those kinds of stories. All right, so we've got this porch, then we've got living room, and then this is gonna give me the space to actually journal right below it. You could put it in the middle if you wanted to. I kind of like having it justified to the right side. Dining room. It's not really a dining room, dining area. Okay, so this dining. There's one that says this space too, so if you didn't have a specific name, or this room, my home, this home, that's also on there as well. Oh, this table is on there. Okay, so now I have all of those set up and ready to go, and I will just be adding my journaling on top of those. Okay, so before I do that part, I want to deal with these stars that I have here. I think this is what I'm gonna do. I like where it's like collecting them all in one place. You know, where you're playing with the embellishing all on the cards and then leaving the rest of it as it is. I'm trying to spread these out a little bit instead of having this same, actually this is fun, let's go. Okay, I think I am gonna run with this, and what I am gonna do is just staple that in place, use a tiny attacher and add it right on top. I like how the stars just bring a little bit of color into it too. I feel like that's kind of a nice little pop of something on there. And again, your project, you get to choose your own adventure on this project too, right? Okay, so the last step in this process for me then is that I am going to dive into handwriting my journaling on there, responding to the prompt, just kind of like the loving my home as it is. You know, what do I love about each one of these spaces right now is really the journaling that I'm going to add onto here. I love my porch for this reason, I love my dining room for this reason, and my dining space for this reason, and that is gonna be how I wrap up this particular project. So a couple notes as I'm doing the journaling here. When I am journaling on the textured side of the cardstock. That might be something to consider if you are following along the same way. If you're using textured cardstock, often you can turn it over and not have the textured side. Some people don't like writing on the textured side. I'm just using a Uniball Vision Elite pen. Whatever black journaling pen you have right now would be a great option to use. So for each of these, what I'm gonna write is I have this porch, you know, I already stamped that on here, and then I'm gonna write, you know, loving this porch because, and then add my journaling. So having a really simple jumping off point for my story helps keep me focused. All right, I got all my journaling finished. I think I've got them in the pockets, or I have some of them in the pockets, so let's get the rest of these guys into the pockets. I really like how this turned out. I love the idea of using those plastic pages as the background for my journaling cards. I just think that's a fun way to have peekaboo elements in pocket page projects. And even if you don't have all pocket page projects in your album, you could have where this page turns to here, and just in your album at home, whatever size you're using, you could fill in these spots and then have, you know, your traditional 12 by 12 or 9 by 12 or whatever size project you want to have there. All right, journaling wise, this porch, loving this porch right now, most especially because of the jasmine and small white roses growing on the rail. That's the kind of journaling that I'm doing in this particular project. So let's bring it all back. For the love of grids, grids are super simplified when you use pocket pages. As we've talked about today during this session, you can draw grids, you can have invisible grids, you can break out of the grids. Grids are simply a way to help you organize your content in your memory keeping adventures. If you guys have questions, feel free to let me know. Other than that, thanks so much for joining me today, and I hope to see you again soon.
All right, for the love of grids. Oh my goodness, I loved Allie's class so much.
Yes.
Cody.
I loved it too. I mean, just seeing like her process, like I'm going to use this color paper. No, I'm going to switch it out for black. Like stuff like that. I mean, I think everyone goes through that. You know?
Yeah, it was really cool because we really got inside the head of Allie and saw how she creates and how she lays things out and her process. I loved that so much because like I said, I've always been a fan of hers. So to kind of get into her head a little bit was exciting. Don't be scared, Allie. I'll get out now. But anyways, it was so fun to see her create all those different kind of grids. The layout, that large jumbo tag was so cool with the photos. So many cool things.
Yes, and one thing that I really loved was when she took the vellum and then made the home love photo and then put it over the photo. That was just so cool.
That was a title page. I love, and she said it was a happy accident, which was cool.
Yes.
I loved that. Yeah, so many good tips. I mean,
So if you see a scrapbook page with, you know, like a pocket page album of mine and it's just all vellum with like words cut out, I mean, that's why.
He got it from Allie.
Yeah.
I love it. I mean, it was so much inspiration today and yesterday and so many great things to pull. And we loved that we ended today with a bang, with a big SBC gift card and with Allie and with the fabulous teachers we've had today and yesterday. Again, we want to thank all of our instructors. We are so honored that you were here with us and willing to do this with us and put this on for all of you to enjoy. So we're grateful that each of you watching at home were here with us. I don't know if you're crafting with friends or if you're alone. We are just so glad that you joined us and you were here with us. I hope you felt relaxed and I hope you got a lot out of it, a lot of inspiration. I hope you feel empowered to create and to document and tell your story and make cards for others, right? So many good tips.
And document your stories.
Yes,
you know?
Yeah, it's so important. And again, we are just grateful that we are here at Scrapbook.com and Jill Davis, our founder, who started Scrapbook.com so that we can be here today and do this for you. We're grateful for her and her vision and everything that she's done. Her vision to set up, you know, to do free education, and we're able to provide this for free education. Like we said yesterday, like it was a driving force, you know, creating SBC Fest. And so it's been great to spend 2 days with all of you. Yeah, this industry is amazing. I am truly grateful to be part of this industry and to do what I love every day for work. It doesn't feel like work because I come to here and we just have so much fun together, don't we all?
Yes.
Even behind the scenes, let's have our behind the scenes come up and tell everybody what you have enjoyed and loved about SBC Fest. Because this was our first one and we are planning on doing it again.
Oh, yeah.
So, Donald or Mackenzie, tell us what you loved about SBC Fest.
You mean aside from running around SBC headquarters?
Aside from that?
I just really loved the energy that came in through all the pop-ins that we had throughout the days, but also through all of the classes. I was just so inspired and I just want to go home and craft. And just have so
do all
much
the things.
fun.
Do all the things because you felt all the feels.
Yes.
Yes, I love it. That's so good. We inspired someone to go home and craft. I love it. Okay, Donald, what about you?
I'm inspired too. Oh yeah, let me talk.
Get
Yeah, get real close.
So my favorite part was getting to see all these instructors that I've been like watching over the years on like YouTube and stuff. And we've been working with them for quite a long time. It's just so nice to have this wonderful, great big collaboration. So thank you guys for joining our SBC Fest. We totally appreciate it.
Yes.
But really, my favorite part was playing around in the warehouse. Like, they were just running around. It was so funny.
That was fun. It was
Yeah.
fun making it. We'll look back on that for years to come and laugh. I know we will. So this has been an adventure and so much fun for us. And again, we want to tell you, make sure you grabbed your freebie die. This is such a beautiful die that you get for free. And look at this cute card made with it. This is Lisa Mears' card, and it's so pretty. I hope the camera's still. Where's my... Right there.
Yeah, Donald's a pro. He can tell you where it
Donald,
goes.
where's the camera? Right there. Look at how pretty this shaker is. So many things you can do with this freebie, so make sure you grabbed yours. And again, we are just so grateful, and we're grateful for all the positivity that we witnessed from all of you and all of your comments and sharing with us. Thank you. We do what we do because of you. Truly.
Nice,
so thank you.
little rhyme there.
We do what we do because of you. I didn't even mean to rhyme.
Yeah.
Anyways, truly, that's the truth. So thank you for joining us. And we look forward to the next one.
Oh, yeah.
It's
SBC
time to get
Fest
working,
2023.
guys.
Yes.
Yes. All right.
High five.
I think that's it.
Yes.
High five. Woo! All right. We'll see you next time. Thank you
See you
again.
guys.